Thank you for joining us. Special extra early board meeting as well. With that, looking over a bit of the agenda, we're going to be having just a few public session items. We have a closed session, of course, later today. We're going to be having a grand jury item as a response as well. So with that, we'll kick off this Board of Supervisors meeting and call it to order at 8:02. And I'm going to, Dory, just as a reward for being holding down the staff tables in the back, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, wonderful. Well, again, thank you, everybody, for attending today. We're going to be opening up at first with our oral communication section. This is for any comment on items that are not on the agenda today. You'll have 3 minutes. You got the beep at 1 minute remaining. I think most everybody in here knows the drill with that. So with that, we will open up oral communications to the board. Sure, yes. It's not related to any, it can't be anything on the agenda. Yeah, that has to be done at the agenda item. Good news is I think that will go pretty quick today, so we're to getting to them. Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, I'll go first. So the sheriff's not here, but I want to thank him for making a phone call last week and getting the grass cut at the old courthouse. It looks much nicer now. The Tuolumne County Museum History Center needs help. So they're trying to get things computerized, and they're willing to do a little bit of training. But what they could really use are some young people who don't have anything to do this summer and have some computer skills. And especially if you have someone who has computer skills, doesn't need a lot of social interaction, so perhaps someone who's on the spectrum, they usually do really well at the museum. So if anyone has children that need something to do, that would be a good idea. The Motherlode Fair starts this week. They were on Motherlode Views. And I must say I was pretty disappointed because they made the fair sound like it was going to be the same old thing and dull and boring. And that we should be excited. It's a county fair. We should all go, see what's happening. And there's more to the fair than just livestock. But I would like to point out to the public that it is state property, and there are no weapons allowed at the fairgrounds. No concealed weapons, no obvious weapons. And there were so many people that came last year with their knives and their guns, and so they get turned away, and then everybody's burying their knives in the landscaping right outside the entrance of the fair. So if anyone needs new weapons, you know where to find them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other oral communications? All right, going once, going twice. All right, with that, we will close oral communications and open up for staff reports. Or any member of the staff like to present any updates? All right, not seeing any. There we go, moving right through. We will close staff reports. So with that, again, looking over the agenda today, our first item is an appointment to the Economic District. We have an item as the Public Power Agency, and we have a couple.
Supervisor Brandon, we have an 8 a.m.
Right. Oh,
okay.
Thank you. Beginning with the public. Thank you. I had not seen. I was just looking at closed session and not saying, oh yeah, that's right. It's an appointment there. All right. So with that, what pleases the board there, I believe we're going to be moving into our closed session item, 8 a.m. appointment, and then hopefully coming back relatively soon to the board. If the clerk can read already. Yeah. Supervisor Kirk? Yeah.
I asked Roger this morning if I got wind that maybe Quincy wasn't going to be here for it, so I'm just trying to find out, is she here? If she's not, why are we holding a a performance evaluation, or what's the?
Yeah, she is
Because
not
I know we
here.
can do it in 2 ways,
No.
but
So she's not here this morning, and yeah, as the board should be aware, we started a new process where the board is meeting with HR and myself and going through the 360s and other information, and then from there we get direction from the board to bring the candidate back, bring the employee back for the eval.
so today's conversation isn't centered on necessarily needing to meet with Quincy. We can
Yeah, we
do
don't.
that in the second phase.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. And she's aware this has been clearly communicated, like she,
Yes, I spoke with Quincy Friday afternoon about
Okay.
it after the agenda came out.
Great. All right, and thank you. Great question with that as well. So with that, if the clerk can read our 8 a.m.
8 a.m. closed session, public employee performance evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, title Community Development Department Director.
Okay, wonderful. We will open up the public comment on this item. If any members of the public would like to be able to make a comment, please step forward. 3 minutes, you know the rules. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm the one person that needs this up. I am from an area, a neighborhood that was negatively impacted by Ms. Yaley's interpretation of county and state ordinance. We feel that our basic rights have been violated because we have never been able to have a site development permit or anything for a dump that was forced on us in our neighborhood. It has impacted us incredibly negatively, ranging from property values to quality of life, constant noise, a sentence for a lifetime for constant noise, smell, and the value of our property being impacted is, we're like typical Tuolumne County residents. Our number one investment in life is our real estate, our homes. We can't even go outside during the day when it's a nice day because he's out there working on his property, operating his dump. The interpretation that Ms. Yaley used to originally start this was saying it was permitted to excavate and grade the entire property because it was just manufacturing, processing, and storage of materials. Unfortunately, the materials she never looked up on where it was defined as garbage in Chapter 8. So it has rules and regulations that were never complied with. She just ignored them and just said it was permitted. Kim McFarland in Public Works overrode that and eventually issued a revocation for that original grading permit. But Ms. Yaley overrode that by issuing a ministerial permit. It doesn't qualify for a ministerial permit. The overriding of an ordinance code violation is not allowed. She picked a reason in Chapter 1, or Title 1, I guess it is, stating that it didn't have anything, grading didn't have anything to do with grading, basically. If you ask me, grading is grading. He was allowed to continue on with what he was doing. He couldn't renew the permit. So then they developed a workaround by issuing a ministerial permit. The ministerial permit exempts it from the violations on the property of not having a CEQA review and not having a site development permit. He was allowed to continue to excavate, grade, and operate his dump in our neighborhood without a single bit of input from us, the neighbors, the people that were negatively impacted, the people that have to live next to this tiny parcel, 2.5 acres, right next to their property, operating diesel equipment forever. This is a sentence, forever. That is the impact on our entire neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your consideration. All this is verified in an email that was previously sent called How to Do the Ministerial Permit. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment on this item? Good morning.
Good morning, all. Thanks for this opportunity.
And you can adjust the mic too.
Can
Yep.
I?
There we go.
Oh, that's better. My house is not the house itself, my property line, and my house very close to, but my property line 3 feet from the beginning of this dump. The beginning of this dump is a giant ridge of rubbish and soil to divert running water onto another parcel. The water issue has been ongoing for these over 3 years because asphalt, lead, etc., demo, these substances can percolate into the aquifer, and that's going to eventually impact not just us, but others, those who come after us, if this whole aquifer gets polluted from this. And Quincy ignores these kinds of health and environmental issues. The property value, my house has no value. If I wanted a reverse mortgage, I could not get it. And there are so many illegalities, violations, that there's, of course, no time to go into, but I really ask you to consider the good of this neighborhood, other neighborhoods, even the reputation of this county as a nice place to live. This cannot go on, this interpretation of these laws, which is absolutely ludicrous. I end here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have additional public comment on this item? Good morning.
Morning. I'm Jim Roberts. I've lived there since '59, older than anybody in this room. And this is a terrible way for the county to operate and let this dump become right next to our residence, putting hazardous material, roof material that has asbestos in it. It runs down into the well that operates our rentals and our house. And this is horrible that we didn't get nothing saying that this was going to happen on 3 sides of this dump site. And this is not right. In Sequa, there's a stream there where the water comes a square mile that runs down. And with all this, it's going to go into my well. And this is not right. Sequa should have been involved in this for the water rights that's running down this, and they got a pipe there that's not equivalent to take care of the drainage. And there's stumps bigger than you can imagine that is as big as this room, truckloads of them, that's put up against a fence area, and this is not right. And we need to do something about this. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have additional public comment? Again, this is on item for 8 a.m., our public employee performance evaluation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Gary Sipperly, Twainart. Choking. I am in no way an expert on LAFCO. I've never been a representative on LAFCO, but I have been to some LAFCO meetings. And when the county was in charge of LAFCO, I can't speak for other members, but everybody I know thought that the county really screwed LAFCO up. Now that the city has taken it over, along with a private consultant, it is run so much more professionally, so much more efficiently. They actually get stuff done, and I think the responsibility, you know where the responsibility went. I think that's important. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have additional public comment on this item? Hi, good morning.
I'd just like to read to you Chapter 1.10 Code Compliance. Violations of this code are injurious to the public health, safety, and welfare. This chapter is intended to promote, maintain a safe, desirable living and working environment, and maintain and improve the quality of life in the county of Tuolumne by administering a fair and unbiased enforcement program to correct violations. Violations affect the entire county or a considerable number of county inhabitants by impairing the safety of building occupants, harming the health and safety of, or breaching the reciprocal rights and expectations of owners in the zoning districts. It is a general policy of the Board of Supervisors that violations impacting health and safety take priority over other types of violations. I believe Quincy has entirely ignored this, has done just the opposite. She has held one meeting with us, which was kind of accidentally. Only one person was invited, but we invited the whole neighborhood. And it ended up being, we had no input. They just told us what they were doing. And that was it. And I believe she has her own agenda for whatever reason, I do not know. But it seems to me she should be investigated in this matter on her conduct. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm just here as a private citizen, not as Vice President of the Tuolumne County Special Districts Association or President of Twain Harte, CSD. Just for some context, from the last time the county was able, under LAFCO, to do MSRs and complete them was 2013. In 2018, they did 3, but in the 11 years from 13 to, they only did those 3. That's the main responsibility, one of the main responsibilities of LAFCO. They also had a handbook that was never updated until last year. Special districts got a seat on the board, were never acknowledged in the handbook or procedures. A legal violation. This was all under Quincy's management. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. So this neighborhood has been here, or representatives, at least 10 times that I can think of. And just as me as an outsider, as a member of the public, it appears to be a neighbor-to-neighbor dispute, which is not your job to solve. But apparently there's an issue. I don't know whose district it is, but if you haven't met with this neighborhood, maybe you should, whoever their supervisor is. Because it seems to me their answer is a civil suit, and they either need to sue you or sue their neighbor. But that's just my opinion. So I'm concerned, I was at the meeting last week about staff being used as your punching bag, and you want to go on this huge like chainsaw massacre and hit a kill switch for a lot of things. I don't think Quincy was responsible for some of their LAFCO issues. I think she got a lot of direction from someone else also. Anyway, I'm just concerned about the tone that's being set with your staff and to the public at large of how we treat our staff here. And rather than wreaking on destruction, perhaps we should be looking for peace and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have additional public comment on our 8 a.m. appointment? Okay. Going once, going twice. There's always somebody right at the end that throws their hand up in that. Okay. We're closing public comment with that. That will be going and moving into closed session. There's not an estimated kind of time out, but thank you for being here early, and we will be reconvening the board for our public agenda afterwards. Good, all right. So we're just looking at the agenda. We're going to be moving soon into item 5. I think that is of the most interest and going to take the most time. I do see that we have at least a couple members of the audience waiting on one of the items, so to be cognizant of that, with the board's approval, I'd like us to very quickly be able to go over item 1 and then go into item 5. Is that all right? All right. That issue, if the clerk can read item 1, please.
Item number 1, consideration of appointing a Tuolumne County citizen representative to the Central Sierra Economic Development District with a term to expire on June 17, 2027.
Okay. CEO, will you be taking on this item? Sorry, Dorothy, I know that we're throwing a little curveball there, but I was just looking at who's in the audience, so.
Good morning. As you know, there's a vacancy for a community member to represent Tuolumne County on the Central Sierra Economic Development District Board. I believe that previously that position was held by Robert Bergstrom, both as a community member and as an employee of Tuolumne County. So these are the candidates that have applied for that position, and so if it is brought to the board now to select which one of the candidates they would like to select for that position.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. We have 4 candidates, bringing it back to the board here. If it's fine, move to maybe public comment on this item, and then we'll bring it back for discussion and questions. All right. So with that, we'll open it up for public comment on item 1. Any member of the public who'd like to speak on this item, you'll have 3 minutes. Good morning again.
Hello. As I read through this item, I want to appreciate that Amariah Richards submitted a statement, and Thomas Kasheshian actually submitted a resume, so I knew a little bit more about them. I have an issue with some of the same people serving on some of the same committees all the time, and I think we need some fresh blood. And there were 3 names last week, and now there's 4. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But I would actually like to see someone appointed who has recently lost their business in Tuolumne County for whatever reason. And I think they would really have a lot to offer in a conversation about economic development. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any other public comment on this item? As I say, we're not going to be reopening comment on this, so if any of the applicants would like to speak, I would use this opportunity.
Good morning, board. A couple of comments here. I'd like to recognize how fortunate we are to have members of the community stepping up to serve, both Matt, Amariah, myself, and TJ. And I just wanted to say that CSEDD is a joint power authority that stood up to serve our 5 regional counties, and it also is a point of connection to state initiatives and funding in which Tuolumne County needs to compete. Most citizens know little about CSEDD and how it can be relevant. My goal is to address this through collaboration and advocacy of initiatives specific to Tuolumne County's needs. Tuolumne County Business Council was invited and is participating in CSEDD as a citizen representation. We are influential but currently not supplying a formal vote. I'll suggest that the choice our Board of Supervisors may consider is one of representation of the applicants and organizations they represent, which best reflect the economic needs of Tuolumne County and its city. There is so much to do. We need as many people engaged as are capable, experienced, and willing to do so. In this specific case, my continued participation and representation with this appointment, I believe, would be the most effective and efficient choice. I'm going to be there anyway as a representative of the Business Council. So you have an interesting set of options before you in that regard.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any additional public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, with that, we will bring this item back to the board. I'm currently the Tuolumne County representative to CSEDD. I'm the vice chair of CSEDD as well. Just as a tiny bit of background, I do think it has been doing a better job. It does 5-year economic development plans. Those plans didn't always translate to any action. With some of the staffing hires now, it is actively taking action, getting grants and proposals for entrepreneurship, small business startup, economic planning. So only as feedback on that CSEDD, I think, has been extremely helpful as we navigate our role within economic development, and already showing some results on it as well. I'll bring it back for any questions from the board, any comments, or any motions.
Chair, appreciate your service on that committee, and I also appreciate all the people who applied to this. This was on the agenda previously on the 17th, and we postponed it to give more time for people who had interest in there. When it was first presented, I was kind of leaning toward Matt Galvin, but we had talked about whether we could have a county employee do it. Looks like that wasn't working out. So I still think that it would be a good idea if we can't have a direct county employee representative, that we have somebody from the Chamber of Commerce on that, because I think that body is the closest to having the kind of interest that we need from the county. Also think Tom would be great. You know, everybody that applied would be great, but I would like to nominate Matt Galvin to fill that position.
Okay. We have a motion on the table there to support Matt Galvin for it. I'm happy to second, and we'll open it up for discussion as well. But I've seen Matt, and again, I agree with Tom's comments. It's great that we have participation and that we have very qualified candidates, I think, here today. Personally, I have seen for both, I mean, with the Business Council being effectively formed and being effective in policy advisement is great. But I've also seen where Matt has stepped into a chamber that was having a lot of struggles, which is now receiving grants and financially in a much better position, that is representative of about, I think, 200 members or so in the business community, mostly small businesses, as well as the Sierra Sourced and some of the economic initiatives that CSEDD has been working on in Sierra Jobs First. So a familiarity with if you remember, the SURF process and some of these funding things. So that would be my kind of 2 cents on it. Open up for any more discussion on the board as well. We can go for a vote with that and see how it goes. Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the people who put in for this, and I want to go back to a comment that was made earlier, why there was an extra name on the agenda here. It's because originally when we had the item on there, we only had one, which is still a great candidate, Mr. Galvin, but then we also then decided that we want to expand it to everybody else. And the reason we had to bring it back today was because there was an administrative mistake that individual's name wasn't added, or this would have happened last week. So that's not that we were adding or still looking at. All the candidates are fantabulous. With that being said, it's hard. I hate these kind of discussions because I don't want it to sound like I don't like one person over the other or what have you. It's a difficult, because I think something Mr. Crosby said right away is he's already going to be there. So that's already one of our set of eyes that's going to be there, right? Mr. Galvin is phenomenal what he does. My concern would be is just bandwidth. I know that you take on a lot and you have a lot, and I think that's very admirable that you do that. Me personally, and again, this is nothing against any of the other candidates, but I would like to nominate Ms. Richards from the aspect of it's kind of a newer person to the organization. It's the young blood, newer blood, as it was brought up earlier, and I think having spoken to VTC and Lisa Mayo, and having this individual represent us in that capacity will help with future tourism and economic growth and things like that. So I'm looking at it from the aspect of how can we get more people, fresher eyes, that came out poor, new ideas to the table, and so my recommendation would be for Ms. Richards.
Great. And just we do have a motion, a second on the table, but I wanted to make sure that we we're able to have discussion there too. Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Holland.
And with that being said, I think maybe let all of the board members discuss before we have a motion on the table, because it kind of puts us in an awkward position?
Well,
No, right, I'm just
yeah.
for future. I'm just
I
saying.
am going for open comments and discussion for the same reason, so. Supervisor Holland, Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Holland.
Just on a side note, TJ did reach out to me. He has a scheduling conflict, so he is going to remove his name from there, just to let that be known. So yeah, I think we have 3 great candidates, and I don't think we can lose either way on all this.
I agree.
And thank you guys all for applying, by the way. Appreciate it.
Supervisor
Sure.
Kirk?
I agree with the fact that we got a lot of great candidates. I will also throw my name in for Ms. Richards. I think fresh eyes, new ideas, the tourism, her background experience. I think it's needed, and so I would support that nominee.
Great. All right. So we've done comments on that. We do have a motion and a second on the table. We can withdraw that and do a different process if you, yeah.
I don't believe I made I just was saying I would nominate that person and I'd be ready to make the motion, but.
Understood.
I'm hearing 2 interested in Ms. Richards and then 2, I think, interested in Matt Gavin.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't, so we.
Yeah, Mike didn't.
Mr. Tiebreaker on the end there.
Being mysterious.
If you have an opinion one way or the other, then we
Did anybody bring cookies this morning, just out of curiosity? No? Okay.
Good to know that's
great.
That's
That's
the way
really
to
good.
get a vote.
Well,
throwing
and,
that out
yeah. I wanted to ask with council as well, because that was the crux of the decision. All 3 folks and candidates that we have are involved in different county efforts at some level with it. But particularly, I wanted to ask with Ms. Richards' position is Visit Tuolumne is a contractor, effectively of the county. Does that present any issues? Obviously, we had Robbie that was in that position before, but just to make.
Well, if we're going to have an employee there, why can't we have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing it, but I would have to look into it further.
Okay. No, I think you're right. Just asking a question on it. All right.
Well,
Supervisor Holland?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
If you're going to ask questions about if there's a conflict, what about, is there a conflict that Matthew Galvin is part of Jaron Brandon's campaign to elect for Senate? He's on his campaign team, I believe.
Supervisor Kirk, our office actually looked into that and found FAPC opinions that say that that's not a conflict for this type of an appointment.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, but I did check
you
with
should have.
council.
You should have, but I didn't.
Well, I checked with council in advance, which is the appropriate process, and Matt's a contractor, so that's different.
I do have another question.
Well, and on that,
I received word that there's a proposed. Actually, no. I'll say this. Well, no. It is because one of the nominees is Matt Galvin. That Galvin was asking for sole proprietorship of the potential $500,000 funding that our board may be approving. Is that a conflict of interest if he's going to be receiving contracts for the chamber at the tune of $50,000?
That's something I'd want to look into more.
Okay. So, thank you.
I mean, I just have to respond to that real quick. People have a right to endorse or support political candidates outside of their job without that being held against them.
Yeah.
Just like any county employee or any employee of any business, they can support anybody they want.
Absolutely. I just think it's
And
important
that
as
can't be held
supervisors, if
against
there's
them.
contractual and if there's money things on the table, that we should, as supervisors, bring that potential conflict of interest to the public light and not have people contact supervisors, say, hey, we think there's a conflict. Is this being looked into? I don't think we should, as board members, should have to look into other people's potential conflicts of interest.
I appreciate that and have an open door. If someone reaches out, you're able to talk to me ahead, because I did reach out to legal counsel immediately to make sure that this was fine in the law, of which they said, yes, there's no conflict with this. So
Yeah,
as those come up, you're welcome to bring that to me and have a discussion. It's a little hard when it's first at a board meeting there. And it's not trying to get into where I'm talking any type of conflict. It is not anything against Ms. Richards. It's more of it is a more direct employment relationship with that. I agree with the comments that, well, all 4 with TJ, until TJ pulled out, too. But all 3 candidates we have are preeminently qualified in their backgrounds for this position. So I don't want this to be like trying to discredit anybody. It's a valid question.
I think our full board should be behind whoever we pick today. So I would recommend, so sorry, did you
Supervisor
interrupt?
Holland,
Yeah, I think you need to finish off and then we'll make a
stayed
vote.
mysterious. I'll make a motion to support Matt Galvin for the CSEDD district. Again, I've seen Matt, he's worked on it, he's been at the meetings, and as the person serving on there with some of the projects, I believe he's probably the most familiar with the work that CSEDD is doing right now.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first by Supervisor Brandon. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. If the clerk can, I guess we can just do voice. I don't know what I'm thinking, like we got a remote meeting happening or something. Anyway, got to remember, I got elected during COVID, so my brain's all messy with that. All those in favor, the motion is to support Matt Galvin for CSEDD, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Abstaining, all right. The motion fails, 2 ayes, 3 noes. That will be looking for another motion on the table.
I so move, Ms. Richards.
A second.
So we have a first by Supervisor Griefer with Ms. Richards. We have a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, great. Well, congratulations. What?
What was the vote?
I believe it was 5-0. Did I hear
I
it
just
correctly?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Sorry, thank you. Unanimous vote on that as well. Congratulations. As I always like to say, we love when people step up to help. Congrats on the free work.
And cookies.
Great. Okay. So with that, and thank you to the other candidates that applied as well. I know that each of you are involved in this effort, working hard on it, and I really appreciate it. And no matter what, you'll be involved moving forward. With that, I'd like us to move into item 5. And if the clerk can read the item.
Consideration of approving responses to the 2024-2025 civil grand jury reports.
Oh. Oh, I thought you were presenting.
No, I'm not. That's the guy over there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I need a volunteer.
Yeah.
I'll teach you.
Ready? Okay. Good morning. To kick things off, I'd like to share my appreciation with the work the grand jury's done this year. I got to spend quite a bit of time with the grand jury. I think that in the past few years, in the recent years, the grand jury has not been quite as active. They have not met quite as frequently. And I think this grand jury really showed dedication and hard work and put a lot into what they did this year. I also would like to say that I appreciate that we're bringing this to the board and having this discussion publicly. I think the transparency regarding the grand jury reports is important, not just for the board, but for the community, for the employees, for the grand jury, and for everybody who's impacted by anything related to these grand jury reports. I think the transparency is critical, and so I really appreciate that we're having this opportunity to have this discussion regarding the responses to the findings and the recommendations that the grand jury has made in a public forum where we can have this discussion more openly and more transparently. So with that, we will begin with the differential hiring and treatment response, but I believe that you'll probably need to open it up for public comment.
Appreciate that. And so with this item too, I just wanted to echo the comments of our CAO. There's obviously in here a lot of, I think, serious things that were brought up. And I just want to echo for the public, and I hope I speak for the entire board, I believe I do, that we do take these things very seriously. The grand jury reports, they are read, they are discussed, they are reviewed. It doesn't inherently mean there's always agreement 100% with every point, but they are greatly appreciated. I know I consistently, from being a new candidate running before, was reading a lot of these reports in past years, and they were an invaluable source of independent citizen inspection of how our county government goes. And so I think the appreciation for the work that they do, it is not minor. It is a lot of time. It takes an entire year. They are held to very high standards in doing that, and it is greatly appreciated. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Roger. Council, should we open up public comment at the beginning?
Public comment for,
Okay. If there is no disagreement on that, we'll open up public comment at the beginning of this as well. We may look at it whether we want to do later as well. But open up public comment on this item. Any members of the public would like to speak? Again, this is for everything under the grand jury item. You'll be able to have 3 minutes to address the board. Good morning again.
I strongly object to you asking all of us to speak at the very beginning on everything all at once. I think these reports should be discussed individually, and I would like to hear what some of you have to say before you ask me to comment. But since this is what you set up, I guess I'm stuck with it. So I found the first report and the response to be appalling. And it was in that no one is going to be able to discuss names. I wouldn't expect the grand jury to release names, and I wouldn't expect us to either. And I think anyone who's been watching these meetings and is aware of going on and has half a gnat's brain would know exactly who we're talking about. And to sit there and write excuse after excuse that we have no idea what you're talking about. We have no idea what you're talking about. You should have said, the response should have been along the lines of, these are personnel matters, these are confidential matters, we're not going to be releasing names. We appreciate the information, we'll take it seriously and look at our policies. But the snippy, kind of condescending arrogance in this report's response is appalling. In the second report, it was agree or partially agree with everything, which I thought was appropriate. And then in the third report, I thought that response actually was pretty well done. The fourth report that just came out, I thought a lot of that was in response to your tacky behavior when this first came out and attacking the grand jury. And then, of course, Mr. Kirk's memo specifically attacking a member of the grand jury is so inappropriate. You have no right to do that, and that should not have been on this agenda, and that memo should be removed. I just can't believe you have behaved so badly in a situation where you're being called out for behaving badly.
Great, thank you. This is going to come out. We'll interject really quick to say I do appreciate the point about the comments at the beginning. As I mentioned, I believe I'm going to be opening up towards the end. It's hard to do for each item because since it's all under the umbrella, we can't really limit it in terms of keeping it to that one topic. No, so I'll be opening up public comment at the end of the item and allowing a second round of public comment. Yes, so. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Cassandra Janicki, District Attorney for Tuolumne County. I appreciate that you'll be opening up public comment a second time at the end of the item. I also echo the sentiments of CAO Root that grand jury put in a lot of time this year. Ton of time, ton of effort, wide sweeping discussions about issues at the core of county government. Today, and as we move forward, is a leadership opportunity for all of you. It's concerning to me that the grand jury believed in speaking to those of us that consider ourselves to be leaders in this community and in this organization, that some of us don't read what they write and don't know what they write. I myself have read every single report. I read your responses or proposed draft responses. And what came to my mind was a concept that I am very familiar with, which is that we learn the mettle of a leader when times are hard and when we have to be self-reflective. It's never easy to get called in publicly or any other way, really, about things that we could have done differently or could have done better. And so my hope is that today, by having this conversation publicly and by engaging each other in a way that is solutions-focused and future-focused, that we can choose to move forward in a way that betters not only the way that we can serve the community, but ultimately the way that the community deserves us to move forward. So I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Open up. Do we have additional public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Clint Parrish. I'm a Army veteran. I raised 4 kids in this county. I have a thriving law office, and I was also on the 2024-2025 civil grand jury. I saw my name on the agenda via this attachment requested by Supervisor Kirk, and I can tell you that I don't find the memo to be particularly offensive to me. I think it is factual, and I appreciate how it was written. It's not very often one sees their name on an agenda attachment, so I thought I'd come in and give my 2 cents. While I find the agenda to be accurate, I do find it to be very incomplete, or the memorandum. This county had a problem with their CAO. It appeared to me then, and still, that she acted as if the more employees she had, the more important that made her. She terminated the contract, handled the conflict cases, and that handled the conflict cases, the juvenile dependency cases. She then hired 2 full-time attorneys just to handle the criminal portion of that contract. And now those 2 get paid the equivalent of the second in command at the DA's office, which I think might be excessive, although finding competent attorneys in Tuolumne County is difficult. But that's not all. They have an assistant. All 3 of those employees have their expenses paid and they have benefits. I don't even know how much the county is paying for the other attorneys who handle the juvenile dependency matter, which myself and the other 2 attorneys did on a contract. All 3 attorneys who had that contract have gone on to better things. So this is not any kind of sour grapes. I don't see possibility that you get any of us back to handle those cases. I know I would not deal with those issues again. So I stand by my statement that when the contract was canceled, it was not good for the county. You have 3 full-time employees getting benefits and having the county pay their expenses, all the while having contract attorneys handle the juvenile cases, which were part of the original contract. I still see that move as being done by someone who wanted more employees to make herself feel more important, and I stand by my comments from 2019 when the contract was canceled. Thank you for your time, and again, I don't find this, it's about me, and I don't find it offensive at all.
Thank you. And do we have additional public comment on this? Going once, going twice, as mentioned. All right, we'll close public comment for the first round. We will have public comment at the end of this item after discussion as well, since this is a lot of items all together as well. So thank you for the critique, and I completely agree. With that, bring it back to Roger.
Couple things. One, the responses were drafted by staff, and the goal of having it there was just kind of as a framework or a starting point for the board to provide feedback. And so it does not, I just want to be clear that it does not reflect the viewpoint of the board. We have not gotten the board's input on these responses yet, and that's the goal of today. So we have a couple of options with how we want to go through this. We can go line by line through each finding and each response, or if you have particular findings and responses that that you want to make sure we make changes in and provide feedback on, we can do that also. So I would look for the board at their recommendation on whether they want to go line by line or if they have particular ones already identified that they'd like to address.
And thank you for that. I want to interject real quick to ask and tag in the county council. So just, can you set the table for us in terms of dealing with a grand jury report, the confidentiality requirements, both, related to anything personnel, closed session, as well as the grand jury process for us and for the public?
Sure, I'll try to recap it. So during the investigation process, the jurors obviously take an oath under the penal code, and then so do the witnesses. Once the report is finalized, and the witnesses are sort of free to talk about what happened in the context of the investigation, the jurors still have to maintain the confidentiality in terms of like what was discussed for their meetings. When it comes to personnel of the county, closed session information, attorney-client privilege information, that remains confidential. So county employees have constitutional privacy rights in their personnel records. And so that's why you'll see our office advising to not speak about specific individuals or information contained within a personnel file. Similarly, your board has, as the client, controls the attorney-client privilege, and also anything related to closed session. So in those situations, when your board has not waived the privilege, those remain confidential. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that does. And I'm just trying to set the table with it. Supervisor Campbell has a comment or a question right after this. So there are some discussions that are difficult because we are not able to mention, I think, some of the factual matters there that we might be talking about. There's also some of the stuff through the process that we can't mention as well. Wanted to, in some of these answers as well, where we may want to make any changes on the staff recommendation to keep in mind some of these protections on personnel. The reason being we are, and I know the board knows this, but for the public's knowledge, we are a fiduciary relationship, which means we are here to safeguard and protect your tax dollars, which means if we are opening up the county to liability, the county is us, right? It's all of us, and we have a right to do it. So if it sounds vague at points, there's a reason why it is vague, and I think we will try to have the best and most robust conversation we can under those provisions. Supervisor Campbell.
So the question asked of us was whether we wanted to go line by line through the grand jury reports. I don't agree with that approach. I think we should. I don't have any substantial issues with the responses to the grand jury report. I would be in favor, and I would put forward the idea that we focus on those areas where there is some kind of discussion or disagreement about the wording of the items, and in the interest of efficiency, get through the reports that way rather than take them line by line.
Understood. So as far as the format, Supervisor Campbell is mentioning, I think you're saying we take each report as a section rather than line by line for each report, but not all of it together. So,
well, I mean, the reports are out, they're public, people can read them. So I
want to say we'd go report by report, but
yeah,
not
report
recommendation by recommendation
Yes.
of each report. Correct? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you go through each, take each report as a unit and not every single recommendation.
Right. I'll look to the board for any feedback on that process. I personally would like to see line by line. I know that that's going to take a lot longer, but there's a lot of content in these. Supervisor Griefer?
I agree with Supervisor Campbell. I think we take it as each report as its own entity. I think if we try to get 5 individuals to go line by line, we'll never get out of here. So it is impossible for us because there's certain things, for Supervisor Holland and I, 99% of this was before we got on the board. So it would be difficult for me to say I agree or disagree with certain things in here because I wasn't here at that time. And I will quote something was told to me yesterday, is that we as a board is a moving train, right? So, and what I mean by that is you guys got on this train, here you are, we're hopping on the train, eventually we won't be on the train, but this legacy that we're going to establish here today of acknowledging what a lot of people out in our community feel is a bad board, that they don't have trust in us. And our primary goal is to build that bridge And if that means we acknowledge certain things which are uncomfortable, as you said, then we need to do that. So I would recommend that we go, like I said, we take report number 1, discuss it as a body. There's certain things in here that I don't agree with, because I think the perception of our community and the staff is absolutely correct. And here it says the board is unable to agree or disagree with certain items. So I don't know how we bridge that, but I think we have to establish the fact that obviously the grand jury, and I want to completely commend the actions of the grand jury. I stand behind the grand jury 100%. I fully support its mission and its goal. I support everything in these documents. I appreciated that they broke it down to smaller reports. Makes it a lot easier. Instead of 200 pages, it's a lot easier to digest. And this report is the checks and balances for not only us as a board, but for our community that knows. Our community
And if
that knows.
folks don't mind, sorry to interrupt,
Nope,
make sure your cell phones are on silent or off. Supervisor Griefer, please continue.
Oh, thanks. That this is the checks and balances that our citizens know that this is the way to make sure that we keep doing their work and that we're being fiduciary responsible, that we are taking it. But I think the elephant in the room is that we have to acknowledge that there's been some problems the last 4 years. Mm-hmm. And this is that moment in time that we say, yeah, well, we can fix it. We need to fix it. There's the rumors are out there, the stories are out there, and, there's always, as the DA will tell you, there's always 3 sides to every story. It's the yours, mine, and the truth, somewhere in the middle. So, with that being said, I commend the actions of the board, of the grand jury, the people that went and visited or was interviewed, and I say let's take it as a bite and go.
And so to clarify, you're in agreement with Supervisor Campbell about doing it report by report, I guess a read through and then an up or down, rather than finding recommendation each section.
Yeah, because there's just no way you're going to get 5 people to decide whether or not the verbiage on finding number F1
Understood.
is going to be correct. But the other thing I think is super, super important is after we discuss each report, we allow the public to speak on that. And so that way they have every opportunity to come up and discuss or give us their input on every report, rather than having them wait until all 5 reports are done.
Okay. I will bring that discussion back to council in just a moment. I wanted to hear from Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Holland on the format of it. So we have one for kind of, I think, finding by finding, and we have 2 supervisors in support of report by report.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I think we have to do it report by report, but I know I made a bunch of notes in here with ones I don't agree with staff's recommendations. And Steve is correct. A lot of this did occur before our time, but we're on the board and now we own it, so it's ours to deal with. So anyways, I don't know if we just want to go through and say, do we agree with this, and just thumbs down, go through until we find one that one of us wants to have a discussion about, or what? But
That to me is what I would be proposing by finding is we see if there's agreement and we would stop. I think the report by report is we go through the whole thing and see basically if the board agrees with the current language. Am I understanding that correct?
yeah, because in the first report, like when we get down to response 4 is the first time I have a disagreement with it. So the first
Right.
3 I'd be fine with.
So if we do it report by report, then that might be a no vote. But if we do it finding by finding, I think we will be ratifying each individual finding before kind of doing a vote on the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know
If I'm
how-
understanding again correctly what maybe suggesting.
Yeah, I guess
Super-
that's what I'm getting at.
Supervisor Kirk, you have a preference for format? I know we're taking a little bit of time
I
on this.
know.
It's
We gotta
about how long this is going to take, so it's an important discussion
I
to have.
definitely don't want to read finding 1 and then read finding 1 response. I don't want to do that. But what I think we should do is maybe have a couple minutes before each report. I wasn't sure how this is going to be. I do have some notes, but I do think the ones that maybe we disagree with, that we should pull those out and discuss. So
Okay.
I would not finding by finding or response by response, but definitely each packet. And if a board member feels like they want to change a response, we need to discuss that. So I
Great.
think we're kind of in alignment on that.
So with that, I will throw my recommendation behind that we'll go through report by report, but we'll open it up to kind of highlight some of the ones we may want to discuss. Is that fine with everybody?
Sure. So
Sounds good. I don't hear no's, which sounds like up here, I don't know, tacit agreement.
I just don't think we're ever going to come up with a simple solution. So I say we just roll with
Understood.
it, and if we got to change mid-course, we'll change with the flow.
Understood. All right, and so we are on to the first report. Roger, shall we go through and read? I mean, we do have this again available to the public. I know this has been sent to all of us. Up to you if you would like to go through and present a little bit at the beginning, and then we can see if the board has any findings to highlight.
Yeah, so one piece, at the very beginning of each of the reports, actually at the very beginning of this report and one of the other reports, we put together a summary response to some of the things that were in the report but not part of the findings and part of the recommendations. So you'll see that on the differential treatment and hiring practices dated April 30th, that there is a statement at the beginning that addresses a few of the items that we had some concern with. So, you know, with that, we did have a response regarding that we didn't feel as if the subpoenas were necessary for everything that was requested. We do feel like the staff was trying to cooperate with the grand jury to make sure we met with the staff, and the board was cooperating with the grand jury to make sure our scheduling and meetings would go smoothly. We also wanted to clarify that the report did reference an investigation into allegations of a hostile workplace, and the amount on that report was incorrect. That's it was less than $10,000. It wasn't $70,000. So we wanted to make sure that was addressed, because it wasn't in any of the findings or the recommendations. And then the final piece was just, you know, it's difficult because some of this had lacked some factual information. It was a lot of information that was one person saying something or an opinion of somebody else. And so we wanted to address that in the statement.
Right.
And so overall, that's the position that we kind of took. We also acknowledge that, you know, these, and I said this at the beginning, the responses to the findings into the recommendations were not with input from the board. So this is the opportunity for the board to provide input on that. And I appreciate it. It sounds like we're going to do one report at a time and just highlight the ones that the board has concerns with or wants to change the language on.
Roger, thank you. And I wanted to ask council regarding Supervisor Griefer's recommendation. At least my understanding, if we were to do comment report by report, are we able to limit that comment just to that report so long as all topics under this are covered?
I think that's fine.
Is that okay?
I think that's
Oh, good. Okay. So correction on that. With the board's approval on that, I would agree with moving forward with that. Is there any opposition to having public comment specific to each report at the end of each report? Okay. So with that, we will do it that way. Thanks for asking the question, because I didn't think we could do that and be able to limit that. So we are on the differential treatment report from the grand jury. Bring it back to the board for any highlighted discussions. I think lead this off that I have a number of issues with this particular response from the board, but I'm curious to hear from my colleagues. Do we have any that we would like to highlight that there are any concerns? I think we agreed we'd basically pull responses.
Well, like 1-4 is the first one where I have a different feeling. 1-5, 3-1, 4-1. I don't know. Want me to start naming them, or you want to start going through them?
Yeah, I would. You said
I'll name some more if you want.
we're kind of building the ship as we sail it, because this is such a large document. Can you please list the findings you just mentioned again that you would like to have us review, or that you have a disagreement with?
1-4, 1-4, 1-5, 3-1, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 6-1, 6-4, and then in the recommendations, it'd be R14. And
Okay.
recommendation 4.4, and then it's 6-1 and 6-2 are combined, it looks like. And that's it. Well, we're going to own this forever, so.
My hyphen key has never had a harder date than this. Going through that. Okay. So we have a few listed under that. Have any others? mentioned the beginning ones related to some of the working environment and whether they were flown internally. I didn't have it written down finding by finding, but I do disagree with some of the responses where we either disagree or are not taking a position. I think that they are pointing out something that is, Supervisor Griefer had, I think, highlighted an open secret in some ways. Do we have others that we would like to be able to pull on that? All right, in lieu of that, let's go with Supervisor Holland's structure there and go through them, beginning with, if I wrote them all down correctly, correct me if not, 1-4.
Want me?
Yeah.
I think that we should somewhat agree with this. When I read it, again, I think it goes back to the thing. I believe these things were going on, and that to say that we disagree with it, I just don't agree with that. But I am 1 of 4, and we will decide what we want to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is we've had this discussion in the past about grand jury responses that were, I think, very technical in terms of what didn't happen, which is important. And yet there's also the kind of trying to see from the perspective of people who are reviewing this and why they believed that was happening or what the perception was of it. I'm not aware that there were job positions that were posted only internally, and yet I think there was a strong preference in who was told and how it was done, if not in a legally problematic way, certainly the perception of it. So I agree with you. I think this was something that's been an issue, and I don't think it's appropriate for the Board of Supervisors to disagree with that finding.
Well,
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, the thing is, though, the finding doesn't cite any particular instance where this took place, and I'm not aware of any instance that it took place. Is staff, I mean, can you confirm this finding from the grand jury in any previous hiring of a position in the county that meets this criteria that they laid out? Are there any examples of this ever happening? Because if this finding did not happen, then how can we agree with it that it's a problem? Because when I read that, I just thought to myself, I'm not aware of this ever taking place. So it's like, could we agree that there's a perception that this is happening, but disagree that it actually is happening? Because that I would agree with.
So I think we should be fully transparent about what happened, and I'm going to start. My position as Assistant County Administrator was one of the positions I think that they're referencing, because I was actively recruited by the CAO to apply for it. It was open for 1 week. No one else applied for the position except for me. And I heard from other staff that the only reason they didn't apply was because they felt as if the position was flown and recruited for me particularly. And I was open with the grand jury about that, because I do feel like after being in the position for a while, I felt like that it was a position that probably should have been more openly flown and recruited, in my opinion, externally.
So can I play devil's advocate? Was there a violation of policy, or is it a bad practice?
I don't think there was a violation of policy at all. I think it's just bad practice.
So have we updated the policy?
We have implemented procedures internally where we're doing higher level recruitments externally only. We've even implemented that on some of the lower level recruitments where we feel like it's...
So to save time, it won't happen again?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And to both your points, I wouldn't go so far as recommending or saying that this was a violation of policy, but I'd say it was beyond just there's a perception of an issue, which is the kind of meta context. What is told to other employees of who should apply? Are we offering some positions longer periods of time open than other positions? And that's the issue. Is I don't think it was a violation, but I think it was tactical in a way that undermines public trust. And that's something that I think is more operational.
But you can't make a decision and then Monday morning quarterback the way that took place. Because when these things were happening, it's very common. It's not against policy. This type of thing takes place in state agencies, county agencies, city, local governments. You know, none of this stuff is It's not illegal, it's not against policy.
I'm not suggesting it was against
So-
policy or illegal, to be
So
clear.
how can we then agree that we violated a policy when we didn't? I mean, could we agree with the perception element of it and disagree with the personnel rules element? Would that suffice?
Well, we're not disagreeing on the personnel rules.
Supervisors, I also just want to reflect back, because I hear what you're saying, but it's really important that our response to the finding is based on the actual language of the finding. So the language of the finding is just that there was this practice that occurred, which I'm hearing confirm that did occur. It did not violate a policy because the policy to post for the minimum time period is in our personnel rules. However, understanding that the grand jury is indicating that for certain types of positions, they don't find that limiting the number of applicants or posting for that short period of time gets you the best applicants. So that's kind of the context, and I understand there's so much more to it, but just from an efficiency standpoint, if we can focus on the actual finding, I think it will help you in what your response is.
And so I'm, maybe to that, I'm agreeing there was not a personnel rule violation or violation of the law, and I agree that there is a perception issue. I would only add in there that as a best practice, we should be flying these positions more broadly, more openly, and for longer periods of time than is what legally required.
So
for senior
Supervisor
positions in particular.
Holland brought up this. Supervisor Holland, do you have a recommendation on what the language should say?
I just think that instead we just put that we disagree, I think that we somewhat agree with it.
Okay.
I'm more, that's why I went through and wrote
I-
out, not so much changing on the language, which is either we kind of agree or disagree, and I just focused on that of like, I don't want to say we disagree because I think we're all saying that Roger just admitted to it, that it probably occurred, so we should probably put that.
Can I
yes,
add
this
that?
occurred.
And Supervisor Griefer is that okay? And then I'll go to you, Supervisor Kirk. Supervisor Griefer?
No, and I recommend, or I agree with my colleague here, is that if we read what it says, is Tuolumne County has used the practice of posting job positions only internally and for very limited durations. How can the board disagree with that? Right? I mean, I have to Supervisor Campbell's question, I can think of two other positions that were handpicked for internal in this county, and I think that's what this is saying, is that so the devil's in the details, right? So as the attorneys will tell you, it's the black and white of it. We're agreeing that this practice has occurred in this county at some point.
So
And I said Supervisor Kirk after.
So
and then can I come to you?
the byproduct of that is we have already acknowledged we aren't doing that anymore. So I think for me, if we change the word agree to, yeah, we did it, right? It's out there, throw it out there, right? That suffices that, because what I don't want to have happen is people walk away going, oh, they're still digging in they're in their foxholes. They're not willing to admit the facts when we know that this occurred.
Supervisor Kirk and then Supervisor Campbell.
It just, if the complaint is the week and limited amount of times, I'm hearing that we're updating that to where it'll be posted more broadly, posted longer. But one thing I just want to add that came to mind, because this is going to be a common theme throughout this report, is you can change policy, you can make it 3 weeks, you can make it a month, you can go external, you can go internal. If people want to hand pick their people, it's going to happen. I work in large organizations. So the point is, you have a CAO who understands the big picture, who understands how the public's going to view it, who understands how the board's going to view it. And you need to have a CAO who is more understanding of what the perception is going to be. And the problem is we had a CAO who wasn't, and now we have a CAO and future CROs who should be, and if they don't, then we'll take the necessary steps. But trying to control people, when you give a CAO the ability to hire and do those things, it's to some extent, that's what we hire them to do. We're up here, they do that. So we're going to address it, we're going to fix it, but the real fix is you have a CAO in place who hears the will of the board and understands what we want to do and tries to keep us out of hot water, as well as the organization feeling that they can trust their leadership. So we can change it, but moving forward, the CAOs, I don't know, maybe every CAO who gets this job needs to watch this board meeting today. So.
Supervisor Campbell?
So by way of moving ahead on this, because we're only on the first one out of several, what I would say is, what if we somewhat agree that, and I'm not going to get the correct wording here, so it'll have to be wordsmith, that it is true that that this line here in the finding that the same jobs were only posted internally and for a minimum amount of time, although that did not violate the policy, it would be better if we did it differently in the future. But I really feel strongly about this line in our response that the county must maintain discretion to use the tools authorized in the personnel rules to meet the needs of each department and organization. Because I really don't want to handcuff department heads' decision-making process when it comes to hiring, because it's very important.
I agree with you on that, yeah.
So.
Okay, let's
those
move
are
forward.
With a
It's gonna be a long day.
recommendation on language with that, I agree. I think most of it, I have to write down. I wrote down one, which was somewhat agree, but adding at the end, because most of the language here is fine. I think in the factual, but is expect processes and practices in hiring beyond what is legally required that encourage competitive hiring. Seems to be what we're kind of getting at. Longer period of time, more applications, more broad openness to the public and outside entities. We want competitive hiring. I think is that fine? Does that acknowledge where everybody's at with it?
Move forward. Sounds great.
Okay.
Well, so are we agreeing or disagreeing?
We are, I believe, somewhat agreeing
We're partially agreeing.
to Supervisor Holland's recommendation. And then I think we've got a recommendation here of basically expect processes and practices in hiring beyond what is legally required that encourage competitive hiring.
It may not broke the policy, but it just
Something like
wasn't best practices, maybe.
Right.
That's the better way to put it.
And I appreciate, this is the first one, but it's good discussion because there's a lot of technical responses in here, but the context of it is, this is our response, not just to the facts of the matter, but also the issue at hand, which is not always the same. Great.
Before we move on to his next
Yes.
one, can I just jump to 1.5 right here? Because it's the same thing, right? Here, I remember findings 1.5, that there's differential treatment between the in crowd and the out crowd. How this board can not come out and say 100% we agree, because we know, just go talk to the staff, there is a perception that there was the in group and the out group.
That is the next one, so you know.
Oh, was it your next one?
Yeah, that was the next
sorry.
one, just so you know.
That's
Sorry,
point
jump-
2 of the 9-point plan,
Okay.
that 9-point Holland plan.
So, since I kind of jumped the gun on that one, I think we need to change that one to agree. I think we need to agree that there was a perception in this county that there were two groups of employees. There was the ones on the in and the out, which is in every organization. There's always going to have people that are going to be closer to a boss than another. So whatever. So why don't we just come right out and say, yeah, there was that. We need to address it.
And, Supervisor Campbell.
So I did kind of observe that too. My issue there, though, is like what you said, every organization kind of has that dynamic, and there are even sub-dynamics within departments where they're in and out crowds. I don't know what, there's no recommendation about what we should do about that. And just agreeing that there are in crowds and out crowds, it just seems kind of hollow to me.
Well, I think Anaya said it, is that at the change with administration, that in our oversight of us, of the administration, that should not be happening going forward. Of course, there's always, every work environment has some people are liked better than others. But I think it was more to an extreme, and it was perceived that way. And I agree with Steve, obviously because I pulled it, that I think we just say, yes, that happened, and we'll do better.
Okay, Supervisor.
I want to add one.
What you just said, I agree with.
I just want to add one thing too, is that when, when I was a supervisor-elect, that gave me 9 months to go talk to all of the, all the department heads, and that was the number one thing they said. How can you fix that? So we acknowledge it. Let's work on it. Let's go.
Yep. I was only going to add that looking at this in crowd and out crowd, it's very hard to be specific. It's a very vague term, but I think we acknowledge that in that vagueness it existed. I couldn't say if it was exactly how a reclassification was done, but there is a perception and an expectation of that completely, of differential treatment in that. And the bigger issue is there is always a certain level of in crowd, out crowd in any environment, in any workplace. I think where we saw here was a culture that was in some of the senior leadership of this in crowd, out crowd that was more severe than what would we expect normally.
But that's not what the grand jury said, though. They did not I don't know.
They said
I'd
there's
have to look.
differential treatment between the in-crowd and the out-crowd
But
is
that
kind
it
of the
goes
first
beyond
bit.
what is normal or expected. That's why I have such difficulty with some of these findings, is that they are not specific enough for us to be able to respond. And because the point is that they're making findings that say that there's a problem, and we need to respond to say, this is what we're going to do about it, and this is what we can do about it. I don't know how to find an answer to this saying, this is what we can do about the in-crowd, out-crowd. It is not specific enough. It is based on opinions and a section of opinions too, not even the opinions of everyone in the county. So beyond saying we agree that there are in-crowds and out-crowds and that's bad.
And I think we're saying the same thing. In the response here,
so
it's the
Can I make a
supervisors
response?
are not able to agree or disagree on the finding about reclassifications, but we are able to agree that there is a perception and expectation that the in-crowd, out-crowd culture has an impact. That's, I think that's what I'm hearing is kind of a consensus.
Whatever I said, and then Ryan said, okay, so I'm staying with that.
All right, staff, do we have what Ryan said?
So let it be written.
What Mike said and I agree with.
Mike, could you restate
All
what
right,
you said?
next.
That's great.
So I have that the Board of Supervisors agree with the finding because there was a perception regarding in-crowd and out-crowd, and that was it.
And we're gonna work on doing better.
No, instead of saying we're going to work on doing better, we're taking back CAO and board and department head evaluation. So we will address that. within these
And most
evaluations.
reclassifications are not under, well, they're sort of, but they're administratively handled.
Dory took notes, so whatever I said,
I don't know. I think the consensus was we agree, though I don't think we were specific to say that the reclassifications differential treatment was specifically agreed to, right?
I think you're reading,
We
I
were-
think you're reading into it. What are we going, what are we?
Saying that what Roger had, of what Supervisor Campbell had, of what Supervisor Holland supported, is that there is a perception expectation of that in-crowd, out-crowd culture having a problematic effect on this. The question, Roger said, well, that's what I have. We didn't have something on what they are saying here, which is it did affect how reclassifications were done, which is a very specific claim.
But it's not saying that. All it says is that just, all it's saying is that there was the perception of the in-crowd and out-crowd had.
You're right. I might be reading into it too much. You're right, it is more vague
Right.
than I'm thinking.
Remember, just take this, this is where my little cop brain's gonna kick in, right? The elements of the crime are very simple, right? If you're speeding, and this is how we got here. In this case, right here, all it's saying is that the perception is the grand jury found enough people to say that they felt that there was an in-crowd and an out-crowd and it was having a negative effect on this organization. And by the way, that also includes this board, right? The past board is part of this problem. The perception of that there were certain supervisors that could do whatever they want and other supervisors didn't do anything. That's part of that too. So it's important to recognize that it's not just the employees, it's the entire organization, starting with us.
Thank you.
This finding is very specific to the reclassifications of staff, though. So I think that there is, the board agrees to the perception. It was the final statement about the board is taking actions to address reclassifications specifically in the future, because this is specific on reclassifications, not just the hiring or anything, treatment of staff or anything like that.
Great. I think we have consensus on that. Hate to do it. I did have finding 1.3 or 1.3. What was that? Oh. I think Roger has adequate, direction to, we don't have to argue commas and articles and stuff as much as we can avoid it. I wanted to bring up finding 1.3 in our response too.
Well, could I do 2.1 before you get to 1.3?
Only want to do 1.3 since we're going in order of the complaints with it, but we can go to 2.1 and go back either way.
Wasn't 2.1 before?
No, 1.3 is
going
first.
back.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
So 1.3 is talking about basically spreading rumors by senior officials in the county. I know that at some level, this is a fact and experienced this, not to rumors being about me or something, but employee to employee, and that this was an issue. So I'm not comfortable saying I can't agree or disagree with the finding. This did happen.
And I agree.
I agree.
Okay. Roger, do we have other comment on this? Sounds like, okay, we have Supervisor Campbell? All right, sounds like we have consensus on that. Roger, do you need any wordsmithing?
No.
Okay.
The board agrees.
All right, and Supervisor Kirk, you said 2-1?
Yeah, I know we've been talking about, we took back department head evaluations, CAO evaluations. In the finding, the response of 2.1, it says the Board of Supervisors agrees with this finding and has recommended the position of Human Resource Director be brought back to the board. I just want to change that to where it sounds like it might happen, it's in the future, it is going to happen. So how do we just make that more clear? There's not a recommendation, it's a
The board is directed,
order that we're
not
taking it
recommended.
back. Huh?
The board is directed, not recommended.
Right.
Okay, I'm in support of that. Is there any issue with that on the board? Okay, so accepted on 2-1. Okay, next one I had on the list, as we're kind of going through, we're just using the Holland Manifesto at this point. But as we're going through, if we want to snag anything, please just bring it up. Next item is going to be 3-1.
So I read this, I'd assume either, I'll just be straightforward, either it's talking about Anaya or Jaren, so I figured let you guys just answer this one, because it's talking about the Board of Supervisors directly, and it's talking about one member. Me and Steve are not here, so I'm assuming just from the stories, I'm assuming it's one or the other, so I'll let you guys answer it, but I think that it's probably a true statement.
Yeah. One, I want to speak with super respect into it too. Sometimes Anaya and I can be jerks, and everybody has their moments with it. It's all to say, though, that I do agree. I think this says at least one. I do believe that both he and I, and this is not about somebody said something mean. This is within the organization being a certain level of professionalism in our official roles and the expectation that we need to basically function. So I would say that I absolutely agree with the grand jury 100%. This is from personal experience, and I think at least my perception that this was not limited to just myself. Supervisor Kirk, you got volunteered
I kind of feel like I'm being
Mike.
thrown in the ringer here. I didn't bring this up during my interview. I would say at one point every single CAO or department head hasn't acted in a professional manner. I would say that every single board member hasn't acted in a professional manner at one time. So I mean, I could say I partially agree, but I think this is very specific to some issues that potentially you and CAO had. So I'm not trying to undermine you and your perception of how we've all dealt with it, but I don't feel like I'm part of this finding.
So go Jaren's answer then.
Well, it's difficult to talk a bit about some of this because it's very vague to one member, and I don't want Sarah to throw a beanbag at me from the legal counsel.
I will simply vouch and support the statement that, yeah, I think Jaren at times was singled out more.
So we'll just go agree then.
So.
Okay, so agree.
Though we have to see, use the term hostile work environment, and that is a legal definition. I don't think what's being described is a hostile work environment. So
I didn't read that part.
That's why I actually agree with saying that we can neither agree nor disagree with it, or I would say disagree, because if it was a hostile work environment, first of all, that usually doesn't apply when you have a lower, because the county supervisor is above a CAO. And so the implication here is that the CAO is creating a hostile work environment for their superior. I'm sure that that's possible. That's not typical, and that seems kind of strange to me.
I don't think it's referring to that.
I have no idea what it's referring to.
I think,
and that's a bit of the point. That's why we can neither agree nor disagree with it. This is also vague. It's not directed at any one person, so how can we I mean, is that what we're doing, is reading between the lines and trying to decide what this means? Because each of these feels a bit like a Rorschach test, like everybody's reading into it what they want. I think we just need to be clear about the definitions, clear about the findings, and responding to them as they're written, not reading between the lines in what's implied.
And to jump in very quick, and I agree with that, I think what we're looking at is not just a random statement in these things. It is an independent investigation, yes, by citizens and not a professional firm, but something that's valuable that is making a finding. And by default, my recommendation would be we agree with the finding unless we can prove that it is not accurate. They are not saying that this could have happened or not. They are saying this is a finding of what they had from those interviews.
Well, because if we just write it the way it is, Board of Supervisors agree with the finding, and then at the end, the example of the report involving a hostile work environment would have been this implies that there was a hostile work environment complaint and that it was investigated.
So to me, that last bit is irrelevant.
Between the supervisor and the CAO.
So Ryan,
That's what that implies, and
I would just put the Board of Supervisors agree with this finding, period. I mean, I would just put the Board of Supervisors agree with this finding, period. I mean, everything else that's written below there was written by staff, not by us, and this is our finding.
The rest is confusing to me, too. It's odd. So if there's consensus on that, I think that Supervisor Holland's short and sweet approach, Board of Supervisors agree with this finding?
Just real quick, can board members, can we get a copy of this redacted version? Not when it's published, but like what this looks like?
Yes, we'll keep it. Okay, the next one I had on the list, again, jump in if we're missing anything. It goes right to it, but 4-1. Supervisor Holland?
Hold on, I'm reading my notes here.
I'm switching between my notepad and.
I would have to agree with this. I mean, we could name names, but Sarah told me not to, so no naming names. So, yeah, I just think that, again, nice, short, and simple, that we would have to agree with this.
I agree. I will say
somewhat,
that.
maybe I should go somewhat agree. Sorry, maybe I should go somewhat agree, because I don't think it was, I'll go somewhat agree, actually, on that one.
I would add somewhat agree, and this was mentioned or referenced a little bit earlier, at least the context of being there, from what I've seen with it, there was a lot of individual efforts by, I think, pretty much everybody on the board where there were issues being seen that you would hear about and see. The issue was the Board of Supervisors as an entity seemed to be played against each other to prevent the board as a group from taking action while individuals did bring up and have serious concerns. And that was partly that culture and that control of information, but overall, the finding 4.1, I would agree with in that context. It wasn't that nothing was looked at, there was no oversight, but oversight's only effective if the board is able to do its role, and it can only do that with majority votes.
I think what you said, Mike, was that you, kind of like with the last one, would just say agree. I would agree to that.
Yeah, I'm okay with either agree or somewhat agree. Like, I keep things short, right? The lawyers get paid by the word, I don't, so,
I do it for free.
I know. You'd be rich, Darren. You'd be rich.
I'd be fine with that, is that we would change this to agree. Is that?
Yeah, what you said kind of resonated with me as far as I know there were individual board members who tried to address things, but collectively, unless you're a board, we couldn't. I know.
It's a challenging environment we work in. I mean, it's.
No, I'm just saying we as board members try to
limitations.
address things, and unless you have 3 votes, you can't address it.
Right.
So it's that simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. It sounds like we have consensus on that. The next one is.
No, well, so I would say just say agree. So is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Take everything.
All right. We're on to 4.2. Supervisor Holland.
I believe this is 100% true.
Which one are we on?
4-2.
4-2. I concur, 100%.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
All right, sounds like we have consensus on that.
I agree because I asked.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, and then next on the list, Supervisor Holland, I believe 4.3.
I believe, again, this is totally true. I agree, 100%.
I would so far say we strongly agree.
I agree.
Yeah. All right, I hear consensus on that as well. And next one, I believe we're skipping over 5.1 unless there's any issues.
Hold on a minute.
Yes.
Kind of back to that.
Mhm.
Because
5.1.
to 4.3. This can
4.3.
this can continue. So I don't want to labor this on, but should we give any direction on this? Well, I'll for example, I'll give you some direction that I gave CAO Roger Root, which was you can't come to board members and say you don't have 3 votes. So from moving forward, anytime there's an important conversation that needs to be had, the words can't come out of that CAO's mouth that, well, you don't have the votes to do it. No, put it on the agenda. We're going to have a conversation. I think that needs to be put out there, and that needs to be understood that's a big reason why there's a lot of confusion. Because Brown Act, I can't go talk to you and then go talk to you and then go talk to you. But if I have a CAO who says, no, you don't got the votes, okay, well, I don't have the votes then. So
Everybody says, why don't you guys just go out for a beer and solve this stuff? Well, because it's illegal. That's the main reason.
Yeah. So I just want the organization, I want the public to know.
The discussion, not going out for a beer.
No, not going out for a beer. We can.
No, we're not going out for a beer. But if
Scared me
there's
for a second.
if it's a dumb item, if the agendas are a little bit longer, if it's a dumb item, if it's an important item, the reason being is because we're not having those conversations anymore about do we have the votes. It's just put it on the agenda. We'll have the conversation publicly.
Yeah.
Well-
and I wanted to throw a yellow flag in because my internal Sarah is one to reference to that we're talking about senior county administration and county culture. We are not talking about a particular individual, and just to be very clear on that.
So if I could jump in.
Yes, Supervisor Campbell.
I agree with Supervisor Kirk that perhaps some addition here is necessary because the CAO does have a pretty unique and important role when it comes to communicating between board members and what's on the agenda. You know, it's a difficult role where they have to abide by the Brown Act, but then also get the business of the county done. And so I wish I had a suggestion on the wording of it, but some kind of acknowledgement that it is a difficult position and that the CAO does need to be that go-between in some respects between board members and staff.
Supervisor,
I don't know, just an acknowledgement of the fact that it is a difficult job to do and that confusion or bad information can happen.
I think the fix is because it talks about on pertinent issues to be voted on. I just think we should add in the response. We agree, and any pertinent issue to be voted on will be agendized.
Well, I'll just say what we have right now, which we at the point had consensus, was the Board of Supervisors agree. I only wanted to throw in, I completely agree with you. I think the framing or the phrasing of that is incorrect, but being able to say, hey, I think there'd be a lot of opposition, or this looks really challenging, it might need more time. I mean, that's helpful stuff. I think some of the issues came up where I would find something, say another county is doing in CSAC, and I'd bring that into a discussion with senior county administrators or staff and say, hey, what do we think of this? And then that phrase would be used, 3 don't want to do that. Well, how could you possibly know that if I just brought this in and I haven't talked to anybody at the county whatsoever and we have not had any discussions? That was the issue that it was used to stop us from being able to bring these ideas to the rest of the board. Because, of course, then if you don't have a majority, it would be said, well, then we can't put it on the agenda. And it was a catch-22.
It's all the same conversation. I just think somehow we need to craft that.
Yep.
We acknowledge it. Important issues that to be voted on will come before. Discussions will come before the board for vote. It won't be a CAO vote behind closed doors.
If we are good on the language of that, bringing up 4.4, I would recommend the same. The Board of Supervisors agree. I know there were points where directions were given out by the board, or we talk as board members, and it was consistently relayed incorrectly. Not just incorrectly, but completely wrong. I don't know if this was only a.
If we agree, then why are we talking about it, I guess? We agree, so what, are you, if we agree, I thought we were only going to discuss ones that we did.
This says that they received conflicting information. I think what they're talking about is the Board of Supervisors gave instructions, and that was basically incorrect relayed to department heads.
Department heads received conflicting information. That's kind of what it's basically saying.
I'm fine with it the way it is. I think it encompasses what you're.
Yeah. Okay.
Are we going?
I believe it was 6-1.
Item by item, or?
Well, what I'm going with is the list.
I'm looking over your shoulder,
Yeah.
since you're the one that kept
I
the
believe
list.
we're not doing 5-1 unless somebody wanted to do that. So we are skipping some of them, but the next we had on the list of what was brought up was 6-1. Yeah, thank you, Dwayne.
So back to, I agree with this.
6-1.
Short and simple.
Yeah.
I concur.
Inconsistency in terms.
Agree. Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Kerr.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, these are so hard because these aren't like I look at past grand jury reports where it's like airport report, election report, school safety. It's like there's factual things. A lot of this is just opinions within an organization. So it's just, you could say yes to all this stuff. It's just, this is what happens when you delve into personnel issues that are usually confidential. But
well, and
that's
the
like
feeling as well. Is a lot of this is like judging an individual person's performance, and it's like a performance review of one job. And I feel that this whole thing is it's too granular into the work of a CAO, and it doesn't get us anywhere. I mean, I'm fine agreeing with these things, but it's like there are an equal number of people that would have within the organization, perhaps not equal, I don't know, but there are certainly people within the organization that would say the exact opposite of what the people that I guess the grand jury is taking the word of said in this. So,
but Ryan, do you think there's not a theme? Because I mean, they interviewed all the
I
department
do notice
heads,
a theme, actually.
right? So
that's why going into the details of each of these things, I
mean, that's why
I can support it. I can support it. It's just working in an organization. Like, could you imagine going to a local school and having the same questions? Oh, dude, it's just like, so yes, we can support it all.
Well, there's a level of inconsistency that might make sense where you have a department head that has different needs than other department heads. I think the issue was that this is going back to, we had a culture of why was it inconsistent? It was in-group, it was out-group. Though on this one, it is starting to get very much into, well, what's fair support? Is it infinite amount of time? Should 40 hours a week from the CEO be going to the department heads and not the other goals?
So let's just partially agree then.
I would say partial, yeah. And I think you brought up a good point that it's.
I want to see more acknowledgement that these are not easy things to do. When you're the CAO of an organization as large as this, you're going to have people that are not happy. You're going to have people that are not feeling that they're getting enough time. And if you only choose those people to talk to in your interview, you're going to get a very negative response of that CAO.
Well, I think they talked to everybody, didn't they? I don't know if they left anybody on. I mean, maybe a road worker or somebody, but I think they pretty much interviewed a lot of people.
That's an interesting point, because if they did talk to everybody, this opinion or these findings don't give the other side of it. I know that everybody in the county organization is not going to say these things. So they're clearly picking one direction. Now it's the problematic direction, so that makes sense. But there's no acknowledgement that maybe there is some metering of these opinions. So I guess I give more credit to the difficulty of that office, I guess, than.
It's a very difficult job. Just dealing with us 5 is a difficult job, much less the other 700 employees.
And going to the previous ones, I mean, dealing with 5 supervisors that all have 5 different districts, 5 different interests.
Yeah.
There are going to be problems that arise. So,
But
some acknowledgement of that, I think, is worthy.
But this whole report basically boils down, as Mike said, there's a theme here, is that the CAO's office created a culture within this county which led to the feelings of the employees that are now documented, and why we're not just saying, yeah, okay, that we can acknowledge
Again,
that.
we can partially
acknowledge
agree.
that
I think
we can acknowledge that the tail was wagging the dog.
We're saying the same thing, but to Supervisor Campbell's point, I don't think is in disagreement with what you're saying. I think he's only saying that some of this is a matter of flavor and not violation. It's a leadership style or that, and that there's an argument on some of this as to why. I agree, and I think we all agree about the cultural issues that exist and the perception of that and the impacts.
Right, so what this does is it acknowledges that.
Right.
And it also gives this board an opportunity to divide or give direction, including training opportunities, leadership opportunities, so we can move past all of this, so we don't have to go through this again in, God forbid, another 2, 3, 5 years.
Or next year.
Well, next year will be different
Yeah.
issues, I hope.
Yeah.
Your time will come.
So Supervisor Holland, you had mentioned 6.4. I think 6.3 is,
Just for clarity
So
on
this was
6.1, it
partially
was
agree.
partially agree, and we'll eliminate the second half of the.
had partially agree, correct? I only want to throw 6.3, I think is very similar. It does agree, but it mentions that there was discouragement upon expressing concerns. I think it was a much stronger reproach than that when people spoke up about issues. It was not discouragement. I believe 4 is saying that at least one employee said that there was reprisal, and reprisal, I think, is an appropriate term to what I have heard. Well, we're on 6.4, but I think 6.3 and 6.4 are similar. So that's all. Supervisor Holland?
Well, I just noted 6.4, so I believe that, yeah, I mean, if you stepped out of line, you got your hands spanked. So I don't know, I think there was, I don't know if it's all real or perception, but I believe that was I should rephrase that. I believe there is a real perception that went on. I wasn't here, so I don't know the practicality of it, but if the employees believe it was happening, then they would be very reluctant to have conversations with us. Now, I will defer to you three, and maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's my feeling on it from conversations in the past few months, that would tend to make me believe that. But
I would agree with, or change it to, I agree with that, change the finding to be agree. I would also add reprisal to F6.3. It was discouragement and potential reprisal upon expressing concerns. Again, I think discouragement, that's saying like, hey, there's a problem there, and they're like, I'm not sure that that's a huge problem. That's discouragement. That's not what happened.
Well, and I would say, I probably won't carry the day on this, but I would say partially disagree, because I would say the majority of the time we were able to gain consensus on urgent issues. Majority. There were instances and things shared with me where, yes, there was concern about reprisals in certain specific instances. Things like that did happen. So either partially agree or partially disagree, but this makes it seem like the county was grinding to a halt because everybody was afraid to do anything, but that's not what I observed. There were specific instances where things of this nature happened, but that was not the majority or not the standard.
I think in terms of grinding to a halt, because you're right, it wasn't that nobody would do anything, business was still being done. I think when it came to, though, in doing any formal process of acknowledging issues that have come up, and I think we have conversations with staff who, we talk to, we're able to kind of have more personal conversations. That did grind to a halt. I know that there was a lot of people that expressed a concern, and I think there was if not fear, there was a concern that it would in some way be used against them. There's one issue at the beginning of the year, we did a survey to, I think, receive feedback for the board on where our staff were at, where our employees were at. I know that, I'm wrong, the staff department had meetings. It's not anything confidential, right, with attending one of those? No, okay. So in attending that, after we had some administrative change and discussing that, hey, this is an open new culture. We're trying to address it, as mentioned, like we're trying to move forward in a better light. The first question on that survey was, or comment, I don't trust it. It could be used against me. Will you be able to get my IP address? And these weren't from one individual, this was from multiple. That's a really concerning culture of response when you're asking for feedback in a survey, that the assumption is, unless it is truly anonymous, in an IT way, that there's no way we can trust this, so.
Okay, so I say partially agree.
On 6-4?
Yeah.
I would support partially agreeing.
I'm still on full agree, but ditto.
Ditto to what? Full agreeing?
Yeah, I
Supervisor
think-
Kirk?
Yeah, full agree. I mean, I've had plenty of people over the years say things.
Okay, so we have that as full agree, and I think there's an argument for it. I know that there were individuals who did speak out and action was taken, but there was certainly ones that did not, so. All right, that's 6-3 and 6-4, I think with that. How we doing, everybody? Do we want to take, now it's 10:30, how about a little bio break? Be able to use the restroom, get some coffee? All right. Again, silence is complicity in getting coffee, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. That'll be 10:37 when we return. We got thumbs all around. We're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting. Checking in with our league folks. You hanging out for the whole meeting? Okay, all right. You've got an announcement there, so maybe we'll do it at the end of this item and all of it, so. All right, last where we left it was finished up with 6-4. So we're going over, I believe, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 8-1, and into responses. Do we have any that the board would like to pull, or are we good with moving forward? You had, well, what I had was our response 14. I guess maybe that was 1-4?
Yeah, it's 1-4.
1-4.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And R-4.
We are on, it's page 7, R14. Supervisor Holland?
I'm getting there, hold on. My notes say that I'm 50-50 on this one, so I guess maybe it was for a bigger conversation with us as a whole. Because I think we're already talking about doing this anyways, that we're talking about posting these positions internally and externally. I don't know if we necessarily need a policy, or is that just like our board direction? I don't know. That's why I put 50-50 on there, just to kind of like where everybody felt about it.
I believe that'd be a question for our CEO to weigh in on.
Yeah, so I think this is an area that's addressed within our personnel rules and the update in our personnel rules that will be coming to the board soon.
So
we can change the response.
To that it will be implemented?
That it will be implemented through the personnel rules versus the directly from the Board of Supervisors.
A couple of comments on that. So not that you can't change it, but remember your personnel rules have to be met and conferred with your union, and we haven't done that yet. So what we have in place right now are the ones from 1997. The other review should be coming forward very shortly, but we're still gonna go through the meet and confer process. So I guess I would hesitate to say that it will be implemented until we actually go through the meet and confer process and we know if we can get agreement with the unions about that time period. Because they're very specific about what they're asking for. Is the internal and external recruitment's minimum of 3 weeks. So I just wanted to put that out there for your board's consideration.
So maybe we wordsmith that a little different, that we tentatively plan on implementing something depending on meet and confer process. And we'll leave it a little open, because obviously us picking a time frame is what we want to pick versus what the grand jury picks.
Right, and
So
you could say something like it requires further analysis because we'll be meeting and conferring with our labor unions regarding the personnel rules, something like that.
Okay, so I was 50-50 on this one, so I don't have a
Or
strong.
will be reviewed for implementation or something like that. I'm fine with that language.
Okay.
Looking at one with R12, I was going to have this more so at the end. As mentioned, the grand jury says that the greatest limitation is the 1-year time frame. One of the challenges, I think, with this grand jury report is they're effectively looking at every department, every senior official working with elected officials. The scope of it is massive. It's massive compared to, I think, some of the other, say, their roads report, where it's at least narrow, but it's just complicated. I wanted to recommend that in our response, we offer that the courts be able to continue a second year of the grand jury that we would assist in paying for, to either reconvene that or have some crossover so that they can continue having these interviews. Part of the process problems, where you get a complicated topic, you train a grand jury, there's a certain amount of time for them to just understand the issue, and then new information's coming in all the time, that once that 1 year's up, you've now got probably the most capable grand jury to do a 1-year investigation, but their time's up and they're disbanded.
I think they just set a new grand jury like today or last week or tomorrow or something, so I don't
Right.
know if, I see what you're saying, I'm not sure what number
It would
we're on,
be
but-
not interrupting the annual grand jury that they convene and acknowledging it is only a request. We do not have the authority to make them do it, but that if they would be willing to have 2 grand juries, one that continues in looking and providing more specificity into this, I think that would be good for the public and it would be good for us because they are now effectively a citizen audit committee, and I think county processes could use that.
Well, so with that being said, I think, I hear what you're saying. On the face, I kind of agree, but in the body, I disagree. Only from the aspect of the grand jury chooses what they want to hear, right? So the grand jury is going to choose what they're going to investigate. They get people sending them in things that they want to have investigated. So I say let them choose what they want, point one. And then point two, now that we've gone through this process, we are actively looking for a CAO. Not that Roger's not the guy, but we're going to do that, right? So let us learn from what has been provided and moving forward, and let our internal policies guide us without having another watchdog, that poorly phrased, not having an outside group saying you need to do this while we haven't gotten our feet under us yet.
Well, if there's no, I still think that we should have 2 grand juries, one of them being a continuing grand jury. I'm not hearing any support for that, so I'll drop it. The next, I believe we did 1.4. I had 4.4 from you, Supervisor Holland.
Yeah, my notes were, we completely missed the point on this, so now I gotta look at what I meant by that, because I was doing these late last night, but. Yeah, so I guess my point was, we're saying we're not gonna do it because maybe the grand jury used the wrong term, the governance manual, or basically the ordinance code or something. So I think my point was, we're missing the point was, yeah, we hear what they're saying, yes, we identify that there's a problem, and yes, we're gonna update it in the appropriate document, whatever that happens to be. I don't know which, I'll leave that to Sarah what the appropriate document is, but I think that's what I meant by we missed the point.
I agree with that
Even though
sentiment too.
It's not appropriate for the governance manual, it could be somewhere else.
Does that apply to some of the others here too? I would throw that out, that there are multiple sections on this recommendation area that talk about, we're not going to do it because it doesn't fit the governance manual, or it's done through a more ad hoc, an evaluation process and that. Does that apply to all of these? I would say yes.
Yeah, 6.1 and 6.2 is basically, I got kind of the same notes on that.
Yeah.
Is this one like, yeah, they might have used the wrong terms. I think we hear what they're saying. We need to change it, and we'll change it in the appropriate.
We're going to review this for an appropriate place because we
Yes.
agree that this is a concern, something like that.
Yes.
Or something that should be set.
Yep.
All right. If there's no disagreement, is that adequate direction to, Sergeant Dory, to wordsmith that later?
Yeah, it looks like there's several recommendations where we said will not be implemented, where we can say will be implemented, and through the different methods. Sometimes it's the ordinance code, sometimes it's through the evaluation, so we can correct that.
It sounds
Yeah.
like something beyond just the evaluations, some policy, some place, something that says this is a best practice.
Yeah, because I don't think we should tell them, no, we're not going to implement it because they used the wrong manual it should go in. I think we understand what they're trying to say, and so the point earlier, we have to have a little self-interpretation, like, yeah, we get it, let's just fix it.
All right.
That's all for me.
That sounds clear enough. All right. And Supervisor Holland, you on your list 6.1 and 6.2. Okay.
It's the
Do-
same thing we're talking about.
Do we have anything else? Any other board member wanted to poll on this, this particular report, hiring practices? Okay, seeing none, staff, do you have adequate direction on these items?
Yes, we do.
Yes, thank you. So with that, we'll be opening public comment on this item, just as a reminder, and thank you for that too. Change it up a little bit, but we want to be able to hear from people in a reasonable time frame. So we'll be opening it up report by report. You'll be able to speak at each of those, but we're requesting that that is going to be limited to this section of discussion on this particular report in our discussion. So we'll open up public comment for that to anybody in the room. You'll have 3 minutes, and you know the deal with the beep. Welcome back.
Thank you. So just some observations that I had. I heard perhaps more than one of you mention conceptually that every agency, every workplace maybe has an in and an out crowd. My one thought about that is a question. Should it? I would offer an observation that it should not. And you talked about, or one of you talked about, I can't remember who, I didn't write that down. How do we even make a recommendation about that? It's a leadership expectation. And what I would make an observation about is that your county staff took time through the HPO process to bring forward to this board the concept of competency cards. And I know, you know, some folks maybe folks didn't read them, but it is an 83-page document about what we believe and what we want for our most competent employees in the county of Tuolumne. And I would observe that the in and out crowd issue is one that is addressed by leaders who have good relationship building skills, have self-objectivity, who are able to see in themselves the inclination to do that and to do differently or better, the ability to manage a team and what that looks like, and then quite frankly, for our highest leaders to have high standards. Just because something is doesn't mean that it should be. And I heard there's always this conversation about perception versus opinions versus reality. And I heard you earlier, right? Two sides and then the truth. The reality is that this is one way for you to interpret these reports. Might be that this is a portion of your community's performance review of yourselves and of us as a county organization as a whole. So it will in fact contain perception. It will in fact contain opinions, and it may highlight what the majority of those opinions are, but that's because the minority of the opinions didn't carry the day. And so when we are thinking about how we choose to walk through this conversation, I am so incredibly appreciative of the leadership that I saw demonstrated in the last hour and a half. These are not easy conversations. These are not easy things for us to be talking about. And so I really appreciate how you all walked that path. And so thank you.
Great, thank you. Again, this is trying to limit as much as we can just to the differential treatment and hiring practices report. We will open it up for the other reports as well as we go through them. Sheriff, welcome.
Thank you. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. Always start with gratitude. So thank you. Thank you for having this conversation in the public. Thank you for giving us the ability to hear how you think in this moment of high reflection. Some of the things that I thought about while I've been listening to this conversation over the last year, or over the last hour and the last year, actually, is that this board can't do it alone. And I hear a lot in these grand jury responses about senior county administration and what's, you know, it's a very powerful position. It's a very controlling position. It's very limiting in some areas strategically when it comes to governance. And I can say that if the two visions aren't aligned, right, this is what we experience. The board having one vision and maybe some of that vision going the other way. That's been my experience over the last year and several months. You can't do it alone. You need to rely also on the electeds, and this is a call to all the department heads and the elected department heads, however you want to refer to yourself, to speak up and have those relationships, to give that information to your elected partners and say, here are some things that I'm seeing, here's what the flavor is. Because I can say, with confidence that every time I've ever brought up an issue since I've taken office, it's been dealt with. Now, it might have taken a little bit longer than I wanted, but these things take strategy. They take correction in appropriate ways that are always going to take a little bit longer. As for talking about positions flying, all that, I'll tell you right now, I've observed all those things. And 9 times out of 10, I've provided developmental feedback, not to just board members, but also to grand jury and everything else. I've seen it firsthand. I could give you a handful of examples. I'm not going to. We're going to talk about where we're at now. This is a great thing moving forward. Difficult conversations. I would just say that the theme when it comes to hiring practices, and I really appreciate Roger's comments, being able to step out there and say, I got an idea. Here's an example. Is that let's focus on creating the opportunity to be equal while knowing that the outcome might not necessarily be equal. And I think that if we tailor some of the responses or we utilize that doctrine into what it means to have an equal opportunity employing agency, I think we'll find that that's where the balance is, that the opportunity is equal for everybody who should try to seek that, but the outcome might not necessarily be equal, and that's where the meaningful process comes in. I'm very proud of this board right now with what we're doing and what we're talking about. I think it should be very meaningful to the public and also to the staff who are there with you and have lived this and experienced this. So thank you for the leadership. Much appreciated.
Great. Sheriff, thank you. Do we have other additional public comment on the unfunded liabilities and differential hire? Sorry, not unfunded liabilities. I already pulled up the next one there. Differential treatment and hiring practices report. Welcome back.
Well, I want to thank our district attorney and our sheriff being much nicer than I am. And I do appreciate very much that you chose to have this conversation in the public and allowing people to comment, because it is, I don't want to use the word indictment, but it is a reflection of how they feel about you and how they see your positions. And there should be a method for people to speak up and tell you things that maybe you don't want to hear, that you don't then turn around and publicly attack them. I just ask you to be careful about that. So I went through all your little reports, and I kind of agreed with Mr. Holland on just about everything. You should be agreeing with things. And a lot of these things I heard myself, or I saw it myself, and I thought the in and out crowd was very blatant. And I saw a lot of mean girl behavior, and I heard a lot of department heads that were attacked. And I know that there were at least 3 positions, I agree with Mr. Griefer, that were filled for people who weren't qualified. But people have the option to hire who they want. And there were certainly multiple violations of the Brown Act, and the CAO should not serve as a conduit for serial meetings between board members. And he or she should not be communicating to any of you how many people are in agreement or not agreement. That is just so wrong. So I just really appreciate this. I think you need to be careful about telling the grand jury what they can and cannot do, because that is not in your jurisdiction. And it kind of all boils down for me to don't be an asshole.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this report? All right, going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment on that report and move on to the next one, which is on unfunded pension liabilities. It'll be 2. All right, Roger.
So this will probably be one of the most challenging ones, where we have Donnie in the room to assist with the unfunded liabilities. And our Public Works Director, Blossom, is also here. As you are aware, she took over facility maintenance several months ago. So she'll be assisting with the deferred maintenance. I'm hoping that I can help her out as much as possible with that too, as I worked with facilities for quite a while in between their previous director and where they're at today. So with that, we can go through the same process where if you have items you want to pull, we'll identify those and we'll start going down the list.
think that's great. All right, we'll bring it back to the board of any particular findings that we would like to pull. I know that there's a F2 and F9 on my list. Supervisor Holland?
Okay.
Your manifesto, please.
My manifesto. I will take F4. I will take F5. I'll take F7. F10.
Wait. Okay. F7, there we go.
Did you get F10? F10.
All right.
Let me check the pages here. I think my highlighter ran out of ink at that point, so yeah.
Good. Do we have additional ones too? As we're going through, we'll throw ones on there. Okay. Great. So with that, beginning with F2, the reason I wanted to comment on this, one, I wanted to say I appreciate the grand jury recognizing some of the investments and the 115 account, which is significant progress to starting a solution to our unfunded pension liability. So I like that. I think this reflects it. Thank you to staff for kind of including that. I think this section, though, is actually needs to be more negative. I think the grand jury on this actually missed the ball by not being more critical. We have taken some good steps. We have put some money aside. We have an investment account, but we are dealing with a very substantial pension bubble from 300 hospital employees before that had been let go, which are in their retirement. This is a wave that has not been created pretty much by anybody in this room, but that is effectively half of the current workforce of the county retiring, no longer paying into it. I know we had stats that came back before that we used to about 1.5 employees paying in for every one drawing. That change and them retiring and hitting that age is now, I think, 1.1 to 1. That has substantially increased and ballooned our unfunded liabilities. So all to say is I think this needs to be more negative. I think this is not a success story. It's the beginning to progress being made, but we have a $160 million pension unfunded liability. So my recommendation to the board would be we appreciate the grand jury, but actually this is an area that needs a plan and I don't think has a plan right now.
So we agreeing with them or disagreeing? I'm lost. Sorry.
They said that we've made strides towards reducing them, which I do agree with. What they did not mention and what is not talked about here is the most important finding, and this is more for the public benefit than the grand jury response benefit, is that this suggests everything's on track from their perspective. It is not.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
It is a start. $2 million is great. It's a $160 million problem. So my recommendation is, because people will be reading this next year, next board, other people getting elected, whoever it is, at whatever time, new staff, they'll be using this as a record of the time. I think we should put our current pension obligations and some of these concerns about the hospital employment. I don't know if Donnie has information. I know we've asked about that on pension liability specific to kind of that retiring group because it's so big, but to give more detailed info. I will get off my grandstand right now if there's no support for that, but I think we need to use this opportunity as an educational opportunity of how bad this problem is.
I'll just say that we've had this conversation about PERS in the past. We know it's so big and so expensive that it's really not that there's nothing we can do because we are paying it down, but there has to be more direction coming from the legislators because every single county is getting hit really hard with this and it's ballooning. So the solve isn't that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is going to fix it. It's that, no, it needs to be a legislative fix, just like we have a $300 million road problem and we get a couple $1 million a year. We have to acknowledge it's just a bigger conversation than we can really report out in a grand jury report. So I agree that it's a bigger problem, but I think if we just stick with what their finding was and that we agree, and I'm guarantee you we're going to be talking more about the PERS liability like we have in the past. But that's my understanding where the conversation's headed, is there has to be some legislative action towards this item.
I think there's something happening in states, some locally, maybe without changing anything else in it, adding a section at the end, which is saying, here is the current status of our debt, and there is a lot more to do, and we will propose bringing back a longer-term plan on how to address it.
Well, remember,
hopefully that will be legislative action.
So remember, we actually don't totally know what our unfunded liabilities are until the audits are completed, because it could swing $20, $30, $40 million, depending over the next couple audits of how that could possibly change. So I think we do have to have a plan, but we need to get all caught up and then, but
I think
whatever you
that'd be
guys
part
want
of the
to write,
plan.
like, I'm totally confused on this one. Like, I agree with what they're saying, so whatever you want to put in there is fine.
It's extra agree. So anyway, that's the recommendation, is
Extra
at our
agree?
current approximate unfunded liability, and that we're committing to bringing a plan back on that. That can be a 10, 20-year plan, but I would like to see the finance committee, I think this is perfect work for a finance committee to review.
I don't think this is appropriate position for this. I think the response our response is that exactly as it is. We can have that discussion like Supervisor Kirk said, but I don't think we should add anything additional to this. Just leave it as is.
All right. I'm not hearing any support for it, so we will move on. Supervisor Holland, you had F4 cited?
F4.
Feels like we're playing Battleship.
Yes. So I fully agree. So there's a couple of notes in here in a couple spots. So the Board of Supervisors, I put that we fully agree with that. And then further down, it also talks about how the board disagrees with the growth in ECU classifications. I think, again, that we fully agree that that is true. I mean, we're working on solving that problem right now. In fact, even possibly later today. And then again, it talks about the board disagrees further down, and so I think, again, we should be back to agreeing with it. I think there's no misunderstanding that this is, when you read it, the ECU was, I think there is a clear understanding of what the ECU to get in there was. I think it was maybe misused, and so I think we're reaffirming and clarifying that. I think that's on the agenda for later today, if I remember right. And that we're moving those things around, and they have significant impacts on the county budget. I mean, it's not $10 million, but it will be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So anyways, that's all I had on that.
I have a question.
Supervisor Kirk?
It's for council or CAO. In years past, publicly, I brought up the EC unit. I brought up closed session, my concerns with it growing, with how it was being utilized. I was told then by the CAO that it was going to be corrected, addressed, fixed. And then I found out recently within the last 6 months that it wasn't, it was actually, I think it was in October I found out it wasn't fixed. So I actually wrote about it in the blog. So now I'm being told that it's going to be fixed again. What's the actions to confirm that this is actually going to be corrected?
Well, there is an item on the agenda for today, which moves several members of that unit to a different unit and creates classifications for them to move into in the new unit. We will continue to look at the classifications that are in that unit, and if they qualify, and continue bringing those back to the board as they are identified. And we also have some discussions regarding just the executive confidential unit as a whole and the positions in that do qualify and the status of all those positions that are in there. So there's going to be more discussions brought to the board regarding the executive confidential group. But we are starting really today with the first action item of creating those new positions and moving classifications.
So you kind of answered my second question, which is, why does it take a board member to get complaints from staff and from other people to bring about personnel changes? Are we reviewing the policies? Are we reviewing these items? Are the professionals reviewing them to say, that doesn't make sense, let's correct it? Because it's frustrating as a board member to have to catch things that I feel like potentially the electeds or the department heads, and I'm not throwing anybody in the bus because I know we're moving in the right direction, but like what's your response to staff need to be looking at the policies and updating them and not be relying on board members to tell them to do their job?
Well, we do have our HR director here, but just as to why some of the things take the time that it does is, there is a process to meet and confer with the different groups that are impacted. We do have to meet with staff. We do have to notify staff. And a lot of the staff that are in executive confidential are in positions that they wouldn't have been in if they hadn't been put in those positions by the previous administration. And so we're trying to make these changes with as minimal fiscal impact to the staff that are going to be forced to move out of their current positions. So I think that plays a big part in it. But I do think that with your HR staff that you have today, they're taking a more active approach at reviewing all the positions than what they did in the past, based on board direction and based on a lot of the information that we've received from staff and from the grand jury reports. So I think it is something that's become more of a priority for county staff today than what it was in the past.
And I'll simply close by saying I have noticed, Karen's in the room, thank you. I've noticed that there's been, since the change in leadership, there's been the ability to walk some of these things out. So I will acknowledge that and thank you.
I wanted to weigh into this too, because I think, and this is just kind of looking at the social media chatter and the discussion, that, okay, well, there's been massive growth in the executive confidential unit. To clarify with it, because we've had presentations of the comprehensive kind of budget presentation here that happened, I don't know, about a year ago or 9 months ago or whatever it was. Sometimes I think this is interpreted as like, oh, well, there's just been this massive hiring spree. I think the issue here is classification that I don't think violates the law, but is trying to get around to have that flexibility in a way that doesn't make sense. But most of these positions were positions that were already within departments. It's about the classification. Correct me if I'm stepping out of line on any of this. There were, I remember in, I think it was 2022, we, maybe it was 21, I think had hired 2 additional code compliance officers, a front desk for animal control, the housing specialist, which I think was viewed as a very positive position, as well as a natural resource specialist. And then, if I'm forgetting any, it was approximately 7 positions, which was about a 1% increase overall in staffing that brought in actually tens of millions in grants over that period of time. So I only want to throw out that I do agree. This was something that was confusing and used as a very weird tool in it, and I'm happy that we're getting away from it. I do want to say that I actually like our response here, because it's saying that it's had a significant impact on the county's budget. That's a very subjective word. What is significant? Well, $100,000 is significant. $10,000 is significant. $1,000 is significant. In terms of the county budget, though, where we say, for me, significant in this context is it's relevant to why we are in a financially difficult position, and it's not significant to that. PERS is significant. Deferred maintenance is significant. Unfunded mandates are significant. But grants are actually one of the ways we've supplemented and been able to exist. I also agree, related to the grant-funded positions, though Supervisor Kirk has brought this up multiple times, and I agree, it wasn't well presented that, yes, they can become vested, and we are then having to do PERS obligations forever, so they are not free. If we can take a position we'd pay for and be able to have that paid for by a grant, which is something we commonly do, we are then able to have that person for up to 5 years effectively working on something. That is a good deal for taxpayers, even if there is somewhat of a long-term obligation. And we just talked about the PERS obligations. It is not driven by grant-funded employees who are getting this money coming in. We have a lot of pre-PEPRA, PERS Classic, pre-2013 employees. We have a lot of hospital employees. That bubble is not from a new hiring spend. It is from 300 extra employees we used to have. So all to say is I actually agree with this response as it's written. Yes, Supervisor Griefer.
Right. So I think the first thing we need to do is make sure we get Mike's comments on here, corrections, so that we can agree or disagree on moving forward on that. But something you said which struck with me is a significant financial impact equals layoffs. That's a significant financial impact. When we're paying for people who should not be receiving or receiving the compensation because they weren't either eligible for it or it was used as a tool, and now we have to look back and fix it, right? Those people that got laid off, right? That's a significant financial impact. That's what we need to look at. So I say we move on. Let's get the corrections made, but never forget that every decision we make has a financial impact on somebody.
Mm-hmm. But let me point out, this has 2 things. One, this is saying that the growth in that has had a significant impact. The other is saying the grant-funded positions are, if I'm understanding correctly, not something to be good. Where we are looking at sing for your supper type positions.
If I could interrupt, we're talking about something where I feel that there's broad agreement on. So I appreciate the expansion of the context, but we have several more of these to get through.
Well, that's maybe if you can clarify. My understanding was the recommendation was, yes, agree with the first, but the other 2 you wanted to change.
Okay.
Which is
But
why,
you motivated me to change my answer. How about we just go, the board of supervisor fully agrees with this, and we will have it resolved in the next 180 days, or the next whatever amount of months, because we're already in this process. All this rest of stuff, I mean, we agree with everything they're saying, that ECU classification over the last 5 years is cost and impact, yes, all that is true. So why don't we just put the board of supervisors agrees with this, and the problem will be rectified shortly, or something like that. I don't know, I mean, all the rest of that, I don't know what that does.
and that's the core
but-
point, because this is such a long one, this really is 3-in-1. I don't agree with that. I think when we talk significant financial impact, you're saying layoffs are significant, and I completely agree. These, in my opinion, did not cause that. We had much more significant expenses, and I agree with many of
Right,
those.
I understand.
That did cause that.
I get where you're coming from, and I fully agree with what Supervisor Campbell said, but the reality is that people were in this classification when they shouldn't have been, right?
And I think we all agree on that.
And the board knew about it, so,
I believe it was
and the board knew
following
about
the
it.
law, but it was related to the larger administrative dysfunction.
You can split it however you want. The reality is that the grand jury's report is very simple. It says there was significant growth in the ECU classification. True statement, right? I agree with Mike. Just leave it on there. Say the Board of Supervisors agree with this finding, and let's move on.
We agree with the first part of it. The second part, that is driving our financial issues and our PERS obligation problems, is false. That's where I'm calling an issue with. So I'm saying that actually, rather than their finding, I agree with staff where the first part,
So
fully
can
agreed,
we-
but the second two parts, I agree that
we
it
just-
needs more context.
Can we just remove the significant just say it has caused impact to the county's budget, CalPERS obligations, because it has, there's an impact.
There is some.
It's just not crazy, it's not crazy like we think. So I would.
And that would satisfy me, I think. I don't want people to be misled that this is driving the financial issue of the county.
Yeah, if you don't
That
know
is
our
so much
budget and you
more
read that, you
complicated.
might think that's the reason why we have a budget
Right.
problem. So let's just say it has caused an impact to the county's budget and CalPERS obligations, which it has. Any financial decision, any hiring has an impact to the budget.
Good mediation, I'm good with that.
Good?
We good with that?
Okay, thank you.
All right, excellent. Hey, thanks for letting me be a stickler on that one. Okay, Supervisor Holland, F5.
Again, I think we should agree with this. That's pretty much clear cut.
Personally, I'm fine with partially agrees. I think there is some understanding of it, but as mentioned, this wasn't discussed as adequately as it should have been, but. Is there any agreement on that? Do we want to maintain it?
I'm fine with it the way it is.
Yeah, I'm fine with it how it is.
That's fine, all right. I can live with
Okay,
that.
so is that, if that's all right, no change there. Supervisor Holland, you said next was F7?
6, again, I just think that we should agree with it.
See, that's the part where you're going too fast, I couldn't keep up typing. It was right at that moment. All right, F6.
I think we should agree with that, well, I don't think that there was, I guess I should word that back. I guess maybe partially agree maybe is the right answer, because I think we do have a clear path moving forward. We just got done discussing that. I don't think that there was I'm not in delusion that when Tracy was in charge, she did not understand what the ECU was and who should be in there. I just think she just used it as she wanted to. So, so maybe partially agree is the right answer, because I don't think it was like nobody knew what this was or how it to be applied.
And to clarify, this is the entire county, the board, admin, senior
Sorry.
officials.
The former
Yes.
county administrator. Want me to word it differently?
I would say it's the whole county and all decision-making
Well,
in it.
But not all the whole county puts people in the ECU.
I mean, we have, so let's settle it. How many people do we have in ECU right now? And then what is the fiscal impact of that from a benefit standpoint? Because many of those ECU positions they're grant funded, right? So the real fiscal impact is going to be to benefits and pension, or, health benefits, pension. What is that? And are we talking about billions of dollars here, millions of dollars here, hundreds of thousands? it makes a difference because the implication is that this is a really significant cost to the county and I'd say we were told it wasn't. So if it is, then I would say there's a pretty significant issue there. If it's not, then it's consistent with what we were told, so.
That number is in the packet for the EC, but the number before the previous cuts was 60, and now we're at 47 people in that group right now.
Okay.
With more changes to come. One of the things that is not mentioned here, if I could add real quick, with the question about there's no clear plan to monitor the ECU growth in the future, I think we need to put a statement in there that the moving the purview of the Human Resources Director underneath the board helps control that growth in the ECU, because then the board have oversight on that piece with the HR Director, and that is something that we do have that we are going to be bringing back to the board.
And so it's difficult to monitor when a lot of these are individual decisions, but my understanding of the rationale of why was flexibility. Flexibility in this context was kind of a wolf in sheep's clothing for basically undermining collective bargaining in some way where you had more flexibility with hiring and firing. To Supervisor Campbell's point, I think even the benefits are technically paid for out of the grants, right? And you don't get pension until 5 years, if I'm correct on, and so it's actually this great investment in that way. Talking about, well, we're reducing the size of it. If those folks were not in the executive confidential unit, they were in a bargaining unit. Now, we would have to go through a process that's somewhat different with it, but it's not to say, well, we wouldn't have done layoffs. We're only talking about where those were classified. We still would have done approximately the same dollar value of layoffs because we have the same dollar value of problem, correct? Is that fair to say?
But I think the issue is that how did we get here? We got here because people were put in that category when they shouldn't have been.
Right.
Right.
Well,
But what is that? What's the problem with that category? The problem is
That's not-
misclassification,
Did
not
you
an
hear what you just said?
increase.
What is the problem with that? We had people in
I'm not saying that I don't know. I'm
that
asking
they
to define
shouldn't
it.
have been in.
Well,
Right.
can I go back to where, so Roger, you had said that we had 60 employees in the ECU, now we have 47, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's 13.
Yes.
That we no longer have. Were those all people that were incorrectly in the ECU?
Those are the positions that were eliminated during the budget process in March
Okay,
at midyear.
so not all of those positions were improperly in the ECU then? So, because some of those were,
Yeah,
Or
some
layoffs
were and
for-
some were not.
okay, so how many were incorrectly in the ECU?
I don't know if we can answer that right
Well,
now. We can.
The point
we
is
can go
that
back.
out of 60, it's less than 13. So what is it, like half a dozen maybe? So this huge issue about half a dozen positions, and we're only talking about probably benefits and not necessarily salary if it's grant funded. What's the scale of the problem? It's less than 13 employees.
Well, can I push back a little bit? Because in my other life, my other job, if you put somebody in a classification improperly, it could actually be the hiring authority's job on the line. So it is a pretty,
I get
big.
it. And I'm not arguing
Sure.
that it's not an issue. It's the fiscal aspect of it.
Okay. Right.
That we're going broke because we have all of these people in ECU that shouldn't be there because we're playing favorites and that is the story that I'm inferring from this report, and that's not the story that I actually
And I hear
see.
the same from the public reading that and saying, oh, well, it's blowing up as though these were all new hires. And I think we're saying the same. The classification issue is serious, and I don't hear anybody disagreeing.
Okay.
It's the impact. It's the financial impact. Those employees we chose to hire would have been in another unit, and we still would have had to do the same things. The financial impact's very low. This is saying that the ECU growth is the problem. If we were hiring too much, and I don't think we were with that, it's not the ECU growth that's the issue. It would be employment growth. The ECU thing is just a matter of who should be in what classification and what their terms are.
I mean, that is correct. I mean, later today, we are having an item on the agenda of removing more people from the ECU, so maybe that's the better question. Yeah, some of the people previously were removed that weren't supposed to be in there, but then we have a whole nother batch that's coming up today. And you're right, I mean, ECU is not what's driving the budget problem, to Ryan's point, 100%. But it is another drop in the bucket, or another, however you want to put it. Every extra dollar that's spent or shouldn't be spent in a certain way is still one less dollar we have in the kitty for paving a road or doing anything else we need to get done. So that is definitely not the thing that's causing the budget woes. But it is one item. I think it's like, again, it's like a drop in the bucket, you know, not that it's one drop, but you know what I'm saying? It all adds together, a little bit here, a little bit there.
And I agreed to bring it back. We have a response and a finding here. Are we okay with, because we're talking about this because the idea was we wanted to change this. I am okay with how this is written. Unless there's a recommendation on changing it. I believe, Mike, you were the one to. Yeah.
The only recommendation
Supervisor
I want to
Kirk?
make is it says there's no clear plan to monitor ECU growth. We can just have that as part of the budget conversation.
Well, I think we do. I mean, I think we are doing the monitoring. I mean,
Right,
Karen's
so
on
we
top
need to
of it right
update
now.
that to say that we do have a plan, it's part of the budget, or if it's part of the HR performance evaluation, like, I know I've been talking about this for a couple of years, like, it's getting addressed, and it's gonna continue to be on my mind moving forward, so we need to update, not saying there's no clear plan, but the plan is, so what's the plan? Is it to do it during performance evaluation, or is it to do, have a little line item during the budget?
Perhaps.
Like another little graph.
Perhaps county staff are aware of the fiscal impact. Every position has the county's annual budget and plan to develop what you're saying, a more specific ECU tracking.
Yeah, just have a little spreadsheet with a little graph. Here's the
Right.
ECU unit, here's the growth, here's the fiscal impacts.
With that,
Easy peasy.
all right. And as for consensus on that with Supervisor Kirk's points, if staff have a clear enough direction on it, Roger? Clear as mud?
It's clear as mud. So the plan is that we more frequently bring back a status with the rest of our projections and that kind of stuff of where the ECU.
Track it,
Yeah.
basically.
No
right?
problem. Yep.
All right, so sounds like track it, but nothing too much change. Supervisor Holland, F7?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Oh, we're on to 7? Again, 7 is talking about that there's a perception that ECU classifications have been misused. I think that's true. I think there is been a perception of that, and it probably is true. Not just a perception, I think it was true. So that's just my opinion.
Borrowing a page out of your book, I would leave it as the Board of Supervisors agrees. This is saying there is a perception. I do think it was misused, if not in a legal sense, in a violation of the law. I don't think it was used appropriately.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of things doesn't necessarily break the law.
It's not just a perception.
It's just not good management practices, maybe, not best management practices.
Well, but the finding is that there is a perception, so we agree with the finding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just made note that this is all true, that it's not just perception, I think it was true.
Yeah.
It wasn't just
So
a perception.
are we
that
pulling
it's
items
true.
that we agree on, or are we,
I think
so
we
do we
agree
agree on this or disagree?
We agree,
I would
guess.
just go stronger, but I'm fine with, I mean, it is addressing their finding. I think what we're saying is a step further than what their finding was, is we agree there is a perception, we also agree there's a real issue.
Correct.
But,
I'm fine with that.
okay. So, looking up, I believe the next one I had was F9. So on F9, it's talking about the capital improvement plan. This is something we've discussed. It's brought up a lot. I do think there is, as it's mentioned, a lack of clarity based on kind of the requirements in that, but also the necessity of having a SIP. So, I don't know. I think between the ordinance code of what the job for the CAO is and the expectation of having in a CAO's office a SIP, it was brought up constantly. Just, that was the big question is a SIP actually what's really needed?
So-
And could I, go
Go,
ahead.
go, Ryan.
Supervisor Campbell and then
All right,
Holland.
I'll go first. This area, we've talked about being grateful for the work that the grand jury has done on this. So I'm gonna chime in on this and say that, because the deferred maintenance for the county is something that I know all of us have grappled with from the beginning. And it's it's one of the most disheartening and difficult problems because we're so behind the eight ball that it's hard to see a way out. And I've grappled with the idea of a capital improvement plan and the cost associated with that. It's funny, the way the grand jury approached this is almost exactly how I have approached it throughout my career as a supervisor. I've kind of come to the conclusion that just off the top of my head, just me, one person off the top of my head, I can think of $5 million in deferred maintenance that we could do today if we had the money. And so, and I'm sure you talk to anybody in facilities or anybody that works in a building that doesn't have air conditioning half of the year, they could say the same thing. So I think really what we need to talk about is how to be strategic about, since we don't have a big pot of money to spend this, how do we very strategically set out those things? And so all of that to say, I agree with the where the grand jury's going with it. It's just the answer to that is, I guess, a little bit disappointing. Might be a little bit disappointing to the grand jurors.
I completely, Supervisor Holland.
So yeah, I agree with what Ryan's saying. I look at, and 9 and 10 kind of go together, that I don't need to spend a bunch of money on a report to tell me our buildings, half of the buildings are falling apart. I'd rather just spend the money on working on the buildings than get a report that says, oh, by the way, your building's falling apart. No, I won't use the profanity. No kidding. I can walk over and see it with my own eyes. I think our county staff can throw together a list that will take us a long time to burn through before we get it completed. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's why I kind of pulled 10 was like, it's not that I'm disagreeing with you, but like, I don't want to spend the money on a report. I'd rather spend it on repairs. We spend enough on reports that we do nothing with, but put them on a shelf. And that's what this would be.
I hear the same in the discussion we had a few times at the board, and the way I think about it is I want to fix buildings, I don't want to buy paper. We had a lot of bringing things forward where we're buying paper, and I'd rather take 200 grand for a SIP and put it to going and actually fixing that HVAC system. So I'm going to recommend, in the sake of time, there's a number of findings here. They're all kind of related to that. I think what we're saying is the grand jury is recognizing an important issue, which is the deferred maintenance, but the simplest thing is, well, you haven't done a SIP. Well, the SIP doesn't fix it. So I think we're agreeing that they're identifying this as a problem, but maybe the recommendation to staff is to, in our responses, amend that feedback there to suggest, here's what we are doing, and put the focus less on whether we have a paperwork plan.
I think it's in there that some of the county staff is formulating a plan right now. They're working on basically making an internal SIP, and I think that's what we should go off of if, or, at least give us a road guide.
F11 as an example, it says, well, we agree, there's not a plan as in the ordinance code. The last one was approved. Now, we're not also putting in there that our recommendation is to change the ordinance. We're just saying that, yes, it's a violation. I think we should say, this is not something like, yes, you're recognizing it is not currently up to date. There's a reason it's not up to date. We don't want to spend money on something that's not actually helping anybody when we got all these problems, right?
Yeah.
So you're right, but there's a few sections in here where it should take a stronger statement. Supervisor Campbell, did you have a?
There's one of the findings they talk about that we don't have timelines or date. It's finding 13, that there's no prioritization or dates associated, and so there's no way to properly budget or plan for these projects. That is, they're exactly right. And it is a serious problem, and I don't quite have the answer for it, because usually when we have a project where we do have those things, we do have it prioritized, we have a date for it, we know how much it's going to cost. Usually when you have all that, you're at the point where you can issue an RFP, because you've had to do a lot of work to get that. And so putting the effort into getting that information about projects that we don't intend to spend money to repair is I think, a challenge. And that's where we keep coming into this issue. That's why we don't have prioritization, we don't have dates, we don't have costs, because if we're not going to be able to do these things, we're not going to put the effort into developing that. And that's a sad thing to say, and it's very disappointing. But that's where we are in terms of the finances for capital improvements. And I will say, we have put $1 million at this point into capital improvement to help fix that. So that's more than we have in any of the years in the past. And so, well, except for last year. And so we're making more headway to improve these issues now, but it's a problem that's existed 25 years.
If there's consensus, I would like to see us be able to kind of adopt that. I don't know if we have to wordsmith it, but if that's fine, I agree with that. It sounds like we haven't. I wanted to add one more thing, and this is similar to the PERS section. And again, if you disagree, just jump in. But we talked about a little bit of what we did. I would love to see what has already been done on some of the deferred maintenance. For example, dispatch center. I would consider that repair. It's not repair, but it's a deferred maintenance issue that was kicked down the road for a long time. The HVAC issues of what we've been working on, the security systems that have been implemented. There's a lot of deferred maintenance projects we've actually done. Now, I don't think we have a list of kind of, if not the SIP, here are the investments we've made, let's just say for the last 6 years, which is the full time any of us have been on this board. I think it would show what Supervisor Campbell mentioned, which is a positive growth in putting more money aside to that. I'd like to see that info in the response there, same as we're doing it for the PERS, of how much money we put aside for that. Is there any disagreement with having that info in there?
I think that's not a bad idea.
I don't have an issue with it, but the bigger overall issue I have as I sit here and I think about this is you could apply that same principle and logic to a lot of the conversations that we've had where nothing we've done since January 6th has been included in this report, whether it's leadership, whether it's policy, whether it's budget. And I think that's a problem that I have with this grand jury report is we were all interviewed before the grand jury reports were released, and none of it was taken into account. So if we want to do it for this one item, sure, but where is it for all the other items that we've discussed and that we're going to discuss? For me, it's pretty frustrating.
And I kind of agree that again, on the face of it, I agree with what you're saying 100%. I just don't believe it fits in here, right? I think we've got other ways that we can get that information out there. Maybe at another board meeting or Anaya's blog, or whatever he's got going on. We can get that information out there. I just don't think it belongs in here.
Have you read it's 2018 grand jury report on roads, right? Iconic one. We use that as a point in time analysis of it. If they limit it maybe just to the findings and our response, it wouldn't have the same value reading back to what was done, what was expected in the projections. That's kind of how I'm viewing this, that we can answer it in a more limited way, but in 4 years when people are looking back to the deferred maintenance issue, which the grand jury might not look into for any number of years, this will be the document that says, here's what was done and is ongoing, and here's the scale of the problem that they're trying to solve and what needs to still be done. So I didn't hear any strong opposition, so it sounded like consensus on those two things. Okay, great. And then that was F10, right, and all that section. Did we have any others under that area, and did we have any of the recommendations?
R15, R16 don't have answers.
R15.
We have to formulate those. I go with we agree, be done.
Okay. R3 is something that was going to.
Is R3?
Hold on that R3 for me, but yeah.
We're going backwards.
Well, you jumped all the way to 15 immediately. I'm just catching up. R3 for me, this is saying that we should look at a 401k system. In reality, to explore that is very expensive and complicated. To just do the exploration and to actually do that switch is pretty much infeasible, barring we are looking at some massive bond measure to buy our way out, which I don't think we are with 160 million. So I know it comes up a lot. It sounds like a great idea. I don't want to set false expectations. It doesn't make sense. The lift is far too difficult. It just basically says we're open to exploring any new employer retirement plans. But new employer retirement plans doesn't mean we get out of the debt that we're contracted to pay our employees. It's not a fix. So I would change it to we disagree.
It's a recommendation, so I think what we need to do is either it will be implemented, it will not be implemented. It requires further analysis.
Yeah.
And to your point, because it does, the recommendation is about not just exploring a 401K, but in lieu of PERS, which, just for the public, to do that would mean the county would have to basically buy the debt it owes to PERS.
Right.
Which is what you're talking about, how expensive that would be, which makes it infeasible.
So thank you for the clarification. My recommendation, would we change our response to the board will not explore this.
But should we give a little bit of explanation like council said? Or you just want to say we're not going to explore?
So Sarah, do we know that for sure, or is that just a perceived that, like, if
That's
we
our
just stop adding?
conversations with our outside counsel who's helped us with PERS, is that if you want to actually exit PERS, you have to fund it, you have to fund them. So you can explore separately other types of options, but to actually get the county out of PERS,
Well, maybe that's the rub. What if we didn't leave PERS, but just new employees
Yeah,
didn't
new
go into
employees.
PERS?
we could explore that piece. I don't know if that's possible, but we could explore that piece.
And I would leave it, because, yeah, that's come up before for new hires moving
Yeah.
forward. So I think this is specific about 401K, but I think the overall general conversation needs to be, we should be open to exploring any and all options.
So then we could say that the recommendation requires further analysis, and we can explain that we would be looking at possibly an alternative retirement program for new employees. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I
Not
think
to be
I'm
a stick in
open
the
to
mud, I'm still a
conversation.
no on it. But that's fine if a majority would like to move forward with,
Well, it's kind of back to that example I gave of you don't have enough votes. I would love to have the conversation, even if we're completely wrong with where we think it could go. I think
which is
it'd be
what I
worth-
said. The majority wants to, we'll
Yeah.
do that.
But it's just, like I said,
Sarah's asking if there was consensus. I just wanted to clarify. I don't
Yeah.
have consensus on that one, but there is I think a majority, it sounds like, in basically maintaining this, but maybe not, we're looking at 401Ks, but some of the other alternatives for new employees.
correct.
Okay. Okay?
Yeah, I have it. Briefly, we skipped over F15, F16. Neither one of those had a response.
15.
15, 16, he's right.
Yeah, I still haven't. So recommendation 15.
14.
14 also?
Oh, 14? Oh, 15. Sorry, 15, 16.
15.
It's kind of the same thing.
Yep.
I think the board agrees.
On 15, if setting the table on it, maybe Roger can provide context to it, but we've got a facilities department. I believe they're very aware of the state of our facilities and working in it. This is suggesting to me that we would pay for an outside life and safety annual audit, which is putting effectively an unfunded mandate on ourselves to, as Supervisor Campbell kind of mentioned, we know the at least major issues that are happening already, and we have a reporting process for all issues. So I would not agree because it's money still not going to repairs.
It's not a recommendation. It's just a finding, and I think that the board probably agrees that we have.
Oh, finding
Yeah, it's
15. I
just a
thought you had
finding.
recommendation 15,
No, I meant
which
finding.
is, I'm sorry,
back.
I was on R15, not F15.
They're kind of the same.
Yeah, right, it's the, yeah.
I'm good with what we got on the screen for 15 if we want to move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Same with 16.
There were discussions about it. Our rates have gone up. Can you clarify on 16 that that's true? It was cancellation? Only because our insurance coverage is it's a, mutual aid JPA with other counties. We're not on a private insurance market.
Our HR director is going to address that.
Great.
I'm actually speaking right now as a risk manager. Karen McGettigan, risk manager. So it's been my experience that the insurance company is happy to take our money to provide coverage for any building that is inhabitable. They will just deny claims. So I don't know whether or not that was a credible threat. I think the threat is more likely that any claims we file against any of our buildings won't be covered.
So maybe without, it sounds like this finding, I don't think their finding is very well worded, but I would assume the response is, we agree that it's a concern if we're not getting, whether they cancel the coverage, whether they jack up the rates in a crazy way, or whether they deny claims because
I
of
mean-
deferred maintenance, that's a big concern, right?
Frankly, if we don't have operable fire alarms, horn strobes, and a way for staff to get out, my bigger concern is staff safety, not the insurance coverage. But yes.
F-16, not 15.
Yes, I'm with you. Yes.
Okay. Is that fine with the board? We take it seriously, but I don't think it was, I think they're just inaccurate on the threatened to be canceled. If
Karen, do you feel what is being stated is accurate?
I think it is more accurate to say the claims would be denied than it is to say the building insurance coverage would be canceled. I mean, they could cancel it, but again, it's been my experience that they're happy to take money to cover it as long as it's inhabitable.
How about a recommendation that we say the Board of Supervisors agrees with the, importance of this finding, and then we let Roger and Karen decide the accuracy of what they actually said and what the concern would be. Is that fair?
Fine with that.
Okay. All right, so then are we going to R15 and 16?
Yep.
Okay. There we go. So R15 was what I was responding to, which is an annual, own at least be, basically annual inspection, life and safety for all buildings. I think we already do it. I think we have a reporting system, and I think we're already aware of the significant issues. So I don't think this is something that the board needs to implement because we already have this. It's already done.
So that's your answer. The Board of Supervisors, already conduct this
Yeah.
internally.
Yeah.
Yeah, because-
And if it was external, then that's money from,
No,
Yeah.
but with that being said, it's not saying.
we already do this, correct?
Yeah, it's not saying hire somebody, it's just saying that, they're saying that we should do a self-check on all of our buildings for safety. So, recommendation is we agree,
We agree.
We'll continue with our self-inspections.
And the rest is that solutions are developed. Well, who can disagree with that?
Exactly.
Right. If that's fine, then we also have our 16. Roger, is there a staff recommendation on that, or Karen?
I would say the same thing. I'm sure they are already doing their evaluations.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not aware of a specific issue.
Right.
They're saying something that, like, if there's a problem, we should investigate it and take action. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, I'm not hearing any strong opinions, and I can feel that we're fast approaching the lunch hour. Roger, are we good on all of this? I want to open it up for public comment on this report, if you have all the direction you need on it.
I have everything I need for this report, yes.
Okay. So with that, we're going to open up public comment specifically on this. It's going to be the unfunded liabilities and related financial challenges report. Any member of the public would like to speak is here today. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on that item. And again, we're asking that this would be only specific to this report we're talking about. We'll open it up for other ones too. Going once, going, there we go.
I wanted the nice people to go first. So I would just like to point out, when it came to the executive and confidential and choices and decisions that were made, that there were multiple votes on reclassification and salary changes on the consent calendar that were done over and over and over again.
Great, thank you. Do we have other public comment on this item, this report? Going once, going twice? Okay. With that, I believe staff has direction on it. We will close on that item. We still have, pull back up the agenda there. All right, so I believe we have 2 more reports, correct?
3, right?
We have 2 more reports, and then also we have the compliance report, but that's more administrative.
Okay. Well, if there is no issue with that, how about we pause 10 minutes early, go to lunch, come back at 1. Is that fine with everybody? A little bit early? All right, wonderful. Well, I'm going to take this wonderful opportunity really quick as chair's prerogative to table this item until after lunch and reopen oral communications. And any member of the public who hasn't spoken from the earlier item and be able to come up and give a presentation. Try not to do special treatment, but yes, no, this is for anything not on the agenda. And the League of Women Voters has always been the absolute most faithful attendee of the Board of Supervisors meeting.
Other than Carol.
Anybody who hasn't spoken.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Bob.
So,
If we get sued, I'll take fault for it. Please continue.
okay, yeah, I didn't realize we started at 8 this morning. Sorry, gentlemen. So I'm here to issue an invitation. The Ackerson Meadows Restoration Project was the largest wetland restoration project in Yosemite's history. It is the largest restoration project by volume to date in the Sierra Nevada. Restoring the meadow, part of the Tuolumne River watershed, was a partnership between the Stanislaus National Forest, Yosemite National Park, and American Rivers. The League of Women Voters Mother Lode Water Interest Group, together with these partners, invite you to join us on a field trip to view this beautiful meadow. Project partners will present information about the restoration work, and then we will hike the meadow to view the work firsthand. This will be Monday, July 14th at 9 a.m., and there's contact information on the back. So I have flyers for. That he can't go. So anyway, we would love to see you, have you join us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. In fairness, anybody who is not able to speak at oral communications this morning, if you would like to be able to speak, you'll have 3 minutes to come up for any item not on the agenda. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to reclose again oral communications. Thanks for the flexibility, and we'll adjourn the meeting until 1 p.m. later this afternoon, where we will go back into the second half of item 5. With no further ado, I had the mic on for all that too. We're going to be reconvening the board meeting at 1:02. Again, sorry for the 2-minute delay. Was shopping and eating local. Sometimes you forget that Sonora Thai is only a block away, but it's uphill. All right. So with that, I believe there was a request for us to go directly into item 3. Related to one of our staff basically having a time conflict. So if the board's fine with that, we will continue to have the item 5 tabled, move into item 3, and then we'll go back to it. Good with everybody? All right, if clerk can read the item, please.
Item number 3, consideration of approving the management analyst job classification and bargaining unit assignment, the reclassification of employees erroneously classified, and the revision to job specification for assistant treasurer tax collector reflecting its at-will status.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, all you.
Hi there. I think that was the older item. That wasn't, we were not doing the classification of the assistant tax, is that?
I apologize. That is a clerical error because I did make the change that you had requested, but for some reason it did not save, and I apologize that I did not catch it before it was posted.
That is okay.
Do we have what we need under the agenda language?
Yes, it is correct on the agenda language. I think Heather is saying she just inadvertently read the prior one.
Counsel?
The agenda language does include changing the job spec for the assistant treasurer tax collector, but that will come at a later time, so that's not part of the agenda packet.
Understood. So we're all compliant. All right, take it away.
Okay, good afternoon. Karen McGettigan, Human Resources and Risk Management, and I am here today with colleague Dory Beats, who has no responsibilities on this item whatsoever, and also Human Resources Manager Deborah Showman. So happy to kind of round out this conversation about the executive confidential and dispel some of the mystery that seems to be embroiled with this. Excuse me. So your board directed staff to review the classifications that are assigned to the executive confidential unit to ensure that they meet the definitions. Just to highlight a few things for the public who may not take the time to read the 8-page, probably overly detailed memo that I provided, but I did that in response to some of the grand jury questions that came up. Just some brief highlights. There are really clear definitions and parameters for the staff, the classifications that should be assigned to executive confidential. Essentially, they fall into two categories. There's exempt executives and confidential. And I think where my read of that grand jury is that a lot of people got confused is that unless you are living in the world of human resources or in county council or the county administrator's office, those things may not be innate knowledge. So confidential does not mean anyone who has access to confidential information, which would be a very great many people across the county. Confidential is defined by the county in this instance as someone who prepares or has access to information that specifically relates to labor relations. And then the other side of the house are the exempt executives. And that is not a county definition. That is a definition that's provided by the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, and California Government Code. So unless you are an exempt executive or a confidential employee, your classification would not be appropriately housed in the exec confidential unit. Another distinction I just want to make about that, it came up earlier that there were a number of classifications that were identified that probably should have been removed from the exec confidential, but they were eliminated at your board's direction in March. So we just have a couple more that we needed to adjust today. And they relate to the administrative analyst series that is used only by the county administrator's office. So as the memo explains, the county administrator's office is the only one that uses that series, and they are specifically, the job description includes duties specific to preparing budget that has to do with labor relations, has to do with, the whole county budget, and they're countywide. But there were some allocated positions that were assigned as administrative analysts whose assignments did not include those provisions. So those would be the analysts who are assigned to natural resources, TIPA, the power agency, the master stewardship agreement, and there was one analyst who was specifically assigned to the Office of Emergency Services. So in looking at our review and analysis, because they don't meet the threshold of either one of those confidential or exempt executives, we had to find another place for them to go. The problem is that the next level of analyst series is really more department specific, and these are positions that are reporting countywide and that work with your board, and they do still work with the county administrator's office, and they do still need to be exempt. The county did not already have a classification that met all of those parameters, and so we created one, the management analyst. The management analyst has been benchmarked, the proposed in front of you today, has been benchmarked to the Office of Administrative Services analyst position, so they would be the same. They would be exempt, and they would be tied or housed under the County of Tuolumne Management Association instead of exec confidential. One of the other things I really want to note is that our recommendation to move these employees is not a reflection on the employees. There's no deficiency noted with the employees. It's just an error that needs to be corrected. And because of that, it is my recommendation and the recommendation of the county administrator that their salaries be Y-rated. And what that would mean in this specific instance is that because the new position, the new classification is at a lower pay range, that their salaries would remain the same until the new pay range caught up. So the Tuolumne County personnel policies provide a step increase for each employee as they move through the steps in the range. There's 5 steps in a range. When they complete 2,080 hours in each step, they progress to the next where they receive an increase. These employees are all somewhere in that progression. So what we are recommending is that they be Y-rated, meaning they move immediately to the new bargaining unit, but they keep the same base wage until they're ready for the next step. when they move to the next step, the Y rating ends and they will be caught up. Let me see. So, what we are recommending today then is your board approve the new classification of management analyst at the range that is identified in the memo to be benchmarked with the OES analyst. Should your board approve the new classification, we would then recommend the reclassification of those identified employees into those positions. So that would be three filled administrative analysts going to management analysts and one going to an OES analyst, and there is one vacant administrative analyst that would also need to be reclassified. Those changes would become effective the first pay period following the board action would be June 29th. And then just one other thing I wanted to mention, because it was kind of asked earlier, like, how did this happen? And I just kind of wanted to speak to that a little bit. As I mentioned, the administrative analyst series seems to be where that got hung up quite a bit. And Supervisor Brannon, I think it was you who had mentioned, I think the way that was explained to me was that it was for flexibility. So if you think that you are going to assign that administrative analyst to have budget functions, it wouldn't make sense to move them out. You would want to keep them in there for the possibility of them working on budget. So it would not be appropriate for me to assume any intent on those positions. I wasn't here. I'm not going to armchair quarterback what happened 2 or 3 years after the fact. But I think that is my understanding of what the intent was of adding those positions, is that if you add them as administrative analysts, you have the flexibility to assign them budget if you need to. And then in terms of oversight, I think I do want to mention that both of my predecessors had mentioned this discrepancy a handful of times. They both made it known to me. And so I think removing HR from that chain of command is probably the only way to ensure that there is the ability to make those changes with the county administrator as a partner versus only one person's decision. So happy to answer any questions you may have about what we are proposing today. I'm sorry, one other thing I wanted to say is that these positions, what we're doing today is sort of the quickest way to remove those employees, to fix the error. However, there's always a possibility to look at the structure of any agency or department, and I do think that's something that we need to do. We have other options besides creating a new classification. If upon analysis your board wanted to do something different, we could do that. If the county administrator decided that they needed a position that was only budget and that wasn't a full administrative analyst that just focused on budget, you could do that. So, I mean, there's other things you can do, but this is the quickest way right now to ensuring that the employees don't receive further harm by being moved out of the unit and can still operate in their roles. Now I'm officially done.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for questions, then we'll go to public comment and bring it back for a motion and discussion, if that's fine for everybody. Any questions? Supervisor Kirk?
So we're proposing to make this new management analyst position. My question is, if we were to go back in time and we wanted to add these positions and we didn't put them under that category, what would they have gone in at that point?
Well, there wasn't a classification really that would have captured them. We probably needed to either revise the administrative analyst job description or create something different. I mean, that the challenge with these positions is that, as I said, it's very important. Dory has one of the positions and Roger has the others. They want them to be exempt because there's going to be times where they have to respond after hours. So not making them an hourly position is important. So the only other analyst series we have would be a staff services analyst, which is generally very focused on department and not countywide, and they're not exempt. So we would have had to create something to do something in this fashion, whether it's a management analyst or not.
So this conversation would have taken place then?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of just throwing them in the admin analyst position?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then just to confirm, this is a little bit at a lower pay scale, putting them in the management analyst?
It is, yes.
Okay. Not that I just want to be clear that we're not going up. Okay. I think that's it for now. Thanks, Karen.
Do we have other questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Campbell?
So one of the benefits of the executive confidential is deferred compensation, correct?
Yes.
So the employees that were moving into another classification, what happens to the deferred comp if they've paid into that already?
Yeah, so all employees are still eligible to have a deferred compensation plan. What they will be missing is the county match at the 7 or 8%, depending upon their longevity. That's the big difference of the exec confidential unit.
So if they've been paying into it, do they keep, I mean, has the county paid into it with them up to this point, or is it?
Not all of them have deferred comp, and not all of them have the county, or have been eligible for the county match. But yes, anything that was already in it, they would keep. We wouldn't.
So if
yeah.
they receive the county match, they would keep that?
No, they would keep what they have already received through the county match, but moving forward, they would not be receiving the match.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, that if they, I think we're saying the same thing. So they wouldn't carry that match benefit going forward, but any benefit they had in the past, they would retain.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on the board? Seeing none, we will open up this item for public comment. If any members of the public would like to come speak, please indicate so, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hate for you to be alone and have nobody comment, but I trust you. So if you want this, I'm okay.
Thank you, Carol.
All right, do we have any other public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, with that, closing public comment on this item and bringing it back to the board. If there's any discussion, otherwise be looking for a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Griefer. We have a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, moving on what I'm assuming is staff recommendation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, abstaining? Make sure, because I didn't hear it all, but that's unanimous from what I think I got on there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we are going to be reopening item 5. Pull this up for grand jury item. Just for clarity's sake, Heather, can you read the item again?
Item number 5, consideration of approving responses to the 2024-2025 civil grand jury reports.
Great. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we are on the Board of Supervisors actions and obligations report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I will pass it over to you, Roger. Do you want to give an intro on this or get right into the weeds?
I think let's get right into the weeds. The intro's pretty short. And again, I think we did a pretty efficient job this morning going through and identifying the ones you had some concerns with, and then addressing those. So if we can continue that, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. There we go. So we have it up. Supervisor Holland?
Your manifesto, please.
We'll see if there's any board items that we would like to pull for discussion, pending the findings or the recommendations. There's a few on here I did want us to discuss a little bit. F1 was one of them. Going through. Also, it was a clerical note. I don't know if it was fixed in the online, but what was printed was saying the Broad Act. I believe it meant the Brown Act.
R4.
Was it R4 there? There was a few of them that it kept repeating. Yeah, there we go. It's R4 down. It started changing it. I haven't heard about the Broad Act in case, which might be one of the issues they're highlighting. All right, do we have any other items as we're looking through? I only have F1 and R2.
You have
All right.
R4 because R4 is actually a cut and paste of R3. So we'll just need your board's direction on that.
The answer,
Correct, the response.
You said R3?
R4, the response, we need that corrected because that's just a cut and paste from R3. So there is not an appropriate answer to R4.
Oh, it's right at the page break too.
Oh,
Makes it
yeah.
hard to find.
3 and 4 are basically the same recommendation too, though, so. Okay, so with that, we can go through what I wanted to bring up on item 1 was we kind of have it as a partially agree, but that this lack of transparency eroded public trust in the Board of Supervisors. We've talked about this over time. Supervisor Campbell, I think you have too. I want to tag you in on a good point that you've made, because you have been working at the county and on the board for a little bit longer. I know you're like, oh, what is he going to bring up?
Can't wait to hear what good point I made. Huh? Broken clocks, they work twice a day too. So.
I listen to you. And it was talking about how somewhat in the time predating when I was joining the board and when you were working for the county, some of the transparency processes in terms of getting access to the budget and ordinances and that, which have changed a bit with OpenGov, I think with some of the digital streaming that we do with the meetings and that. So I only wanted to bring up that it doesn't really reflect that in here. It's saying, well, this broke and eroded public trust. I think it, to me, isn't that it's eroding public trust. It's that we've actually gotten better in this area, but there is a lot more to do. It is very accessible to access the budget. The meetings are very accessible now with, I think, all of the documentation. Many of us are online sharing information. The recommendations start to kind of get to this about that next level of a PIO, for example, or a CIO for an information officer. So my recommendation would be we would reframe that response to reference some of the steps we've taken to be more transparent and communicative on, the strategic priority sessions we've done, the goals and priorities. Supervisor Kirk's talked about the trends and projections stuff with our budget, but also recognizing, I think the issue has been a lack of an organized plan rather than a lot of good components. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I'll speak to this one too. I agree with your perspective on it. In fact, I would go kind of a step further. The statement here, and I'll just, if you read the grand jury report, and it goes into a lot about this, but just holding it directly to the finding. This isn't one of the longer ones, but I spent a lot of time reading through this and interpreting what the grand jury was saying because it directly goes to the board, and so I take it personally. One of the things I'm proudest about as a supervisor is that our county is objectively more transparent than it was before I got on the board. If you look at the way, everything from a general plan to the fact that all of our meetings are recorded, you can watch them live, you can pull them up after the fact, streaming anytime you want from the comfort of your home. All of our agendas are posted at a minimum 72 hours in advance of the meetings. And then once those agenda items have been approved or not approved, all of that information and how the votes were taken is available online. Going beyond that, many of us are active on social media and post things of community interest. I try to respond to any kind of questions that come in. And so the statement that the Board of Supervisors failed to provide sufficient transparency nor honest and effective communication to staff and the community, I don't agree with that. The word sufficient, it absolutely is sufficient because it meets the letter of the law. Now, whether that communication is something that you agree with, because that I think tends to be a big thing. When it's things you don't agree with, there's a lack of transparency, but when it's things you do agree with, people aren't so concerned about the transparency. But we have to be consistent across all issues. And so I don't agree with this finding. I stand on the fact that I've been as transparent as it possibly could, been as honest in my dealings with the staff and the community. And so I'm not going to agree to any finding to the contrary, and that's what I stand on.
So as a recommendation on this, as far as language, this is one that, and see if we're kind of on the same page. What I would recommend over that period is to say that we partially disagree with this finding. I do agree with we agree that the county needs to improve communications and transparency. I don't think there's disagreement that, again, we can do more in that. That's where the recommendations are at. But using this opportunity to refer to some of these, they're very specific to board decision goals and financial liabilities. Well, financial liabilities, we had probably the most comprehensive presentation to the board that's ever happened, or at least in recent memory, and a few others before. The goals are widely available online and easy to read, and all the board decisions and stuff with OpenGov, Granicus, all that, it's all available, as Supervisor Campbell mentioned. So that'd be my recommendation. We partially disagree with this finding. We do agree that we need to improve communications and transparency, but we are looking at some of the things we've done that have continued to do so.
I have two questions.
Supervisor Kirk?
Quick. The first one is kind of to Holland and Griefer. I'd just be interested in your perspective, just because you guys were on the outside looking in, but you were running, you were paying attention. Did you guys feel like, with what they said as far as with goals, projections, we had ClearPoint, we had our, every 2 years we'd have our priority sessions. So I'm curious what you guys thought on that, if you could weigh in. And then my other question is, I have no idea what this response is when it gets down to the bottom where it says the Board of Supervisors agrees that the county needs to improve communications and transparency on items such as public safety initiatives and fiscal accountability. What is the public safety initiatives and the fiscal I can guess, but I have no idea what they're pointing out with those two things. Like, a lot of this stuff is very broad and vague. Do we have any idea?
Where Sarah and
Thank
Roger
you.
wrote that. That wasn't the grand jury.
Well, to
That's
your
ours.
point, why? Okay, sorry. To my question, why are we putting in public safety initiatives? What is that? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's not referenced in the report. So I honestly don't remember why public safety, and I actually think it was more, it's not public safety initiatives. That's not what's being addressed in the report. So I don't think
Maybe
public
it's a typo?
safety. I think it's a typo. I think it might have just been a lot of back and forth discussions.
Sounds like so moved to get rid of that
But I
section.
do agree that it's not a public safety initiative item.
And then the fiscal accountability, I don't understand, because we balance our budget every year. I mean, that sounds cheesy, my response, but it would just be great to have a little bit more specifics as far as what we're speaking to here.
Thank you
So
for
I guess
bringing-
maybe just remove that. The board partially agrees with this finding. But to my first question, guys, what was your thoughts on, my quick opinion is I can't speak for the full board, but I feel like our board is very vocal. We put things out on Facebook. We've done the priority sessions. We've done ClearPoint, although ClearPoint needs to be cleaned up and continued. We do trends and projections. We're making that part of our budget policy. So I feel like we've done some pretty big moves in the right direction, but I'm curious what you guys think.
Well, for me, obviously, when I was running, I think my perspective is a little different because I chose to get more involved in understanding what was going on and things like that. But I think the disconnect here is transparency doesn't always equal access. So you can put all that information out there, but if people aren't going to Facebook or they're not going to the meetings or not going to where the source material is, they're going to say we're not being transparent because they're not going there. So we can put all that information out there that we want, but if we're not getting the customer, our constituents, to come and see what we're doing, they're going to have that perspective that we're not being transparent, even though that your past board and this board has been doing a lot of that. Additionally, I think a lot of people, I think to Ryan's point, is that a lot of this data is old, meaning social media evolves so quickly. The tools we're using as an organization to get that information out there is evolving as well, and it's just getting people to go there and making sure that when they are looking for something, that data is there. So, for me, I don't, I think.
So it's not like you disagree with the recommendation.
Well, I mean, I think this is one of the tough ones because it's saying that the Board of Supervisors failed to provide sufficient transparency. Well, that's subjective, right? You're saying that you did, the public saying that you didn't. So how do we bridge that gap? And I think the answer.
The grand jury.
Well, the public, right? The grand jury is working on behalf of the public. So the Board of Supervisors, my answer would be the Board of Supervisors partially agree with this finding. However, the board has taken many steps to get the information out there, and it's a two-way street.
Supervisor Holland.
Well, I think I see it both ways. I see Ryan's point in this, and I see Anaya's point in this as well. I think that the board strives for transparency. That's why we have these meetings, because we're doing our business in public. I think maybe sometimes with prior county administrator, she would maybe say things like, especially to county staff, that this is a board direction that isn't a board direction. Therefore, now it looks like it's not being compliant by the Brown Act. And that, so maybe to achieve a certain goal, things would get said that the board did not take action on, or it looks like they did it behind closed doors, but it was, I don't want to say it was a lie, but it was just maybe a stretch to the facts to achieve an outcome. And so I think when you look at through those lens, all this would kind of make sense that, well, the board was doing things. It looks like the board was doing things that they weren't really doing. And so that's kind of my outlook. That's my, as you said, when we're running, watching kind of what was going on and like not hearing things go on and then hear about them through other channels. Like, I don't remember any of that happening. And then, but anyways, this one is, yeah.
A reminder to the board too, that we're not wanting to get into anybody that's specific personnel with it. To Supervisor agree for your language, I'm fine with that too. Whether it's partially agree or disagree, I think really is not, it's the same statement. Partially agree, however, and I think that maybe represents what we're talking here, which is there more work to do? Yes. Can a better job be done? Yes. Is it evolving? Absolutely. From where we were at when I started and where decades and decades ago when Ryan started at the county, we're doing a lot better. We don't use clay tablets anymore.
Take some shots at you.
No, I think we're doing better than we were doing in the past. It's just that there's more to do. So if that's fine, as maybe a consensus item on that, adopting Supervisor Griefer's language of we partially agree, however want to note.
Say partially disagree.
I'm neutral to that. I think it partially disagrees fine too.
We didn't provide sufficient transparency and that we were dishonest, and that is not true. I do not agree with that. You know, the letter of the law, the minimum amount of transparency that the Board of Supervisors has to provide is established by the legislature. And it's that we have to agendize meetings and hold them in public. That is it. Now I know that in the real world, we have to be much more transparent with that. We have to communicate much more. And that decision about whether we're up to the level that our community expects is subjective. But I feel confident that we are at that point, that the information is available to anybody that wants it, regardless of anything else. And even if some of the decisions that are made people don't agree with, where we talk about fiscal accountability, that doesn't mean that it's not transparent. Like, just because you don't agree with the fiscal decisions that are made doesn't mean they're being done in a way that's not transparent.
I tend to be where you're at with wanting this to be partially disagree, and just because I recognize you feel strongly that I agree with the sentiment of it too, even if it's a similar phrasing. Board of Supervisors partially disagrees with this finding. The Board of Supervisors agrees that the county needs to improve communications and transparency. And then what you were saying, which is, however, we recognize these have been done.
Sure.
That is a similar thing, and I think.
Yeah. And I'll support Supervisor Campbell. How about we just say the Board of Supervisors partially disagree with this finding. The Board of Supervisors agree that the county will continue to improve communication and transparency with the citizens of this county.
And on that side note, did we do public comment on this item? Just since we're.
On this, no, we do it at the end of the report.
Oh, I thought we were doing it before and after. I thought you
No,
said
we're just doing it. We did at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting. We then moved to Supervisor Griever's recommendation of each report at the end. But thank you for holding me transparent,
Carol?
honest, and effectively communicative. All right, just sounds like we have good agreement, I think, on that. Maybe it's a flavor difference, but I do appreciate the willingness to acknowledge that. Roger?
We're good.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, almost logged out, sorry. Next one I had for me was R2. Are we okay with F2 and F3? Going once, going twice. Okay. So R2 was the next one. It is specific to authorizing a PIO. I think we can do better with the policies of how we get information out. The reason I wanted us to discuss this, we've talked about it a lot. Dory, for example, in certain circumstances, serves as our PIO in many disaster-related kind of contexts and recovery contexts. We also have the sheriff's office serving in emergency situations as a PIO office and coordinating that. I think what these are getting at is somebody that writes press releases, public presentations of documents, maybe manages social media. We've talked a lot about a PIO. A PIO, it's expensive. It's an administrative position. It may be something I think we can achieve through other means by just being better at training our own folks and setting that expectation. I found in many of these cases, I don't think we expect, we don't have a policy for how department heads should, for example, be sharing the content that they work on. Some do a very good job. Some have professional staff helping them. Others are not really absent or not really there on social media. Is that appropriate or not? So that's all to say. I think our response basically says we agree, but it doesn't say anything about whether we're not really addressing what the recommendation is. And I think their recommendation is not necessarily the best thing. Supervisor Campbell?
Yes, I'm, in this particular instance, I'm going to be the one to go a step further than the grand jury. Well, not necessarily in the grand jury. What they're saying is that we need to hire a public information officer. That's what this says. I agree. And so I feel that our response should be the Board of Supervisors agrees that the county needs a PIO. I feel that that should be our response. And we could even go a step further and say what our plan is to accomplish that. We have the grand jury right there telling us we need a PIO. So that makes it that, and this is one of the areas where the grand jury can really help, is that they're saying, as representatives of the community, that we need a PIO. That gives us the ammunition we need to create that position. They're telling us they want a PIO, and I think we should do it. I mean, it's something we've needed for a long time, for obvious reasons, for a lot of reasons, but not the least of which all these other things that the grand jury has issues with. They're giving us a way to answer that. They're giving us a solution here, and I think we should take advantage of it.
If I can make one thing clear, just the language on here says the Board of Supervisors agrees, but what it actually needs to say is that we either have implemented, will implement, or we will analyze further analyze implementing a PIO or something of that nature. So the agrees part can be ignored on the rest of these and think about, has it been implemented? Is it something that we are not going to implement, or is it something we want to do further analysis on implementing?
So the Board of Supervisors, instead of agrees, is reviewing formal procedures, and the utilization of a public information officer would be the response we should consider for here right now, not what's written.
That's correct.
Okay.
So why don't we
Okay, that's more specific. I'm fine
So
with that.
why don't we just say that the Board of Supervisors agree that the county needs to improve communications, the Board of Supervisors agree that the county will strive to improve communications and transparency and will evaluate the viability of a public information officer.
Or is in the process of, it sounds like, but otherwise, right?
Well, I think we have to decide I think, to Ryan's point, I think it's a discussion that we have to have, right? And we've just.
In the process of seeing the viability. I mean, that's what Roger was mentioning.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
sort of sounds like Ryan wants the board to move, I mean, not to speak for him, but the board he wants the board to consider in the near future, getting a public information officer, and I think that's a discussion that we should have. but that doesn't have anything to do with the grand jury response. The grand jury response should be that, hey, we recognize that we want to continue improving our communication and transparency, and we will consider in the future a public affairs officer.
The language we'll use is the Board of Supervisor will further analyze either the feasibility or the hiring of a public information officer to improve communication and transparency.
I think that's specific and vague enough.
Now you're getting it.
Yeah. Great. And then you had mentioned Supervisor Holland, I believe R4, is that correct?
I mentioned nothing on this one.
Yeah, he's silent.
I raised it only because the language
Sarah,
of
that's what it was.
R3 and R4 are exactly the same, so I wanted to make sure that we addressed that.
Okay, sorry, I just assumed it was Mike.
Are we talking about R3?
We're on R4, and Sarah, I think you're saying, well, R3 and R4, that the response is exactly the same, right? And Roger's saying it shouldn't be in terms of agree, right?
Right. The language in the penal code is that you're implementing the recommendation. It's not implemented yet, but it will be. It requires further analysis or will not be implemented. So that is the general framework for the recommendations.
So I have an issue with the way we respond because we're saying we agree that we should comply with the Brown Act. It almost implies that we haven't. I read the grand jury report. I'm looking at like the hate crime resolution one in front of me right now. It's all hearsay. There's no actual factual. Like if I brought this before a judge to do a search warrant, he'd laugh at me and throw it out. But yet the grand jury brings up these things with zero proof. It's just hearsay. And then in our response, we're like, yeah, we should comply with the Brown Act. We have complied with the Brown Act. And if there's ever been a slip because we're humans, we've rectified it by bringing things public. So I just want to be real clear that our response needs to be clear that we do follow the Brown Act and that there's remedies and there's things to do should a violation take place. So can we clean up the response in any sort of way? I mean, unless you can give me one example where there's proof other than hearsay, this part of the report is garbage.
To that point and to Sarah's point, since the format of this is already kind of incorrect to scrap, as mentioned, there's a process for any type of complaint. But I think for R3 and R4, both recommendations, the answer is they are implemented. There is a process. There's no pending violation. So I would be fine with that change, and that seems to reflect those comments, and I think that's accurate to the facts.
So could you read out what the response will be with the changes?
I believe approximately basically saying that the Board of Supervisors has already adopted these. The two recommendations is we should strictly and immediately comply with the Brown Act. Great. And two, it should immediately and consistently evaluate Brown Act actions through the lens of public participation. Both of them are basically saying be considerate when making decisions of the Brown Act, which, yes. Right?
Yes. So we will reword it, say the Board of Supervisors agrees this has been implemented to strictly and immediately comply with the Brown Act on both of them with a little bit of change of the language on the second one, which I haven't written down yet, but I'll do it in a minute.
Sorry, let me see what you're just writing it out. Because the way you just said it makes it sound like now we're going to start following the Brown Act. Agree that this has been implemented. It's always been implemented. We've always done it. So that's my holdup. I don't know, am I making sense to anybody?
No, I think you're.
Yeah, I agree with you because it's like we're trying to prove it.
Yeah, we're trying to prove that we're
negative.
following the Brown Act. We do, and if we have a slip up, we come out of closed session, we report out and say we got agenda
and we
items.
will continue to follow the Brown Act as we have
We'll
been.
continue.
And that's it. Because and I think this is what Sarah's bringing up. The format of this is wrong. We're saying whether we agree or don't agree when we need to respond, whether we are doing it, aren't doing it, or have done it, or something. So it is a little wonky.
So just yes?
I'd say, well, yes, and continuing to
Or just
is
yes?
appropriate.
I say the Board of Supervisors follows the Brown Act.
Yes. We have to use the language that it has been implemented.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah,
For
we
the
follow the
penal
Brown
code.
Act. It has been implemented.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. And did we have any other parts with this section or
Well,
this report?
Supervisor Kirk made a point, and it might be helpful, is just to clarify that if a violation occurs, there's a way to correct it. And so, again, noting that everyone is a human being, if it does occur, it's not intentional, and that we will make efforts to correct it. So I don't know if you feel like that's necessary to add into this response at all.
I am fine with that. In a purely technical sense, has there never been an accidental reply all to an email thread in an office place?
Yeah, or like the
Right, and
report
that's
said,
a-
we were talking about finance, and then it turns into budget, and then halfway through, we're like, oh crap, finance is on the agenda, but budget isn't. So now we got to go back and report. I mean, like that happens. It's happened. So, what the grand jury was getting at with though was that, oh, the three of us go off when we have a little powwow and we make a decision. Give me one example. Show me the proof. There's none. It's hearsay. They just don't like that three people vote differently sometimes. So let's call a spade a spade. We follow the Brown Act. If we don't, there's ways to remedy it. There's ways to correct it. And I think we should just make that clear.
And I think Sarah's only mentioned, do we want to add something there that if an issue comes up, an accidental issue, we will correct it publicly?
Yeah, Supervisor Kirk mentioned that, so I didn't know if you wanted that as part of your response.
What would you advise?
Well, I think it's wise. One of the reasons I wrote the memo on the Brown Act is just so that everyone can understand that sometimes there will be inadvertent violations because we're all human beings, and there is a mechanism to correct it. And so that, to me, is the important piece, is that if there is a mistake, we make efforts to correct it. So for me, if my advice would be to let the public know, we hear you, we understand, we're going to do our best to comply with the Brown Act. At the same time, should a mistake occur, we will also make efforts to correct it.
With the board's consent on that, I'm fine with legal counsel working on kind of sufficient language for that. Is that good? Okay, great. So with that, we'll open up public comment. Again, this is on, Board of Supervisor actions and obligations in terms of the report. Please let us know if you'd like to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the board on this topic. And as mentioned before, we're trying to keep it specific to this report. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again. With all due respect, I disagree with your viewpoint on your own behavior. I have seen multiple Brown Act violations, and to say there's insufficient evidence, I find a little bit offensive, but I haven't written any complaints because I got tired. It's exhausting to do a Brown Act complaint and then have people tell you that you don't know what you're talking about and that I'm too stupid to understand the Brown Act. It's like, I'll give you enough rope to hang yourself. And this is talking about public perception. And I know many people in this room have left and had conversations outside about the bullshit that we saw going on in here. So I don't think you should be saying that, well, we comply with the Brown Act, that's all we have to do, or that we should comply with the Brown Act. You must comply with the Brown Act, and I think you need to make that very clear. And you either need to change the public perception or not. So anyway, that's a whole other discussion. If you'd like me to serve you with Brown Act violations, I'll be happy to take the time to do that. And on the PIO and discussing all this information, your government website, if I go to the Tuolumne County government website, doesn't have half the stuff on there that I might be looking for. So we paid a lot of money for this social media group or this group or that group, and the only one I see that puts out stuff is the sheriff's office and the district attorney's office. The library doesn't even do a good job of getting information out. So I'd be okay with the PIO because somebody's got to do it, and I don't know if anyone else has the capacity. But just because people put stuff on Facebook doesn't mean that everybody's going to see it. And I am really tired of hearing that. There are a lot of people in our community that have no access to the internet or don't have a computer, and we're not very good about encouraging our community to become updated and train people on what it means to have a smartphone and how to use it, how to buy it, what you can do with it, how to have basic computer skills. And if people don't have access to that, it doesn't really mean anything if you just put it out there, because they're not going to get the information. And we have local media. Where the hell are they? This is a big discussion. I don't see any media here. And maybe they're watching or whatever, but that's not the same thing as being in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, and we will close public comment on that. I believe for our next report we have, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the treatment. It's the treatment of the Tuolumne County Civil Grand Jury by Tuolumne County elected officials dated June 20th, 2025. That is the title of what was presented. And Roger, Sarah, would you guys like to lead us off?
Just to be clear, it's Tuolumne County officials, not elected officials. So just to be clear, we do not have an intro into this one. So we want to take the same approach. The board has items that they specifically want to pull out and have further discussion on. Then we will continue to generate our responses based on that. Otherwise, we'll go through however the board approves.
For our and the public benefit, can you explain a little bit about our relationship to the grand jury when it comes to who manages them, who pays for the stuff? So if they want an office space, say they want 5 investigators, I mean, what process do expenses go through, and how reliable is that year to year?
Well, I'll explain part of it, and I'll let the legal portion be explained by county counsel. We have an obligation to provide a budget for the grand jury. We currently provide the grand jury with some dedicated space. We provide the grand jury with technology equipment. We provide the grand jury with software to allow them to generate their reports and to do their communications on. We work closely with the courts to manage that software and their access, and to manage their devices, to remain separated from anything that would be confidential. This last year, we worked very closely with the grand jury on a regular basis to make sure that the things they needed to be able to do their work were met to the best of our ability. I will say that sometimes it's a challenge. You probably have experienced this as your time in the county, but there are times when we have challenges finding space for larger meetings to occur. We just don't have as many facilities as some of the larger counties do. So we've worked very closely with them to try to make that those accommodations meet their needs. And I think in the last several years, we've improved on it every single year, and we're going to do it again this year with many improvements, just working with the previous grand jury and the upcoming grand jury. So we do provide monthly reports on their budget. We're changing how we explain what's in their budget and what flexibility they have. And I think that we have increased the opportunities for their communication, and we've given them ability to have we've given them the flexibility to have the ability to schedule rooms on their own. So there's some things that they haven't had in the past that they will have in the future that it's going to make it easier for the grand jury. Now, on the support from the legal side, I'll let Sarah talk to what the county provides in that area.
And maybe to add to, if you can ask, so of what we provide there, what is our legal requirement of what we need to provide to?
Correct. So under the penal code, it actually says the court or the county can provide space for the grand jury. So that's one shared task. However, historically, I think it's the county who has been providing the space. So that's why the draft recommendation or the draft response says that the court and the CAO county should work together to provide adequate space for the grand jury. Separately, there's different processes. The budget for the grand jury is something the county has to provide. Similarly, you will note that I wrote a memo kind of addressing some of the issues that were raised in the report. And the penal code addresses several things. For instance, the legal advisors for the grand jury, it sets forth who those are. And that's outlined in my memo. which is also, some of those points are set forth in the draft response. Ms. Novelli and I, who's been acting as the grand jury legal advisor, and I have been communicating. So I did want to make a couple clarifications to the memo that I wrote that I will revise after this. I noted that in no case, there were no records, requests, or interviews made prior to the subpoenas being issued to our office. So I just want to be clear about that the grand jury never questioned us about why certain records might not have been released. So that was just to be clear. There's another point that she made about the interactions the grand jury had with Calaveras County, something that I just learned today. But I'm still a little bit confused because the grand jury report indicates that there was not sufficient legal service from Calaveras County, but Ms. Novelli told me that there was interaction. So I will make some corrections after I go back and kind of think a little bit more about that. But the main point is that when we called Calaveras County to ask them if they were going to handle the litigation on the motion to quash, they, in my observation, seemed surprised that there were 30 subpoenas. I have no indication that they actually reviewed any of the subpoenas before they were issued. And at that point is when they said they would no longer provide assistance. So I just want to make that clear since we had been emailing about it. And I hope that answered your question, Supervisor Brandon.
It does. Maybe one last question to both of you. Sorry for, because this is something that I know is being discussed a lot online. So anybody watching, I think this is valuable. And some of this is new to me as well as we're diving more in. Wanted to ask, in terms of what's being provided right now versus the last few years versus, say, 7 years ago, do we know how much that has changed? I know what was referenced in some was changes of locations, obviously, I think a pipe bursting, changes in kind of other county changes that are happening. Was less provided this year than normally? Was more provided this year than normally? And is there a high variation year to year depending on what they're looking into?
Well, I think the last 7 years is going to be a bad example just because of COVID and what happened during COVID. For several years, the grand jury was remote. I think I was speaking to someone earlier who said that, last year the grand jury met every other week. This grand jury met multiple times a week in many cases. And we did have dedicated space in another facility for the grand jury several years ago, but when the grand jury stopped meeting as often in person, we utilized that space for another department and started looking for other spaces for the grand jury because they weren't meeting in person. Mm-hmm. This year they definitely did. And we did have challenges. The space that was provided required them to access their space through 2 different conference rooms, which are heavily used conference rooms in the county. And we did have a pipe break and flood their entire area. And so they had to be relocated. And there were several times when the meeting space that we relocated them to was used by the public, and we had to find other spaces for them. But the county worked diligently with the foreman to make sure that we found the space for them and provided them with the tools and equipment they needed to be able to work in those offsite locations.
And one last question, I promise. So we set a budget each year of how much we have basically to offer. The cost of this is shared between the county and the courts, right? Or it can be, if I'm reading this correctly. The CAO and courts will collaboratively locate a meeting space. Any costs incurred by the court as a result of it shall be arranged by the court or the county.
No, we pay the whole bill.
Yeah, the county only provides the budget for the grand jury, not the courts.
But we pay for the room and stuff, everything too, right?
No, I think.
But not a rental, obviously, but.
If the grand jury is meeting in a court, location, then I think the court covers that cost. It's everything else that is shifted to the county. If it's in a county space, obviously the county is paying.
And that's the question I want to get to is we have a budget, we authorize a certain amount. If they exceed that budget, say they went and they again wanted expert witnesses, they exceed the budget 3 times more than we allocate, because we do have a clear amount of here's how much we have to offer you. What is the process for approval on that? Is one of the things they're saying, well, we're not getting enough resources. If we're giving them the same every single year adjusted for inflation, and then it's exceeded, how do we know that that was a necessary cost versus just an extra cost?
One thing is the budget hasn't been increasing every single year.
Okay.
Even based on inflation. It's actually gone down the last few years, and it's gone down again this year. So what was budgeted during adopted last year is less than what we put and recommended for this year. So the budget hasn't been increasing regularly, but we do, and I'll let Sarah speak to how the approval of how much we provide to the budget is supposed to happen. However, we have worked out a lot of the confusion regarding where the funds in their budget should go and what they were using it for. There was some definite lack of communication at the very beginning to make sure that all of their needs for technology and other equipment in their office space was available to them. But we have since come up with a lot of different processes to make it smoother for the transition and to get the new grand jury able to kick off and start working at a much faster rate. I think last year, we were already a month into the grand jury being sworn in before they even received their first computer. So those kind of things, those kind of delays really delayed the grand jury last year.
Great. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, the big picture for me is there's so many things that the grand jury could be investigating. This is one of the ones that they reported out on. So as a board member, if I've been hearing that this has been going on for years, I really don't want this to come back before the board again. I really want them to have their space. I hear that we're correcting it. I want them to have their space. I want them to have a clear budget. Computers, that work. These folks are donating their time. If it would be nice for somehow the board to somehow be included if there's issues instead of finding out about it, more along this lines. I don't know if the chair that year needs to be roped in on maybe some of those conversations, but my hope is that we never have to hear about this again, because to me it seems really, I'm not throwing anybody to the bus. I know there's a new sale and we're fixing it, but I don't want this to come back. I want them to have everything they need. I want them to hear that. I want future grand jury members to hear that. If that means we have to kick everybody out of the fourth floor so they can have their meeting, that's kind of where I'm at. Solve the problem. So my question is, moving forward, to keep this from happening, how can we loop in the chair or somebody at a board level so that this doesn't, if there's an issue, the grand jury, Sarah, is that something that you hear of in other jurisdictions? Am I making sense?
I haven't heard of that, but it makes sense. And I also think as long as the CAO's office is having good collaboration with the grand jury foreperson as well as the court executive officer, hopefully that would resolve.
In the past they weren't, and now here we are.
Well, we have a new court executive officer. We have, Mr. Root in the role. So I'm hoping that will also move things forward as well. But I do think it's very, very important that the county and the court are collaborating on all of these things, because the penal code lays out a lot of processes for how, for instance, when I mentioned at the last meeting about the budget, that if they were going to exceed it, they had to actually go to the presiding judge to get approval before they exceeded it. I think they just weren't aware of that. But those are the type of things that everybody who's working on the grand jury should be aware of the requirements in the penal code and then be able to assist them throughout the year. So hopefully, yes, we can do that.
I noticed in some of the grand jury reports, they want the board and department heads to understand the grand jury's role and what their role is, but do they have their own recommendations to their own grand jury folks? That way, new members, because if all new members come on and they don't read this, it could start all over again. So, and then if Root retired tomorrow, then we have a CAO and a new grand jury who forget the past problems. How do we make sure that these aren't repeated if there's
one of the things that all the grand juries do is the compliance report, which means the new grand jury looks back at the last year and they look at all of the reports and they determine if there's compliance. So I think that goes to your point of they're looking back, seeing how the county or whatever agency they're investigating is responding, so they're not losing sight of these issues being raised.
But 3 grand juries from now, if it's not part of the report, then they might forget. So
That's true.
Hopefully we can have some continuity moving forward.
Yep, totally agree. Last question. I wanted to ask, and I don't want this to be an impolite question to it, but with the courts, has that working relationship made it a challenge with the grand jury, where if there's any disagreement over another independent entity that can approve whatever should be a check on how much is spent, Are they doing their jobs, and is there any challenges in that relationship affecting the grand jury county relationship?
I think one thing to keep in mind is that the leadership at the courts and the leadership in the county has changed drastically in the last 6 months. And our relationship right now is really strong. I think we both are very positive as in the direction that we're moving with the grand jury. And so I anticipate that that relationship will continue to grow and continue to strengthen and continue to provide strong support to the grand jury moving forward.
Okay. Supervisor Griefer?
No, thank you. I just want to point out in the grand jury report how they commend you, Roger, for working with them and being, kind of the anchor to make sure that they, were being successful. And I think kind of to Supervisor Kirk's point, it is a new world, right? We have a new acting CAO and we're trying to put our best foot forward. And I think we have that collaboration. So in the future, they can look back and see the changes that we made and we can build upon that. So I want to commend you for your efforts to be that bridge between the grand jury and the county. And I think that's exactly how we overcome a lot of this past history, is by recognizing it was there and dedicating time to make sure that we don't do it again. So thank you.
Right. We do have, I'm seeing 2 responses that are blank. So do you need feedback from us? I mean, one of them is have a policy that reflects basically members of the board and department heads understanding the role of grand jury. They do an annual presentation to the board. I thought that kind of checks that box. Is that an adequate response to say we have an annual presentation to the board for department heads and the board to know what the grand jury does by the previous foreman? Okay. And then R2 was the other, right?
Correct. So
We
just
should
to be-
require them to read, not just read it, but read every part of every grand jury report. It's probably a good idea, but that goes back how many decades too? This is R2 and our response to it, correct?
Right, and just again, the language is a little bit odd, but again, it's been implemented, it's not been implemented yet, requires further analysis, or will not be implemented. So that's the framework that we need to use.
Can you maybe provide clarity on what they're asking? Are they saying that this should be
It sounds
an
like they
HR
want
policy
the
effectively that they have to go through, say with, I don't know if that's with Karen or Donnie's office or whatever, but where it's giving the trainings, that we would want them to have a module to show that they've read that, or?
I mean, it just says they should create a policy that encourages the board and all senior county employees to read every part of the report. So, I mean, I'm assuming you can create a policy if you wanted to. You could maybe put that in the governance manual or something like that. I'm not sure it's really an HR policy. It's more of a board direction.
I'd recommend, it's fine.
You can't force people to read something. They're either going to read it or they're not. So, my position is that our recommendation should be the Board of Supervisors encourages all supervisors and executive staff to be aware and familiarize themselves with the past grand jury reports. Puts it on them.
To be honest, it's not even employees and just the board too. The number of times I share some of these jury reports that have gone over fire districts, road stuff, I wish everybody actually read a lot of these. This is only trying to encourage it. Maybe what they're trying to get at is how do we get more people to read some of this very valuable information? If we can't require it, is there a way we can, as you were talking earlier, not just transparency, but accessibility, is there a way we can make this more accessible? Sorry to interrupt there.
No, I was just saying, to Sarah's point, there's like this 4 options. So the option would be no, but that we'd recommend folks read it. So I think the response is whatever you're.
Why can't we just say the Board of Supervisors?
Well, because we have to answer it in the context of 4. So just answer that, and then we'll give our recommendation.
Would implement review of a policy to encourage supervisors to be aware of and read the grand jury reports if they want.
Is there there's a training, I forget, because it's part of the COVID bubble. There is a supervisor onboarding policy within the CAO's office at some level written down somewhere, right? Well, there probably should be. This seems an appropriate thing that would be part of that. any new members joining a board would, working with the CAO, have that as some part of, I don't know, meeting with the old jury foreman or meeting with somebody seems appropriate, but I thought we did have an official, it was a Board of Supervisors onboarding process manual.
Your board has an orientation, but I don't know that it's been a formalized policy, and I think it's evolved over the years. I'm looking at Mr. Ryan to answer.
We had discussed potentially expanding that. Our direction at the time was that each individual supervisor would, in some ways, kind of choose their own route based on, we would provide the information. It would be up to them, how they want to basically conduct their onboarding, and that would be discussed with the county administrative officer in their meetings with them about where they're at and what else they need.
Great. One recommendation to add, this is recommendation 7, mentioning about the grand jury costs. To me, it's a conflict if we are in any way solving budget issues by reducing the cost center of the grand jury. To me, that should be something we set a standard amount. It gets contractually, let's say, a CPI adjustment, and we, as much as possible, limit ourselves from being able to touch that in any meaningful way. I think that should be reliable. It should not change year to year. So I don't know if that's a way that can be done. But say, we get mad and we don't like the grand jury and we give them half the budget next year, right? Or some board does in the future. That's a real conflict that can happen in some level. Or maybe we really like it because they were really nice to us, so we give them twice the budget next year. It should really be completely out of all of our hands.
Well, I think the budget's always in the board's discretion, and I don't know if you'd want to create a policy that would tie your hands to being able to change a budget.
Yeah, that applies to a lot of different things. Like we are responsible for giving ourselves pay raises or giving other electeds pay raises. And there's a lot of areas where we have that type of responsibility, and I think it's incumbent upon us to not abuse that responsibility. So, I feel comfortable not having some policy like that. But so that part of it about not having the decision power, that is our authority, and that is our responsibility to do. But to
as
your,
much
to
as
your
possible
point, that
is what I meant.
it should be consistent year over year. I agree.
Yeah. We have this, for example, with the multi-county partnership with, I think, Cooperative Extension 4-H, and it has come up for discussion, but more or less some of these are fairly stable. I think CPI adjustments. I think our child support agency is similar. I have to check with that. But it doesn't flex much year to year. There's a certain cost that's out of our control, and we have a policy of giving kind of the same amount. So if there's a way to achieve that, I know we can't limit our own authority, but as with the salary increases, we still have the ability to do it, but it is now tied to judges for inflation adjustments, so we don't have to routinely have that decision made where it could cause problems.
I don't ever remember it being an issue until this year because of some of these issues that we had. So I think of it, I don't see it being a problem or even coming up for greater discussion as long as there's no other problems about how the money, that it's being spent within the budget.
Yeah. Great.
Okay, so we'll have to go back for clarity because I don't have, the board would like to implement a policy. I have the board would not implement a policy, but rather continue to encourage staff. Continue to require all senior county staff and employees to read every part of and I think it went, and I might have lost it, but I believe I heard that you can't force people to read anything. Now, we can put the grand jury reports in our LMS and require people to acknowledge they read them, but it's not going to force them to actually read the entire thing. And if you want us to put a process in place like that, we can. If you want an actual policy, we can create a policy saying it's going to go into the LMS and they have to acknowledge that they read it.
I don't think having staff read grand jury reports from before Jaron was born is going to do us any good. They might be slightly outdated and not relevant anymore.
Yeah, I would actually be a policy we would implement moving forward to put the grand jury reports in the LMS and have assigned to
Or in
senior
30,
level staff.
or in 30 years from now, we're asking them to read stuff that us five knuckleheads just did, so.
Well, and I think, I mean, looking beyond the weird wording that they have here, and I hope they're not offended by that, but it's weird wording. I think the goal is, again, how do we get people to actually care more about grand jury reports than just us talking about responses to it, and make it easier. So the idea that when we get a grand jury report, because, yeah, they don't need to read 30 years of grand jury reports. Do they even need to read 5 years back if it's not a relevant issue? If you're in public works, yeah, you should read the 2018 roads report. I mean, that's relevant to your job, but we're not going to make a policy to force that. It's something for our response to get to what they're asking. How about when we get a grand jury report, we send that to our staff and ask them to read it? And we post that publicly on our pages to ask the public to read it, both the grand jury and our responses, not just posting it on the website. That, to me, is kind of the best we can do without, I don't know, I'd love to get everybody to have to go read everything on my Facebook, but I'm not going to make that a requirement through our HR system. Thank goodness.
So I think the language we're going to put in here is that it's not going to be implemented, but the county will continue to encourage senior level staff to read the grand jury reports as they're released. Okay.
All right, sounds like consensus on that. Are there any other direction needed, or are we good on this report? Roger? Yeah, Supervisor Kirk.
I had one of the recommendations. It's number 6. It says the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors should create a policy for disciplining Tuolumne County employees who use retribution and rumors to disparage other employees, as well as Tuolumne County Grand Jury. So part of me is trying to understand. It sounds like they're saying that potential board members should be disciplined if we push back on any of the grand jury reports. I don't even understand how that's. Anyways, the response is very. No, we're going to require further analysis. I think this is just a ridiculous recommendation. We should just say no. We're not going to punish people if they have opinions. We're not the rumor police. If folks want to question the grand jury, including board members, that's why we have these conversations publicly. We're not going to be disciplined for questioning reports. So I think we should just respond no.
And maybe to interpret, they use the words retribution and rumors specific to employees, as we're an employer as a county. I would read this as retaliation and harassment. We already have updated policies on retaliation and harassment, correct? There's not really a new policy that's needed. If a manager is being retributive, anyway, or spreading rumors about one of their subordinates, or even about a colleague at an equal level in office, even about their boss, that is already covered in our policies, correct? Okay, so I'm getting the head nod there. Now, this is saying to the Tuolumne County Grand Jury, I don't know how that would work because the grand jury is by nature confidential in their membership. I'm not sure how that would work. And the county grand jury is an entity. I like them. I appreciate the work they do. If somebody got elected that hated grand juries, they certainly have a right to have an opinion about whatever they want. It's an entity. It's not a protected entity.
Well, they have First Amendment rights to say whatever they want. I mean,
Right, that's
our
exactly.
job is not to police people's
Right.
speech. I mean,
They're saying we can't have a policy. We have to discipline people who say negative things about the grand jury. And unless it is doing something where it's violating that confidentiality individually, the grand jury you can criticize as same as you can criticize the county. Supervisor Campbell?
I'm going to look to county. This seems to be like a clear First Amendment issue. You cannot regulate speech in this way, certainly not in a government. If I have a problem with one of the grand jury's findings, I'm going to talk about it as much as I want. I'm going to say whatever I want. Employees can do that as well. I mean, if they don't like Ryan Campbell and what Ryan Campbell did, you have every right to stand at that podium and say so, and the grand jury has every right to investigate it. And I'm not going to put any policy in place that prohibits people from responding to that. Talking about rumors and that kind of thing, if it's affecting people's working life, that's a personnel issue. But if we're talking about, we need a policy in place that prohibits people from speaking out against decisions made by the grand jury that they don't like, that is a clear-cut First Amendment issue, and,
So then why don't we just update to say we don't agree it's a First Amendment?
It kind of mixes it. It sort of goes into the foray of don't criticize the grand jury, but it also says don't bully people within the county. So the part, don't bully your fellow employees within the county, we have policies in place that address that.
Right.
Not criticizing other public agencies, courts, grand juries. That's First Amendment issue. You can't
So I think it's more
regulate
impactful if we just say we don't agree it's a First Amendment issue, end of story.
Supervisor Griefer?
Something like that.
Everything but the last half, right? We do not, the Board of Supervisors does not agree.
I'd say because there's the two issues. I would put that we do not agree with this recommendation. The part that I think Supervisor Campbell's mentioning, the retribution rumors, we already have, they're saying they recommend we create a policy, we have to respond to that. I think our response is, this is already covered by harassment, retaliation, and other HR policies protecting a safe workforce.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The first part is we do not agree, and the second is we've already got policies and procedures in place that prohibit and prevent, or that prohibit.
Or we don't agree because.
Yeah.
You don't want them to be like, no, we don't agree. We should be disparaging other employees.
So we will not be implementing, it will not be implemented, and we already have policies in place to safeguard against harassment and the other language that's in there.
Yeah, and do not restrict free speech about, county grand jury.
Yep.
So new policy, you cannot be critical of the Board of Supervisors. Can we send that back to the grand jury? They need them to adopt that policy. I'm just kidding. All right, do you have the direction needed on this?
Yes, we do.
Okay, with that, we'll open this up for public comment. Again, this is on the treatment of the grand jury report. Open up for any public comment. You'll have 3 minutes, and we're asking that we'll keep this public comment round specific to this report. Welcome back.
Why do I feel like I'm the only one here? Anyway. This report just came out, so I didn't see it till yesterday, I think. And to me, it sounded kind of spiteful. And I thought it was in response to a lot of the comments that were made at the podium about the grand jury and their budget and whatever. So it was kind of tit for tat stuff. So I know at one time the personnel policies here were from 1996 to 1997, and they had not been updated, even though I was promised when Sherry Brennan was chair of the board that those policies were going to be updated by the end of the year. So I'm still not really clear if those policies have actually been updated. And at the time, I wanted to pursue a bullying issue, and we had no bullying policy. So I'd like to know that we're going to have one of those. Anyway, this has been basically revolving around public perception and how the public sees the county and sees you. And so like Cassandra said, this is a real opportunity for leadership here and to demonstrate to all of us how you intend to go forward. And one of the things that I haven't heard all day is any of you say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you saw us behave like this. I'm sorry we behaved like this. I haven't heard any apology or really any remorse or regret. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item? Going once, going twice? Okay. With that, we'll close that section. I believe we have one last supplemental, correct? Is this for the response section?
Yeah, so this is the compliance report regarding the 23-24 grand jury responses. And for the most part, For the most part, the county has already put procedures in place to address making sure that we're tracking when the reports are turned into the courts and who's receiving them, which was not something that was in place at the time. And most everything in the compliance report, for a lack of better words, is a misunderstanding. Everything was turned in on time. It was just turned into one, and I'll let Heather speak in more detail to it, but it's turned into one person, it's supposed to be turned into another person. I'll let her speak a little bit to it, but I think it's just at a high level, really a misunderstanding, but I'll let Heather talk about details that she would like to share.
Heather, first off, it's extremely well-written and organized.
I did my best. Unfortunately, I did not have control over the situation. I was kind of playing a middle person, so I did write this to the best of my knowledge. I did reach out to the staff that were involved originally. To our recollection, we did deliver this. Unfortunately, it was delivered to the clerk window as the guard staff there, or not the guard staff, but the security staff didn't receive it. Typically what we would do is we'd put who it was addressed to and hand it to them. The particular staff had directed the person who was dropping it off, again, not myself, to drop it off at the clerk's window, and then that I think got added to a stack of paperwork that did not get routed properly because we had been under the wrong impression of who it should be addressed to. So it was really just clerical error, confusion of who is the person actually delivering it. All of that, to our knowledge, when we dropped it off, we thought, okay, great. We did our required drop off. They have the information, basically checked it off the list, kept going on our way, and then we got an email. I think, unfortunately, the sheriff's office got an email as well saying that we were late, that we had not provided the response in a timely manner. So we immediately corrected the addressee information as they had directed us in that email, got new signatures, delivered it to them as they requested, and it was taken care of from there. Additionally, since then, I reached out to Joyce. Thank you, Joyce. And we've worked out a new procedure. They're comfortable with signing a document, saying that they received it, so we at least have something for our file to say that we dropped it off in a timely manner and that it was received by the correct person. So yeah, we hope to never make that mistake again.
Great. Are there any, thank you for that, questions from the board, any comments or discussion on it? I think this one's pretty straightforward with that. We did offer, it's all open up for public comment on this specific response to last year's one. If there's any members of the public that would like to speak.
I would like to say that I support Heather. At the old courthouse downtown, as you walked in the door, there was a box there and it said grand jury on it. So you could communicate with the grand jury putting things in this box. Now at the new courthouse, I've done a lot of grand jury complaints over time. I have gotten a runaround over who can give me a copy of the complaint. Who do I turn it into? Because security wouldn't take it at all. And then I'd be sent up to the clerk windows and they wouldn't know what to do. And then I'd be sent to the jury. I got the runaround all over the place. So I could understand how this mix-up occurred.
Great, thank you. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I did receive that email from the courts. Not a big deal. I think it was rectified expeditiously. It was an honest mistake, and just wanted to take a second to say thank you for taking care of it and the well-written responses and the high level of professionalism. Great relationship with the courts. They were obviously understanding in the mishap, but we have great staff that got it taken care of, so thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll close public comment. So pulling all of this together, I believe we have all 5 responses correct, which are ready for staff recommendation of approving the responses as amended, or do we need to have the language direction we just talked about on all of them come back? Do you think you have adequate direction to be able to?
We have adequate direction to move forward and make the changes that the board recommended and be able to submit them then.
All right. My recommendation would be to look for a motion to, as amended, approve all 5 grand jury report responses and to direct staff to implement that direction in those prior to sending.
I'll make that recommendation, what Jaron just said.
Did we want to do any comments or?
We can, sure, yes, of course. We can do closing comments if, real quick, hold the motion for now. And Supervisor Campbell, you want to kick us off?
I wrote a note down and I got to find it. So, this is not my, you pointed out the clay tablets and whatnot. Not the first grand jury report I've been a part of. Even before I was on the Board of Supervisors, I worked for the newspaper, and so I was on the other side of it, covering grand jury reports. So I've seen a lot of these things. And this year's grand jury put a lot of work into going into a high amount of detail in county operations, and I'm very grateful for that. And sometimes it can feel very targeted, that individuals are targeted, groups are targeted. I truly don't believe that was the spirit that the grand jury had. But, when I talk to county employees, I tell them, it's a learning experience. And one thing I like to remind people is what is not in the grand jury report. Like, the good that men do is interred with their bones, and the wrong that they do is remembered long after their death. And that's a lot of how county government works, is that when things work well, we expect it. When things don't work well, it gets pulled out because we want to correct it. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing here. Just if you look around the state right now, drawing comparisons like Shasta County, they have some serious election issues, people being removed from positions for personal reasons. They had 5 in-custody deaths in their county jail. Some really severe issues there. We don't see anything like that in our grand jury report. Even our neighbor to the north, Calaveras County, had a pretty difficult grand jury report about the homelessness issue that Calaveras County is facing. They have no homeless shelters in the entire county. And that's not an issue that's brought up in our grand jury report, because I think our county has made significant steps to address that. So those are things that are not in this report that I think are positive. I'm an unabashed believer in county government and the positive that it can do in people's lives. And I am a 100% cheerleader of Tuolumne County government. We don't always get it right. We work on a shoestring budget. We are kind of scrappy and don't always have the resources we need to do things the way we might like. But I think we have a lot of good people working here and serving our community. And I'm dedicated to continuing that and learning from this experience with the grand jury report, and looking forward to hearing what they come up with next year that we can correct next year. And I just want to make one more comment on our county staff. I think they have been exemplary, in working with the grand jury, providing, and this is a little bit counter to what their impression was, but in my experience, I have not known a single county employee that didn't jump to attention whenever the grand jury asked them to. They may not always get the information to them the way they might want, but the power and the influence of the grand jury is well respected in county government, and I include myself in that as well. So I think our team has done a good job, and I'll stand behind it 100%.
Do we have other closing comments? That I'll only add to it. You had a much more eloquent way. I always think was that you serve 10 good meals, you might get 1 good recommendation. You serve 1 bad meal, they're going to tell 10 friends. There's a lot of things that are going right. And while they're highlighting a lot with deferred maintenance and PERS and that, we made a lot of progress over the last 4 years. It's just that we've got very steep problems that take decades. So I appreciate the new energy and ideas we have on the board, and I appreciate the grand jury looking into this. And that's a really good perspective. We don't have Mike Lindell coming in to try and fix this for us. We've got a really good team. And I think where we've had these issues, we have been taking some swift action on that, and that's appreciated. So we have an opportunity, as our district attorney had mentioned, it's a moment of leadership as a county that will set that next era of not just who's up here or in a seat or whatnot, what programs we deliver, but how does our, I think, scrappy, creative, and those are great terms for our county, how do we also set the tone of the challenges of the day, which end up being a very low trust environment, very difficult environment, a very bureaucratic environment, and one where we're not always playing a very strong hand. I think we've done pretty good, but I think for the next 10 years, we've got an opportunity to do even better. And this is recognizing that. And today we came together and said, you know what, with those recommendations, thank you. On the short but sweet language, we agree. We agree and we want to fix it. So, all right. Now I think Mike has a motion on the table.
Yes, the motion is still on the table.
All right. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. We have a first by Supervisor Holland, a second by Supervisor Kirk. Again, this is as amended and recommended by the board. All 5 grand jury report response approvals and directing staff to do the clerical language changes on that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? All right, and it passes unanimously. I want to say great job to everybody on the board. This did take a long time, but I'm really happy we ended up at a unanimous decision. And I think on most of these items, we're unanimous too. With that, we'll be moving into, if there's no other pressing issues, our second item. If the clerk can read that, and we'll just continue in agenda item order from here. Do you want to take? But we're going to do that in 5 minutes. So we'll come back at 2:41. All right, great. I believe we're on to item 2. So first, get to use the gavel. I believe we have to convene as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency. So we have, please continue. Oh, can the clerk read the item?
Yes, sir. Item number 2, as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, presentation of agency activities and consideration of approving the Tuolumne Public Power Agency budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 and setting the new rate at $16.1 per kilowatt hour.
Okay, Mark, take it away.
Good afternoon, Board. Mark Fisher, your Tuolumne Public Power Agency Coordinator. Before I begin, I just want to start by saying thank you to the Board for your patience since I had to pull this item from last week's agenda since I was sick. Another note before I begin, sort of my strategy going into this budget presentation was to front load a lot of the relevant information to your Board in a longer memo. And today, I'm really planning on doing a somewhat faster and higher level overview of the information contained therein. But please, of course, let me know if I don't cover everything to the depth that you would like, and I'd be happy to go back and answer any questions or give more detail. So first, we'll talk about the structure and services of the agency. As you know, Tuolumne Public Power Agency is a joint powers agreement where the member agency are our paying customers. There are 33 member agencies consisting of the County of Tuolumne, City of Sonora, the school districts, community service districts, utility districts, Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and a group of some other customers. It is broken out into 2 separate funds. Fund 4470 TPPA is the operational fund for the agency itself. Its revenues and expenses basically enable the agency to operate as a utility provider to its customers. 4471 is the AB 1890 Energy Conservation Program. 4471 is a restricted fund so that any of the revenue contained in the fund can only be used to pay for the activities as outlined in the Energy Conservation Policy document. The revenue for both of those funds is generated from the TPPA energy rate. It is set at the beginning of each fiscal year, as you are here to do today for this year. The energy rate is derived by establishing the revenue requirement, which is the sum of all of the agency's expenses and subtracting out any revenue adjustments and use of fund balance. And then that is divided by the estimated energy consumption for that fiscal year. It seems as though the agency's consumption has sort of stabilized right around 39 million kilowatt hours annually. It's been like that for the last couple of years, including this one. We're going to end this year very, very close to our estimated consumption. The revenue requirement is broken down such that it is 97.5% in TPPA and 2.5% in AB 1890. And that functions that way for the revenue requirement breakdown when establishing a budget, but it also functions that way when we finish the year and we know what our actuals are. That is when the auditor controller pulls out that 2.5% and places it into the restricted fund for the operation of the energy conservation program. So let's talk about fiscal year 2025 year end. We are going to end the year slightly above what we projected in our revenue, although 150,000 of that is in some interest that was not budgeted for in the last budget. I didn't budget for it because I didn't know that I needed to. There's going to be a theme in this in that this will be now the third budget for TPPA that I've brought to this board, but this will be the first one where I've been working full time. And the theme that you'll see as I go through this is that I learned a lot in this only half a year of working full time. This is where things get a little weird. I think if I were to describe this fiscal year, it would be as a very strange year. We're going to end the fiscal year having about $2.1 million less in expenses than we anticipated. There's a lot of reasons for this. It really boils down to much of TPPA's expenses are based on what we can pull together in terms of projections. And as we know, when we try to predict how much we're going to pull in sales tax or TOT, which are also based on projections can be off. And an interesting example of this is one of the ways that we determine what our expenses for TPPA are going to be is by using WAPA's revenue requirement projections for their own revenue requirement.
And what is WAPA?
Western Area Power Association. In August of 2024, they put out the projections for fiscal year 2025 and beyond. And they said that it was going to be, I think 6.1 or $61 million. And then 1 month later, when they actually brought out their official revenue requirement, it was $10 million less. It changed $10 million in 1 month based on their own internal projections. So if there is a federal agency out there that's $10 million off from month to month, this is one person doing all of these projections for an entire agency. And they're a federal entity, I should point out. Anyway, sorry for that little segue. So that means that we're going to end fiscal year 2025 with a pretty hefty fund balance of $4.1 million. I'll talk a little bit more about how we can utilize that fund balance moving on into the next parts of the presentation. For Fund 4471, we're going to end the fiscal year slightly higher than we had projected, and that makes sense since it's a certain percentage of what we pull in revenue. If we're pulling in more than we anticipated, this is going to be slightly higher than we budgeted for, so it does make sense. I would like to call your attention down to the summary section where it says expenses of $7,542. AB 1890 was utilized more this year than it has in previous years. We had one audit, one grant, and one large grant, although the large grant is not reflected here because I can't reimburse them for the money that they spent on the project until they've completed the project, and they won't complete that project until sometime this year. So you'll see later on that this $100,000 for that project will be rebudgeted in their in the coming Fund 4471 expenses. So we'll end this fiscal year with $1.3 million in ending fund balance in the restricted AB 1890 fund. And, I'll go a little bit more into why that is in the later parts of this. So I have here written down agency activities, but really this is more an update on to your board and what this position has been doing since it was established as full-time. So one of the things that I focused on was improved customer outreach, and this took many forms. In terms of, this was the first time that I have ever been engaged in any kind of educational information outreach. where there was a series of assembly bills and regulation changes that I reached out to the member customers with to provide them education and resources for how they could approach those changes so that they could avoid any potential fines that might come from the California Energy Commission. And I also provided them with some information as it relates to us no longer being able to buy fluorescent light tubes. We all have to switch to LEDs. I performed a meter audit for WAPA. They requested that I go around and verify their records of which meters we have within all the customers. It was very time consuming because the data that they provided to me was very, very incomplete and I had to fill in the gaps. I performed a comprehensive expense and consumption analysis, the results of which have been sort of worked into the budget development process for this year so that we can reduce expenses by using more updated information. I have assumed responsibility for all invoicing, billing, and payment reconciliation from the auditor controller, and this has freed up some staff time and the burden on the general fund by making it so that the auditor controller can focus on things that are not related to TPPA. As I said before, there was an increased use of AB 1890 this year than the previous year. We only did 3 things, but surprisingly, that is more than have been in the past. And I performed some preliminary research on the renewable energy feasibility study. This has taken a little bit different form than it had when it was initially brought forth last fiscal year. Well, we can go into that a little bit more once I get to the activities for the coming fiscal year. And this is one of the things that I'm actually kind of the most proud of because this is one of those things that I wouldn't have known that I could even do this had I not had time to really dig into the details of the contracts and our obligations to our customers. But I was able to secure a refund on behalf of Columbia College because of a delay in the transition from PG&E use to TPPA use. PG&E has 90 days to complete a meter transfer, and it took them months. And so they were being charged a much, much higher energy rate than they should have been because PG&E had lapsed far beyond their 90-day window to do the conversion. So I was able to get them a credit for the extra expenses for that. So in fiscal year 26, you will see that the reduction in overall revenue is about $548,000. This is directly connected to our overall decrease in expenses. When I performed all of the additional analysis and breakdown of our expenses, I discovered some ways that we could shave off some additional expenses by making it so that we're budgeting a little bit tighter, staying a little bit closer to those projections and using mathematical computations that are a lot less reliant on just base averages and more reliant on the actual rates that we get charged for things. The issue here, though, is that you may see that even though one of our largest expenses last year that went unutilized was our PG&E expense, and you'll see that that is the only thing that we are projecting to increase, and that is by design because right now we are paying $33.689 per kilowatt month for our transmission related expenses. And that rate is not set to change until halfway through this fiscal year when they do their WDT rate upgrade or update. I don't know what that is going to be. It's a guess. And so I just kept that rate for the entire fiscal year because I have no idea what they're going to do. PG&E expense is very volatile. Realistically, I expect that will actually go down, but since I didn't know what was going to happen with it, I just kept it where it was. So you'll see that we are going to have a net cost of about $487,000, and I'm proposing that we use $487,000 from the TPPA fund to cover that. Part of that $487,000 is $200,000 for rebudgeting the feasibility study project, and $287,000 in rate stabilization use of fund balance. Since we have such an enormous fund balance, like it's never been this high before, and it's very unusual to finish the year with so much extra money. That is money that the agencies have already paid into their electric service. Because I know that there's going to be some changes in the future years as it relates specifically to PG&E's WDT rates, what they're going to try to do is make it so that the rates are going to be much less fluctuating. Like they've been changing it year to year, it spikes, it drops, it spikes, and it drops. What they're doing when they implement their WDT4 formula is they're going to set or use some sort of mechanism to set it at a flat rate for, I don't know, I think maybe 4 years. It's still very much up in the air. I'm anticipating that that new flat rate, while stable, will be somewhat higher of a new baseline, which means that the customers would experience a sharp increase in their expenses if we didn't utilize fund balance for this. So if we stretch out this fund balance over a period of years, we can make it so that we can curb that increase to the customers and make it very, very flat over time by making it so that the rate is stable. So this year, the rate will be set at, well, the recommended rate is 16.1 cents per kilowatt hour. If we find out at mid-year that we're going to see less in expenses, we don't have to change the rate. We can just use less of the planned fund balance. And if it comes in higher, it's the same thing either way. We can just come back and recommend a higher use of that fund balance so that way that the customers get to see this stable, lower rate for the entire year, where the alternative is if we use nothing. If we missed our mark on the estimation and we have to do a rate increase, it's pretty jarring for the member customers to have to suddenly absorb that additional cost that they didn't plan for. This helps us avoid that. With Fund 4471, really the only change here is that you see the extra $100,000 that is in the AB 1890 grants. That is rebudgeting the $100,000 for the large energy efficiency grant that was awarded this year but won't be paid out to the customer until next year. So I'm bringing it in as an extra $100,000, and then there will be another $100,000 large energy efficiency grant paid for this year's, for a new customer to apply for. And you can see that in order to cover all of this, we're planning to use $200,000 from the AB 1890 fund. And again, we wouldn't use any of that unless people actually apply for those benefits and we pay out those reimbursements. So moving into fiscal year 26, I'm going to continue expansion of the administrative activities related to the operations, analytics, and member support and communication. A lot of what I've been able to do in bringing down the base expenses in this year are, as I said before, specifically related to all of the additional research that I performed as it relates to our consumption and expense history. There's still a lot more in there that we can work with. And there's also the potential that we can sort of revise the way that we do our rate schedules so that it is not entirely dependent on consumption. We can restructure it so that it's actually dependent on both like established load and like the size of the meters themselves and consumption, so that if there is a higher fixed cost on each of the meters in membership, there's less variability in the amount of consumption, so that it makes it more reliable for the customer's billing. They sort of have a better idea of what to expect. I'm planning to continue doing monitoring of state legislative and regulatory changes as I did this year. We're going to continue deployment of the OpenGov billing software that we entered into a contract for this year. I also want to implement some comprehensive policy reviews as they relate to the TPPA rules and regulations and the AB 1890 Energy Conservation Program policy. The rules and regulations have not been revised since 2017, and there's some room in there to make things a little bit more efficient that I'd like to explore. And specifically with AB 1890, the reason why the fund balance is so high is because each year there's $100,000 in the budget for two fixed rate loans for energy efficiency projects that nobody uses, because they don't want to take out loans. They don't want to pay it back. They're interested in grants. So my plan there is to reallocate that 100,000 into the small energy efficiency grant to increase the amount of payouts that those people can get for those applications. And that would set it at, 27,000. Nobody really wants to do anything with 7,500, but 27,000 is a really powerful incentivizer for people to do energy efficiency projects. I'm also planning for continued research of TPPA's contractual obligations and the MEFPC. That's the maximum entitlement of first preference customers. Consider that just the acronym that relates to the cap, the total cap of energy that comes to customers from the new Maloney's Dam. And then this is specific to some of the feedback that I got from the membership as we continued to speak more about the renewable energy feasibility study. A lot of the members asked if we were to proceed with that and they were to get information so that they could implement projects, how would they get the money for that? And they were very supportive in the idea when I told them that I had already been doing grant research to try to find means to get them money to pay for the projects that could be produced from the feasibility study. When I told them that, they were very, very excited about that. So there is a lot of interest in having a sort of a grant researcher on staff working on their behalf. So in summary, the revenue requirement for this year is about $6.2 million. If you divide that by 39 million kilowatt hours, you get 16.10 cents per kilowatt hour. And the use of fund balance is about $687,700 in total between the two funds to cover all of the planned activities. So with that said, it's my recommendation that the Tuolumne Public Power Agency Board of Directors approve the fiscal year 25-26 TPPA budget and set the energy rate at 16.10 cents per kilowatt hour.
Wonderful. Mark, thank you for the presentation. TIPA, as always, extremely complicated. I'm happy you're handling all of the billing and acronyms and everything into that. You've shown me that spreadsheet before of all the different funds, and it's challenging. With that, we'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. We can open up for public comment afterwards. Any beginning questions?
Doing public comment first or no?
So we'll do questions, then comment, then discussion.
Oh, my bad.
All right, not seeing any questions.
Wait,
We'll,
I had a question.
oh, I thought you kind of, yeah, okay. Supervisor Holland.
I was taking my fine spectacles off. So there's supposed to be, you were telling me there's supposed to be a increase in PG&E's transmission rate, right, per line. Was that going to take effect this year? We're thinking it was going to affect the second half of this year. And did that effect come in, and have we budgeted that same effect into next year so we're not artificially lowering the rate or raising it based off those projections? Did we calculate that in?
So yes, so the rate that I talked about, the one that was $33 per kilowatt month, that went into effect in the beginning of this calendar year.
Okay.
So there's a lot of weird year variations because, you know, we have WAPA on the federal fiscal year that starts in October, and then PG&E doesn't do their new rate filings until the beginning of the calendar year. But suffice to say, yes, this amount takes into consideration the increased PG&E expense for the beginning of our fiscal year this year.
And what was the prior rate to that?
I believe it was $12 per kilowatt hour.
Okay.
Sorry, kilowatt month.
Okay, seeing no further questions up here, we'll open it up for public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak, please step forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome back.
Mark, I thought you did a really nice job, and I am very impressed with how far you've come in budgeting and finance and understanding all this. So very nicely done.
All right, do we have any additional public comment? Going once, going twice. I know I still say that even though we have 2 members of the public here total. All right, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board for any discussion or a motion to move forward on the staff recommendation for the TIPA budget.
My only question is, maybe I saw it somewhere in your presentation, or maybe it was in the packet, is what is this $200,000 grant or exploration for alternate energy sources? I probably butchered that, so help me out.
So initially, when we were bringing this as part of last year's budget, it was $100,000 for a feasibility study for utility scale solar and $100,000 for any related consulting. There was a perception amongst the membership of Tuolumne Public Power Agency that it looked like the board was appropriating money that was for their benefit to the benefit of a singular customer, the county. I don't believe that that was this board's intent at the time. And so what I did is I tried to find a way to bridge. I tried to find a way to still work toward that goal, but also find a way to include other members with it. And so what we're talking about now and what the membership is very interested in is we have a two-pronged approach. One is large-scale land use assessment for any kind of renewable energy project, whether it be utility-scale solar or hydrogen, biomass, wind, although I don't think wind would really work up here, and smaller-scale facility assessments for things like behind the meter, like rooftop solar, EV charging infrastructure. Why am I blanking on other things? Smaller scale energy efficiency projects. So it's those two things. It's large scale and small scale. And it's sort of operating as an opt-in basis. So any of the customers that are now aware that we're planning to do this can reach out to me and sort of add their name to the hat. And I did a survey asking them, if you were to do this, what would you want? And we have 5 members that are signed on right now wanting to be a part of this. I'm actually kind of thankful that things moved a little bit more slowly than I had anticipated, because I think the perception amongst the membership is there wasn't really a lot of time for them to think about what they wanted, so a lot of people didn't respond. Since it's planning to be rebudgeted, I'm going to reach out again with another round of invitations to get as many of the members on board as possible, so that way everybody can sort of get their bite. So that's really what it is. It's a large-scale feasibility study that is both land use assessment for renewable resources and small-scale energy efficiency projects.
Right, and so for this conversation, we are not talking as a board. County supervisors. We are the board of TIPA, correct?
You are the
right.
TIPA board of directors.
Right. So when we hear you're doing it for the county, we're not doing it for ourselves. It's not the board of supervisors making the decision for TIPA to do it for us. We're acting as the board of directors for TIPA for not only for my clarification, for maybe the people listening out there as well. Because the ones that I spoke to have no interest in that $200,000 plan for, they think that money could go best used elsewhere. So I was just wondering what the history was of that, because I did see it in the budget. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say I have concerns about it as well then, thinking about that. As 30 members, if only, you said 5 signed up, that's about 15% of the membership has any interest in it. I think this goes back to our previous conversation earlier today about a SIP, spending money on a SIP plan that, no, this is not gonna work. We will never find electricity cheaper than 16 cents a kilowatt, even if it's 18 cents or 20 cents a kilowatt, which is incredibly low because of that dam. So to me, I find that as a waste of money. I can't support that.
So maybe adding some context into it, there was kind of 2 things as the TIPA board originally. One was there's a lot of requirements, there's a lot of mandates, but there's also a lot of funding available. But the smaller the jurisdiction, the more difficult it was to access. So TIPA has a whole ordinance, as mentioned, on electric vehicle charging. As Clean Fleets is happening, that's going to be one of the key ways that any entity's fleets could operate cheaper than would otherwise be on the market. But to install those, or if a gym wants to have rooftop solar to be able to do their HVAC system or something like that, or to replace fixtures within an establishment, it's extremely difficult, particularly for, I think, schools to be able to acquire this. With having a larger county-wide study. It also opens up the opportunities for partnerships, maybe one entity coming in and doing this for multiple local agencies who then see what the potential is. So that was one. It's very difficult to acquire a lot of the funding that's coming out, and there is a lot of funding available into this. The second is a capacity issue, which we're coming into. We get 25% of the power production of the New Melones Dam between us and Calaveras. We had, correct me if I'm wrong, you said stabilized, but we are near the cap, near the top up there, meaning as we get more stuff plugged in, more buildings or more members or any combination of that, we will end up with either everybody beginning to pay market rates on a certain amount kind of prorated above, or we would be removing some of the members that have been added in the past. Because there's only so much of this, first preference kind of power that's available to us. Being able to have a utility size one allows for TIPA to potentially have some portion of that in a longer sense, and these are not 6-month projects, to increase the amount available to our members. So at market rate, you're correct, to Supervisor Holland's point, you're not going to beat 16%. But where you have other projects that may be available and a percentage of that can kind of come back to TIPA, or that there certainly is the opportunity to have electricity generated at cost and brought to us. And that's part of the idea, is that continuing to have inexpensive power. I will say personally, the other side too, if there are these utility investments, there's over 450 large energy projects being developed in the state of California, mentioned about grant opportunities, small jurisdictions, and power capacity. It does provide options, and I don't know what the 6 or the 5 that opted in were. I suspect they were the larger entities that may be looking at some of the smaller ones, because interest had been before with TUD, GCSD, some of the ones that we're saying would be very good to know if we could do a community solar field to reduce some of our rates or cost. We have some land here, but we don't know how to connect it to the grid. We haven't done any of these analyses. Basically, cool idea. If we found money for it, does it make sense? Do we have land that works for it? There was too many questions to kind of really pursue it, but this could answer them all above. Who were the 5?
I don't know offhand. It's in the memo. I know, let's see, Sonora L is one of them. I think Jamestown Sanitary is one. Somerville Elementary. Somerville Elementary was one of the only ones that actually said they were interested in large-scale land use assessment. Mm-hmm. I guess they have some land that they want to utilize to put some large solar panels on and do some sort of like local power thing. I don't have a lot of the details. I feel like that was a really clumsy way of saying it, but they are interested in the same sort of large-scale assessment. Let me add a little bit of context to what I was saying before. Whether or not any particular member agency is currently interested in engaging in some kind of energy efficiency project, there are going to be some things that they're going to have to do. I know that some school districts already have implemented electric buses as a part of their fleet. And then I think, didn't they redo how some of the bus routes have done? Isn't it now like a shared bus fleet? Well, I don't know how many of those are electric, but by 2030, a lot of public agencies have to have all electric fleet vehicles. Mm-hmm. The biggest complaint that the membership has about doing anything is that they can't just pull money out of nowhere to do things. But in order to implement some of these things, they need information, and information they are also going to have to pay for. This comes in the form of doing energy audits of their facilities. They can get cost offset from TPPA by applying for one of our audit reimbursements. But this feasibility study, as I said, it now has this 2-pronged approach where one is land use assessment and the other side really is just a large-scale energy audit for whoever opts in. And by opting in to doing that, they basically arming themselves with information. They'll know exactly what changes they can make. They'll know how much it will cost. And perhaps most importantly, if they apply for a certain level of audit complexity, they will have the types of information that will be required by large grant applications. So by doing this, they're going to be armed not just with information, but the right information that they would need to get funding to pay for these things. So that is why I was saying before, it's nice that I could have written it and just forced it through and just seen what we got. I'm glad I didn't, because now we have more time to do member outreach to find the ones that maybe weren't too keyed into what we were offering and now would stand to benefit by what changes they may have to make in the future.
It still doesn't change my position at all, just to clarify.
Yeah, I mean, you guys explained it well enough. It just boils down to the fact that, well, even though 15% of the members, only 15% of the members are utilizing this, they all potentially benefit because we're coming up to a cap of the total available kilowatt usage. And so the amount that we were able to pull off of that and leverage some of these low-cost funds for these projects, the more power is available for the members that don't take advantage of it. So it's like everybody benefits from it. And otherwise, this, I'll just say schools, for example, they would have to install solar. They either have to get a grant or they'd have to just, eat it and pay for solar panels themselves. And that's the direction the state is going in. And so if we're able to leverage these funds instead of making the schools, making the county or whatever other agency pay for it out of pocket, or at least help with that, I think we should.
Well, I think I heard two things here. I think the 15% was the number of people that showed interest in, 15% of the membership was what showed interest in this potential program. And where I was coming from was, and you're right, everybody would benefit from these projects down the road, but like Mike said, spending $200,000 right now for, a small handful of groups that may or may not even want to do that in the future, I don't think is a good use of those funds right now.
Well, imagine in retrospect, 5-10 years from now, we look back at a TIPA board that knew it was approaching the capacity of what was available, and that 5 or 10 year decision is boiled down to a few things. One, we're going to start kicking off members. So do we kick off fire districts? Do we kick off schools? Do we kick off small water districts?
Or charge them more.
Right. Two, do we start charging? Well, we can't charge them more because it's a matter of how much power we have. Do we charge them until I guess they quit it? Or do we at that point have to kind of force a bond or whatever to go figure something out? More than likely, we would end up with this two-tier budget issue, and people would start paying way more than expected. I think we would look at that time, forget all of even just, and I agree that I think there's a benefit there, just looking at what's available in TIPA. I would expect that that board would have made a vote to invest in something that could see if we could increase that capacity to match the need of all these public agencies, whether we grow in population, whether we add more electronic things on there, whether our bus fleets and all of that go electric, which will increase the cost. I'd rather us have that plan because it will take a few years for something to end up happening with it. If we start that when there's already an issue, we're going to start having to first kick people off or greatly restrict access to this energy. And I don't think that would be wise.
Well, we could talk about who our largest consumer of all electricity is, but that's not really what this is about. And if I was a solar salesman and I could sell you solar and make it cheaper than this, I would show up and be selling you solar panels, say, look, I can get you electricity cheaper. It is impossible. It's just a waste of $200,000 out the door. I just cannot support it.
I think
I hammer on this nonstop, and I can't be in one area saying, well, yeah, we shouldn't spend money on studies, and then the other I'm saying, yeah, whatever. I just think it's irresponsibility. I have not changed my position when I came 1 year ago, stood right here and had the exact same comment when I said, how do I apply for this job? It's 14 hours a week, sign me up. I stood here in front of 3 out of 5 of us sitting here right now and had that conversation. My opinion has not changed to this day about this at all.
But we have to operate on accurate info.
We do.
Mark is not, are you working 14 hours a week?
Mark is doing a nice job. He's doing a nice job. I'm not saying that.
Right.
What I'm saying is I believe $200,000 on this study is a waste of the TIPA members' money, period.
Right. You're making a comparison of this, though, to SIP. And SIP is not in any way revenue generating. We do studies frequently where it is a high rate of return of what can potentially kind of come back in.
Jaron, if you could produce this, people would be showing up saying, look, I can do this and get it cheaper for you. No one is here trying to say right now, I'll put solar panels in and save you money.
And
I don't see a single salesman in this audience. I see Carol and Bob.
And that's the second point.
And the other ones. Oh, yeah. And
You're saying, would we get a project coming in that will only go at market rate with only market tools, selling us power at below market rate? And of course, the answer is no. What this is saying is by being ready for projects coming in that may not be, unless TIPA wants to just pay for the whole thing with a bond, which I was just explicitly saying we do not want to do. If another project comes in and it's able to negotiate an amount, right, as some type of fee, as some type of public benefit, then yes, you absolutely can get something that is a lower cost. So I just want to say, if you're opposed to it, I understand. I know you were opposed to it before, but it is not the same as a SIP study. It is potentially revenue generating. It is an impending crisis we will hit at some point in the next future where we run out of energy, which we are fast approaching, which will take a few years to address. And yes, you can get power at a below market rate, but you have to be in a position to apply for DOE grants. You have to be in a position to apply for energy or climate resiliency grants from the state, or to leverage this as a public benefit from a larger private project, all of which are totally doable.
So, and Supervisor, one of the issues, as I recall it, that you had raised in the past with TIPA was the Board of Supervisors of the county, by extension, making budgetary decisions that the TIPA membership didn't necessarily agree with. This was approved by the TIPA board. So by taking that out, we're then going against the wishes of TIPA as an organization. So that's kind of where I just wasn't expecting us to go into depth in this, because from my perspective, the work and the decision-making was made by the TIPA board. And unless I see anything that is truly, a truly terrible idea, because I do recognize your concerns, and I think we've talked about it in the past, but, I feel are enough members interested in it that,
15% is enough members? I mean.
Well, those are just those are just the members that are interested in doing projects. It's not necessarily that there won't be more. I mean, is it possible that more members could draw from this in the future? It's just 15% right now.
If 50% or more had said, yeah, we want on this, then I would say our responsibility would be like, we should pass that. But that goes back to your statement. The TIPA board of 5 people, 3 that are here, and 2 new, passed something that I think, again, is being proven that the overwhelming majority of the TIPA members don't want, because by Mark's own count, 5 of the 30 said, I'm interested. So how is that a clear representation of the interest
I think
of the TIPA members?
It's a manipulation of that statistic.
Yeah, I attended that meeting.
I don't know how. I mean, that's math.
I can explain it.
I attended that meet. I mean, I can hopefully shed some light on. I attended that meeting. Mark told me is happening, and I barely said anything. And I just sat, and Mark presented exactly what he presented here, and he spoke at length about that particular part of it, because he was concerned, and it was basically if anyone has any issues with it, he asked, should I proceed with this, or are there issues with it? And there were some that were actively interested in it, and if they were opposed to it, nobody said anything. I didn't hear a single person said they were opposed to that particular part of it. Maybe people aren't as excited as we would hope about it yet. I mean, we haven't had any projects, but.
And I respect your opinion. That's just my opinion on it.
You're saying 15% though. So Mark said that right now in this iteration of the budget, Mark, you started in January, right? About then. So about 6 months in, you've been working through this budget. There's been a lot of work that you've been going through. So in this new version, you said, okay, this is flowing and there were 5 people. I can say when this discussion was happening last year as the TIPA board, and there's kind of 3 types of members. There's just being a member as a member, there's the type of member priority there, and there is also the amount that they use. So for example, Columbia Fire District way back, or Cemetery District, is not using the same amount as a county or a TUD or a Chicken Ranch, right? When those initial conversations happened, there was actually strong interest in a very similar vein from TUD, from GCSD, from JSD, ones who owned land, who had high utility costs, who were trying to lower that in the potential of these projects. We're talking also with the county, with some of the tribes. So what Mark said is 5 signed on. I know for a fact there were others that are interested. There are not 5 opposing that, and most of the ones that were opposing that tended to be many of the much smaller jurisdictions. If Sonora High School needs to get solar covering for all of its parking space out there, that is a difficult grant to get. If it has to move for that bus JPA, all of its buses over to electric, that is a very expensive thing that they will currently have to do. This is a potential to offer them operational savings and investment savings. I do want to point out, and I hate to have to do it, that Sonora High School is a member benefiting in this, and we are operating as a TIPA board. And I don't know if this has been, right.
So is Tuolumne County. We're also a member, and we're also, every one of us, the supervisor of Tuolumne County. We are not making a decision of Tuolumne County supervisors. We're making a decision as the TIPA board, which
Right.
represents all 30, I think it's 33 different, which I will revise my math down to now 14% members.
Right.
So you can try that route, Jaron, because you don't like what I'm saying, but it
I'm
doesn't
saying that
change what I'm saying.
they are one of the larger users of it.
The largest
Staff
users is a
conversations
paid-for
were,
casino. If we want to have the conversation, the casinos
said
are
one
our
of the
largest.
larger. Yeah, it's
The
2 of
casinos
them
are
are the largest.
users of the electricity.
Right.
And if the casinos weren't on there, we would never
Well,
be having this
the
conversation.
tribal
about this.
governments.
Whatever you want to call it, that's fine.
Right.
But it's a,
Right. Okay.
it's a business operation versus everything else is not necessarily a business operation.
It sounds like we're probably at an impasse with this too. It's
Well-
just, it's when we hit that cap, we have to recognize if electricity amount, the demand is going up.
I agree
We have
with
a
you.
flat amount, and after that is uncharted, bad choppy water. We'd be kind of foolish to not do something now to try and avoid that.
I
Because
don't-
all options at that point are not great.
I don't think trying to stick solar panels on roofs everywhere that we can't afford to buy is the option. That I think the better option is to go have that conversation with WAPA and many other things than trying to slap solar panels everywhere, because I don't think it's ever
Why
gonna
couldn't we
work.
afford solar panels?
Do we have any on the roof right now?
No, because
Okay.
currently at 16 cents a kilowatt hour, it doesn't make sense. But if there is a grant available that did it for free, if we were able to access that at a lower rate, for sure. Yeah, we would. We haven't done that at our own cost because at 16 cents, it doesn't make sense.
I totally
But
understand.
with something that is doing that analysis, yeah, it could.
All right, we've
I'm
got,
consistent on my opinions.
I mean, forests are important to manage, and yet we do that with grant dollars, right? I mean, I get what you're saying, but like, just because it's not something we can pay directly out of pocket, or that makes sense in the moment, doesn't mean it's not worth looking for funding to do in the long run.
all right.
Well, anyway,
I was gonna say, why don't we do this? We've got, I'm sure we get a public comment here. The 2 items before us is setting the new rate, right?
we already had public comment.
Yeah, I thought we did, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. My apologies. Do the public rate and get that thing taken care of, so at least we know where we're at in that. And then, if someone wants to make a motion about, and again, I don't know this more of a, from learning for me, is do we, if we did not wish to move forward on that $200,000, do we just instruct him not to do that? Or does that sit in the account and as a little placeholder and, or?
The bylaws say by June 30th, correct?
Yeah, we have to have an approved budget by the end of June.
So we would have to have it done pretty much today, and make a live edit, basically, if it was voted on and didn't work.
I thought you could just give direction to just take that out and I would make the revision.
Okay, yeah, that'd be,
Well, yeah, I'll make a motion, to approve, the TPPA board budget as written, and approved by the members.
okay, I will second that motion, as it's here. Okay, so we have a first by Supervisor Campbell, we have a second by, myself, Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All abstaining?
Sorry, nay.
Okay, so that fails. 2 in support, Supervisor Campbell, Brandon, no abstentions, 3 opposed. Okay,
We could make another motion.
we're looking for another motion on this, because we do have to adopt, we have to
Yeah,
adopt
yeah,
this
so
in
I
June.
make the motion, and I'll probably fumble on this one a little bit. so Sarah will probably have to help me out on this, is I make a motion that we approve as is, with the exception of moving forward on the $200,000 item to be put back into said general fund, or whatever
balance.
the fund balance, thank you.
Correct?
Okay.
Okay, we have a first by Supervisor Griefer, budget and everything as amended, minus, I believe it's that full 200,000, which would, instead of being rebudgeted, would remain in fund balance. Is that,
Would remain in fund balance. It would not affect the rate.
yeah, so the rate would still be 16.1%.
Right.
Okay?
Can I bring up a little screwball question? Because I didn't get a chance to talk, but it came back to mind. If the school in Sonora wanted to do a large solar project, or Somerville Elementary, they had a lot of property, they wanted to do a project, could they potentially make that request to the TPPA board, and then we could evaluate on a case-by-case basis? Because what I'm sensing is we're trying to apply a policy to everybody that maybe we shouldn't go that route. Maybe we should kind of do it like a case-by-case basis as people have interest and as they want to maybe look into projects. Maybe that's worth it avenue.
So the only way that I could think of to do that would be to use the AB 1890 fund, but it is written in the policy that there's nothing in there that says that they could use it for a study of any kind. They can't use it for feasibility. It has to be an established project that they already have in motion. They're just looking for funding. So they would have had to have already performed whatever information gathering, whether that be in some sort of large-scale study or energy audit. They would have had to already perform that information gathering step and have a project in motion.
So let's pretend that they have one in motion, then what would be their next step if they want to approach the TPPA?
If they have it and they have the project lined up and it's ready to go, like they're about to break ground on it tomorrow, they can apply for, for the project that you're referring to would be a large energy efficiency grant. It only provides funding for up to $100,000 of reimbursement.
Okay. So, Mike, thoughts on that since you had the most?
Yeah, let me, since we fundamentally disagree, me and Jaron, we can hash this out later. What if we did like we do with our budget? What if we say we approve it recommendedly minus the 200, and then in September bring it back like we do with our other one and do the adopted one then? Or is it different than ours? And then me and Jaron can have this argument all we want later about this. Or maybe we could get a little more research about if there is other members, that there is a majority that's interested in this.
I think your board can bring back a budget change or amendment later as long as it's adopted by June 30th. So I think we can accomplish what you want. Staff can do more research and determine if there needs to be some sort of modification or adjustment later in the year.
Because it's adopted and then, or recommended then adopted, or I might
Yeah,
have
and
the words
that's
all
not
wrong.
entirely clear.
We can do a 4/5, I believe, to amend mid-year.
That's the county budget for sure. What's not entirely clear is this JPA budget, but we'll do, I think you can make an amendment later.
Because like in ours in September, the way we do it now, we go back to just 3 to change things in September because it's not, I guess it's quasi-set or however you want to say that. But you're saying you're not sure if that works the same way as this one?
Right, what I need to do a little research on is whether or not the County Budget Act applies explicitly to this joint powers agency. If it does, then you would use the exact same process. So we'll do a little bit of research on that. But I think regardless, that there is an option for your board to make a budget amendment later. As long as you're adopting this budget today, we can come back later with the research after staff has done it and also the research on the actual budget mechanism.
So Griefer's motion was approve the budget, approve the rate minus the 200,000. We could call it recommended budget or something. I might get the term wrong.
We have to adopt by the bylaws, the budget for TIPA by June 30th. If I'm correct, it's not the same adopted, recommended.
Then I'll second Steve's motion then.
Okay. Is there any option to split the baby on that? Because the original proposal for it was 100,000 for that study. The other 100,000 was on consulting in case we needed it, related to that. Because otherwise, right now, what we're having is it sits in fund balance. If not, then we'll go
There is
forward
not.
with the vote. All right, so with that, we have a first by Supervisor Griefer. We have a second by Supervisor Holland. It is the amended version of this budget with the 200,000 instead of re-budgeted. It will remain in fund balance. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstaining. All right, sounds like it passes 4-1 with myself in opposition. All right. Great. Well, that is item 2. Mark, thank you for the presentation. And I believe we are moving on to, are we going to item 4?
That's all we got left, right? That's it.
Right. Okay. We'll go right into item 4.
Usually do reports on a special meeting, do we? I guess if it's agendized.
Well, let's go with number 4 and
right.
feel how we're doing on
It's
reports.
on the agenda, so we got to do it.
Item number 4, consideration of rescinding resolution 88-22 and adopting resolution 48-25 to modify the operational hours of the Albert N. Francisco Building beginning July 1, 2025.
Roger?
Good afternoon. As you may remember, the Board of Supervisors directed staff back on March 4th that they wanted to adjust the hours for the Albert N. Francisco Building and change them back to the Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. So what you have in front of you, and then reevaluate it after 1 year. What you have in front of you is a resolution that will rescind Resolution 8822 for the current hours and reinstate the hours of Monday through Friday from 8 to 4, beginning on July 1st.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board? Not seeing any, we'll open this up for public comment. If there's any members of the public who would like to speak on this item, please let us know, and you'll have 3 minutes. Public?
Bob, Carol.
Okay. All right. With that, we will close public comment and bring this back to the board.
I'll move on, staff recommendation.
Very quickly on maybe discussion with it. This is just something that we have done staff reductions. Personally, I think a lot of our offices can be appointment only. The idea of walk-in services in the digital age at the same level 5 days a week, given our budget challenges, is impractical. It's a nice thing. It is not a necessary thing. Most people can call in and make an appointment. And when we're operating with limited staffing, that is far easier for us to do. So that is where I'm at with it. In most, I think, companies, most private services, you wouldn't just walk in 5 days a week and you would set an appointment, whether it was a lawyer or whoever. So anyway, there is a motion. I just, before we didn't moved on to be able to get any thoughts into it. If there's any additional discussion.
I'll second, and I have a question for clarification. So this would, by voting, if we voted yes on this now, that would kill Director Yaley's resolution that we tabled.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and my comments are the same as they were 2-3 meetings ago on this item, which is we're not private, we're governmental. I hear we're not private, we're governmental. People need access, they have access. The thought I had was give it 6 months, give it a year. If it's broke, then we'll bring it back and fix it. I've heard that people say, well, it's not broke, so don't fix it, but it was proposed, so I support it. But please, if you're a contractor, if you're a builder, if you're a citizen and you're finding that there's issues because of this change, let us know. And so that being said, I'll move on staff recommendation and move forward.
I believe we, if I'm remembering correct, had a first by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Griefer. This is moving on the recommended item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
It's like no.
And abstaining, 0. So we have 3 in support that carries, Supervisor Holland, Griefer, and Kirk, and 2 in opposition, Supervisor Campbell and myself. Okay, with that, how are we feeling on reports? I tend to think it's fine not to do them, so. Anybody feeling passionate to want to do the report section?
Any staff reports?
All right, not hearing anything, it is somewhat a special meeting day in law, the grand jury stuff. It's 3:43. Appreciate everybody. Let's table that. and
Chair,
we
Chair.
will, what?
Actually, I do have something.
Okay.
So tomorrow morning, I'm leaving to go to RCRC for 3 days. State Secretary Crowfoot will be there.
Right.
So if any of you guys got questions you want him to answer, because he's going to sit and talk to us for a while, email him to me and I will ask those questions.
Right.
He's like the environmental something or another
Right.
secretary.
Recommend bugging Sean. We set up a meeting about some of that with his undersecretary 2 days ago, and they just had it, so.
And I did have something I wanted to report to you. I promise I'll be like
All right.
less than 20 seconds. So our navigation center is full, effectively full, and we've had quite a few people, I think almost 20 people go through the navigation center and wind up in permanent housing. So it's been working quite well. I think the community is much more happy about it now than they were when we opened it, so.
Okay, with that, not seeing any more reports, we will adjourn the meeting at, I'm going to round up to 3:45. Thank you for everybody hanging in with us as well, and all the folks we had earlier presenting with us. Thank you.